Hello, hello. I need to get I need to get a new mic arm. The one that I'm using keeps on slowly lowering itself, as it's also not really a static one. It's more of like a curving one. Ah, where is my BRB screen, bro? I need to add this. It's in a different scene collection that I have. I forgot to put it in this one. What is this? Is my music a little still too loud? Yeah, let me turn this down a bit. Let me hold my preview. Do this. The question is the double grapple bump into a blue good to do or sensational? Situational? What, you mean this? That? Yeah, you can do that. That works. A little too far forward. Oh, my grapple didn't even come out. I'm gonna probably do the uppercut into a weapon swap blue. And doing it without grappling. Uppercut into a weapon swap blue. Like that. What was that? Oh, I thought I heard something. Or I thought I heard mom. This is like so buggy. Like I don't know why this is definitely, but it just pushes you forward for some reason. Yeah, this is sheath swap. Am I trolling? I am trolling. You're doing it. It's different than doing
Oh wow,
scroll.
Nova, you're so
It's different than doing
talented.
scroll swap. The way to do it is, I believe, you disarm, dodge, and swap instead of swap, dodge, swap. So whatever your disarm key is, that's what you're doing instead. Alright, I just opened a second instance on my chat arena. Oh my god, this is so annoying, bro. Are the grapple hook combos possible on console? Yes. Player 170 Pro Max follow, I appreciate it. Maybe I should not grapple as far. Yeah, I think not grappling as far is better. Oh, can you give my beginner controller friend some tips? Alright. I got the best tip. Tip number 1. Since you're a beginner on controller, now's the time to swap to control keyboard and mouse. If it's on console, then I'm not a controller player, so I can't really give you tips that would help you on controller per se. But there is... Okay, not the Narakapedia. But there's a lot that can be learned from going to the Bizepedia and then going to the wiki. So if you go here, and you go to the Bizepedia in the top right. You guys can't see my window real quick. Let me just do display capture. Oh my god. Okay, so you click that and it'll bring this up, right? So let me just show you guys again here. Click this. This will bring up this window. You click beginner guides. You click advanced, and then you start from like, or you can click advanced and just go all the way down, but then you could also click intermediate and start from like attack and focus, restraint, relationship, and go from here all the way down to counter tips and applications. This will help explain a lot. This will basically teach the core concepts of the game. And also, I do have a movement guide that is universal. You can do it on any platform, any input. The inputs might be a little different than what you see in the video, but it's just whatever input that I say in the video. Like if I say LMB or horizontal, the reason why I think I even redid the video and made it horizontal instead, so it was easier to translate to like controller. Not necessarily that, but it's happened to me before. So if you do exclamation point guides, let me do this actually. Yes, I have an ultimate movement guide there that you can do on any platform. What the fuck? What did I do to deserve this, man? No, it was in the chat. I said something in the chat that she. No. No, I couldn't. She just screenshot it from the chat and put it in the corner of her canvas. I was like, dude, what the fuck, man? And man, I greatly appreciate it. No problem. Also, is your friend like console or like controller on PC? I mean, Tia was there when you. And also, thank you for the Prime sub thank you. I appreciate it. That quiz thing that we did. It's console, unfortunately. But I wasn't open about that. Damn. That was wild. Well, nevertheless, I hope we'll be able to make the progress. What's on a controller, bro? We on the come up. I'll have to kindly disagree and say no. That is not a thing. Not coming from rank 1. Don't worry, you're safe, my brother. No, I don't really care about rank 1. It's just you're so severely handicapped on controller, like it's not even. It's a completely different realm to be playing on controller as opposed to like keyboard and mouse. Overstimulation is pretty much the name of the game. Can I ask, have you tried to play on controller? Of course I have. A long time ago, and I regret ever even attempting to do so. That was also when I wasn't that like nearly as far along in keyboard and mouse as I am now. Do you just feel like it's not that much of as a gap as you think? Nah, it's a pretty huge gap. Like, you know, I know a lot more than what like I actually show on stream or talk about on stream. There's a massive gap, bro. Why do you think why do you think there are no controller players in CN? We don't need to get into the specifics about it, but the only real advantage that controller has in any type of competitive game would be like aim assist. Since this game is not a hit scan game, there's not really any advantage that controller has over keyboard and mouse. Like even I don't know if Fortnite is affected by it as much as it is in Apex, but in Apex, whenever you have to like loot a box, I'm pretty sure for a long time, I think they also might have found a way to remedy that. But for a long time in Apex, if you were on controller, like you had all the benefits of, you know, your fire play was your gunplay was more proficient than keyboard and mouse player, but your looting was god awful because you can't move. You couldn't move and loot. Now I think you can move and loot now, but for a long time you couldn't move and loot, and that was like the one major caveat to playing on controller is that you might be able to beam down this person, but if you try and like loot without actually moving, like you're just a sitting duck and you're just like the easiest target of all time. Now even on controller in this game, you can't jump immediately to what you want to like pick up or buy either. So like if you open a body or a shop and everything, like you have to scroll through the entire thing. You can't just immediately choose what you want. And also you can't like drag swap off like faster. This is also a major disadvantage that controller has compared to keyboard and mouse. There's a reason. This is not like we can do similar things or we're not that far behind. It's the simple fact that these are the smaller things that make the biggest difference, which is why controller is just not used. You might be able to close the gap in like combat aspects, but if we're talking about pure like macro elements and everything that comes with the game, like you can't really do the same. You know all the world players' names in which game? What, Naraka? Don Q. I don't know who that is. Played on controller for 2 games last year. Who? And this is a CN player? Yes. So he played on controller for 2 games in J Cup last year. He played in solos and trios. Or year before. There's no there is no solo player. There's no solo and duo or and trio player in J Cup ever since. There's never been a single solo and trio player in J Cup from the Chinese side. I just say no, bro. You like not do this? Why is the site tweaking?
telling me about it earlier, and I was like, "What the fuck? What does that even? How do you even sit in that?" And then it made sense like 2 seconds before he sent the second picture.
Are you about to run some solos in a minute? I'm not entirely sure.
What will you do? There's nothing stopping you. Simply would not fall.
So this is solos. Why the fuck are there 40 names here? What? Oh my god.
You just said it really fast.
This is why we don't translate this shit.
Oh, I feel like
Why is the site so slow?
I felt like I didn't even finish saying it within like half a second listening. I'm like, damn, okay. Well, listen, I know I'm surprised how quick it was. Say that, oh, it's not good or anything, or like you shouldn't do that because, well, one, it was our last session, so I wanted to end it on a good note, and two, she's already struggling with rejection from men, and so I didn't want to perpetuate that for her. Uh,
All
Last
right.
session,
So
if it wasn't, I would have brought it up.
how can you even see the teams
I
that
know,
are
right?
not from
If it
this
wasn't for
year?
the fact that it had been our last session, I would
Is
have.
that not
But
even possible?
just let it go. Yeah, I would have
All right.
because then
I
I
don't know
could
what to
follow
tell
up
you,
with her.
but
You know, in
I'm looking
future
at
sessions about how she
2022
felt
and I
about
was
how
in
she felt like she
2022
did stuff like
and
that
there
this
wasn't
year.
a
So
player named
you know,
Don Ching,
well,
not in
no.
solos.
This is the situation in which I had to play along in a little bit, but I didn't like play too hard into it. I just kind of brushed it off and just things was we had
What the fuck is this?
always when you leave
I think a double name. I remember because they said how he was so tired of playing solos and trios, and he switched teams next year. Only been in trios. Are you talking about the king? This guy? I wish I could click on their fucking names. But, like I said, this is 2022 World Championship. This is trios. And this is solos. I had to fucking go back to not translating to English. Oh my god, not to go all the way back here. He's not in this list. He's not in this list at all. He didn't play solos and trios. Because the person that was GD's representative was T225 that year. If not 2022, was 2023. FPX ZQ. FPX ZQ. He didn't play solos. I know, bro. Know what you saw and it's cool. Was a favorite player before Pandaman? Well, I don't know where you got your info, but whoever you got your info from was very incorrect because there's never been a CN player who's played both solos and trios. They all have one solo player and then three trio players and a representative. The only person who's played solos and trios is mainly global teams that they play both solos and trios if they double qual. All right. We've got the update for the 2025 esports roadmap. So things are supposedly starting a month later compared to last year. And there's one thing major here that's different is that there is no Koi Cup here. So the removal of the Koi Cup, weekly scrims mid-season challenge, weekly scrims again, and you have the J-Cup calls, but this says for Asia and C, Asian challenge, J-Cup calls. NA Astro Cup, I don't know why there is not an EU Astro Cup or even one for every region. Like, why can't EU also get an Astro Cup? I'd actually want to see that over fucking NA Astro Cup, to be honest. My weekly, my bad, you're right. My fault. All good. Is this if there was a controller player, I'd fucking know it. I'd probably be the first one to know about it. But I will say that you have more of a chance as a controller player in multiplayer and trios than you do in solos. Because in trios you're not as mechanically like you don't need to be as mechanically skilled, or you're not at like such a handicap that it's gonna like make such a massive difference.
Mm.
You could probably make it work in trios, but in solos it's like no chance whatsoever. Did though I swear I asked Moxie, she hosted the game when she shouted it out and they zoomed in on him on controller in a bi-weekly in 2023. Are we sure it wasn't a spectator bug? And they actually zoomed in on a camera of him on controller.
Told you, what the fuck?
Actually, I hope I don't have to actually reload the entire page.
Bro, I can't cite that shit. Like, what?
Let me just click this. Oh my god, it actually breaks the entire thing. So, GD in solos. So this is what you're talking about. 2022 bi-weekly 1. Or season 1. Where he's in both solos and trios. Yes, he's very clearly both solos and trios. This is MBPO. He burned himself out. I don't know if playing both solos and trios would be burning yourself out, especially not in 2022. I think if you were playing solos and trios now, you'd probably like for sure burn yourself out. Where is... Oh my god, that's so loud. Hey bro, I'm not sure if they have this on YouTube. Because this is only Worlds from 2022. They probably have some... Would you do it if you had the opportunity? Probably not. I mean, maybe I probably would, but that's like twice the work. But this esports roadmap... The J Cup 2025 annual Naraka Blade Point World Championship will take place between November and December 2025, where the best players from around the world will clash for ultimate honor. To ensure a truly global representation, will host regional qualifiers across all 4 major global regions. Top teams from each region will earn a spot in the J Cup. Note: the Asian Challenge will return this year as a regional J Cup qualifier for AS and C players. Now, since this is noted here, this makes no sense. If the Asian Challenge is the J Cup qualifier for both Asia and C, then the only thing that should be here is this, and these two don't make any sense. Demo got a shot at Worlds this year? Bro, I thought Demo, like, I don't even know if Demo's competing anymore. The only thing that I don't even know, was it last year or the year before last? I'm pretty sure it was 2023 that his power went out during the qualifier and he got, like, screwed over. And they, honestly, that was, like, one of the worst things that can happen as a player. The fact that the Asian Challenge says that it's a regional qualifier for both Asia and C players. So that's 3 each. This, like, is probably a this is probably like an error because this doesn't make any sense. What are these 2 additional spots if the only regional qualifiers are at they're both in September for like every region, right? And if this is the only qualifier, then this has to be like a typo. This leads me to believe that it's 3 and 3 for Asia and C, and then 3 each for solos for EU and NA. Because this would be like the only reason. This would be the only way that this makes sense if the Asian solo this used to be Asian solo challenge, but now they just like rebranded it to like the Asian challenge. And if this is the J Cup qualifier for those 2 regions combined, then that means it's like 3, 3, 3, which is 9, and then China is 9, right? There's no any of this, which means that this is like an error. Because this would be like what? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But where are these additional spots coming from if there's nothing else to like get from this, right? And also, if you were to say was it an Asian solo challenge, there's nothing about that here whatsoever. And like I was about to say, even if this was Asian solo challenge is a singular tournament. It's not 2. So it would only have 1 person and 1 trio as the winner, and it's not like a 2 region thing. That's why I said that the Asian challenge is literally like this. So if you have like if you have an Asian solo challenge, then you have like a C solo challenge, like that doesn't make any sense. Then you have Asian challenge, then you have C challenge, and then you have Asian challenge again. Like what do you call this? Or Asian solo challenge, C solo challenge, Asian challenge. Then you have to put this at like 5 spots, and then keep this 3 while these stay at 2, and then have 2 and 2, which, like I said, this just makes it a lot more complicated than it actually has to be. Like I'm pretty sure this is just like a typo, like an error. Like they just meant to take this away and then 3 across the board. Because if they keep it this way and they take these 2 away, this is 3, 5, and then what? 7? Well, there's gonna be 11 Chinese players? Like obviously not. So I wouldn't take this at face value. I'm pretty convinced that every region will have 3 spots this year, which is actually getting closer. I'm pretty sure that's like the closest that we've actually gotten to it making more sense. Like I don't understand why they would literally just not give every region outside of China like an equal amount of spots. And even if they did that, if Asian challenge wasn't a thing and they did like Asia qualifier and then the C qualifier and every region had 3 spots, then China would be down to 6, but 6 even though six would be like, 50% global representation and Chinese representation in J Cup, when it comes to the finals, obviously there's way more like Chinese players that are playing for this spot and everything. So I would say like logically it would make sense, but also at the same time, like if you think about it from a business standpoint and two, like a fairness standpoint, it's kind of like if we don't have a league and we get like 3 spots each, and they have a league and they get like 6 spots, like it makes it so that what they only have like, I think there's like an LCQ for, or not really an LCQ, but they have the spring bi-weekly, and then I'm pretty sure I went over this on stream before, where like if whoever wins spring bi-weekly goes, and then whoever wins summer bi-weekly goes. Like that's 2 spots for China, right? And then whoever wins the LCQ plus the next 3 highest NBPL points would go. So it's like winners of 3 tournaments, and then the next 3 would be 6. But that's also like really difficult to reach. Which is why like the current format that they have, it's understandable why they have 9, right? It just didn't really make any sense as to why like each region outside only had like it wasn't even between those regions. But if it's 3, 3, 3, and 9, then I mean, problem solved. Let's say that I mean they solved the problem that I was talking about last year. Well, it's just like if you have if you have AS and then C, and you have an Asian challenge where they're able to play from both regions and then qualify for the same tournament, why do they have separate qualifiers in the first place? Why not just make it so that they play through this qualifier together? Let's say someone wins spring, they can't play in summer, right? I mean, they can win in both spring and summer. But if they win in spring and summer, then like it can't just go to second place because that would be a little cucked. But say in the instance that someone wins both spring and summer, they can adjust it and just make it so that if the person that qualifies for spring also wins in summer, then you just push the amount of spots down by 1. So like 1 spot taken from summer and spring, and then the LCQ you have 1 spot, and then instead of 3, the next 3 highest points, just take the next 4 highest points, because that person that would have won, if they're in the if they that person that would have won in the, what's it called, whoever gets second in the summer split would already be like in the top 5 supposedly, right? And in this way, there doesn't have to be like an LCQ either. Like you have like the spring bi-weekly final, or you have the spring split final, you have the summer split final, and then you have the Chinese mainland qualifier. And then in that mainland qualifier, you just take the next highest amount of points according to how many spots were like taken. And then you also adjust the seating accordingly to that. Because barring them from playing in summer would just kind of be like stupid, right? Like even if you barred them from playing in summer, then you'd have to like reset everybody's points in the next split, and it wouldn't like they wouldn't stack cumulatively, which doesn't really add up. And for us, we have 2 ways: game points through scrims and win qualifiers. Well, I wouldn't really say that we have two ways. I think in 2022 we had two ways, and I think it was the last time that it was like that was also 2023. In 2022 and 2023 you had two ways. It was like you either qualify through scrims or you qualify through Morris, because you could literally before you could literally just not even you could win every scrim and then not do well in Morris and still qual. Now obviously this could be all right if whoever won would just go and they would take like the next highest amount of points. That way it doesn't just throw away like your entire year's worth of first places that you got. Because as always, anybody can have an off day. So whether you're a seasoned pro or an ambitious newcomer, 2025 is your time to rise. I don't know about this. I feel like if the way that the format is currently, the seasoned pros are always going to be on top. That's how it is in NBPL too. Basically, you're telling me to play for qualifiers. There's never been a point in time where I've told people to not play for qualifiers. What I'm basically saying is that if you are not a seasoned pro, the only actual chance that you would have is either you make up the difference in the qualifiers, or not in the qualifiers, in the scrims, or you win the J Cup qualifier. Now, obviously, we don't even know how the esports point system is going to be this year, but we have suggested to them, I've suggested to Patrick like multiple times, that the system that we had last year was pretty bad, and the system for 2023 was also not without its flaws. But if they combined the two, then it would literally just be because last year you could win. Remember what happened to Zay last year? He literally was like he had such a huge lead in terms of scrim points, but then he got fourth, or I think he either got like fourth or fifth or something, and he didn't qual because he died like early on in the last game, and the points were like that close. So like the entire year like had just gone to waste because the point system was extremely punishing, or the way that you qual for Jacob was very punishing. And as always, not everything in BR is like not even having like an off day. Like you could literally just get like unlucky, and it would just ruin the entire. It would ruin your chances, especially if there's no safety net, which is why I said that they should just, instead of making it so that you could qual through literally not even playing the qualifier, or having to play the qualifier is the only way to qual, just combine the two. Whoever wins goes, and then you just take the next highest amount of points for how many qual spots there are. That's like the simplest and most fair way to do it. So that if the people that didn't play throughout the entire year, which happens a lot in fucking NA, if out of the blue you want to show up to J Cup, if you win the J Cup qualifier, then yes, by all means, you won and therefore you should be able to go. But if you doing that means pushing out others who have literally played through like the scrims the entire year, I don't think that's really that fair. Or that's not really the best way to put it, because obviously if you placed over them, then that means like you were really skilled and like yes, you deserve to go, right? But making it so that the J Cup qualifier is the only way to qual for J Cup, I don't really agree with that, because it's like this entire time throughout the entire year just like amounts to nothing when that's not how it works in NBPL. In NBPL, by qualifying through J Cup, they take your cumulative points for the entire year for the LCQ. Like you got this top three proceeding directly to J Cup, and the rest entering the CN preliminaries, save for the final team, which is eliminated. They carry out a 12 scoring stage match over 2 days to determine which six proceed to the next, the J Cup. Now we don't have like a preliminary. We don't have a mainland qualifier like this. So what I mean, the mainland qualifier is essentially like their like LCQ, right? But look at this. You have the top 16 teams fight for NBPL points. The top three proceeding directly to J Cup. Why don't they just do this? This is literally the same thing that I'm saying right now, is that they should just make it so that whoever wins the J Cup qualifier goes, and then the people that perform the best throughout the year in the scrims also go. Like maybe not like throughout the entire only scrims. Obviously, J Cup included, or the J Cup qualifier included, because if you played that well throughout the entirety of the scrims, you probably would be like in top six. But with those points included, if you were top, if you were number one or number two or even top three, you would probably have a good chance of qualifying if you had like that consistency throughout the entire year. Because I'll be damned if my year's work goes to waste over one bad day, right? Because right now the way that the system works is that there's no value in playing scrims except for playing for money, which shouldn't even be used for scrims because that's the only incentive to get people to play in scrims in the first place. And they added the money, and then they added the J Cup they added like the world's qualifier points to incentivize people to play in the scrims. But I feel like you should have already been wanting to play in it anyways if you really wanted to go to J Cup. That's why I don't agree with last year's point system, because a lot of the people that was just like that were trying to compete to qual and everything, like didn't most of them didn't even really want to go to J Cup like that. Because if most of the people, if you looked at the esports points for those who were playing in finals, let's go to EGO again, and I'm just gonna like follow. I'm gonna find a spreadsheet. I'm gonna make sure that I don't accidentally open something that I don't mean to show. I don't want to accidentally show the partner program stuff. Okay, I got to my stuff. Now, where the hell is this? Is this it? What the hell is this? This is not it. Oh, obviously this says J Cup, so it's not it. Last opened, bro. I literally this is not. Oh, it's not. Wait, is it a spreadsheet? I'm pretty sure it's a spreadsheet though. Okay, now to now to close this again because I don't know. I have to make sure that's nothing here is opened. Ah, yeah, like my my fucking my full name. Okay, I actually don't see it. Some confusion. No, I'm pretty certain that it was a spreadsheet.
That's fucking crazy.
What the fuck? I'm actually blind. Bro, there's no way. It's literally right here at the top. Okay. So, if we look at the top 6 of the lobby, right? Like let's go to EGL. And then we'll go here and we go to tournaments.
They said that shit with their whole chest, bro.
What the hell? That's already so far. Okay. So we go to the solo qualifier, right? We go to the semifinals. We already had this top 6 that qualified through this, right? So if we go to semifinals, there's pretty sure there's only 4 lobbies. No, there's 3 lobbies. The fuck? There's 2 lobbies. Okay. So there's 2 lobbies. And to qual for this, we already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people that qual, right? The next amount of points, pretty sure it's top 3 from each. So Potato, Kin, Sandalman, Miss You, pretty sure this is Berserk. Miss You, Berserk, and K7, right? So top 3 from this qual. Not really impossible, not the most difficult task in the world, alright? So let's look at the names of the people that out of this top 6 in the 2 lobbies, or top 3 in the 2 lobbies, where they were on the leaderboard. So, first person, Miss You. Literally nowhere on the leaderboard. I said that there was nothing against Miss You for this, but this is actually stupid. So, Miss You, not on the leaderboard at all. Berserk. Pretty sure Berserk is also not on the leaderboard at all. K7. Not on the leaderboard. Now, Potato was here, right? But Potato didn't play in every single scrim. So, out of the top 3 players that qualified in the semifinals, did Justin even play in the scrims either? His name would be here if he did. Yeah. So Justin, the top 4 people in the semifinals lobby A didn't even play in any of the scrims throughout the entire year. And 38 Baby is the only person who did. And he was like he didn't play in the spring split or the spring scrims, but he played in the summer scrims. Or I'm not entirely sure if he even did. Maybe he just played some challenge. Maybe he played in a challenge or whatnot, or only played in like some scrims. Maybe not a lot, but that's besides the point. The fact of the matter is, top 4 in this lobby didn't play throughout the entire year. You have Potato, Kin, Sandalman. Sandalman, and not here. Kin, here. Out of the top 6, out of the 6 other players that played in finals, 5 of them did not play. This is pretty much half of the lobby didn't even play the entire year. And this is the point that I'm trying to make, is that if any of these people qualled, which Missu did qual, all right? He did qual from getting 3rd place. But if they actually made this system like the way that they do it in NBPL, which is what we've been saying that it should be, or our equivalent to the NBPL system, since we don't have preliminaries like that, and we only have the J Cup qualifier, was that if first place wins and then the next highest esports points goes, that would probably incentivize a lot of these players who didn't play throughout the scrims to actually play in the scrims if they care about going to Worlds and not just for the money. Because then in this event, or in the event that this happens, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have 6 people. Whoever wins, if it's not Zay, then Zay still goes because he fucking showed that he actually deserves to fucking go. Rex, if Rex doesn't get second, and maybe they would also have to put like some points, and they probably have to put like esports points in the Jacob qualifier as well, so that it's just like maybe if somebody was close, like say between these 2 people, right? Between Rex and Bajin, it was only a 50-point gap, but maybe if they did this, or if like J Cup qualifier had a point spread like this, and then first place basically just went, and I don't know if you'd push this down to second, or you push the value down from like second to 12th. I'm pretty sure you just push the value down, right? So first place would just go, and then second place gets 200 points, and first place gets 100. Third place gets 140 points, right? So if this were the case, and Bajin gets second, and Rex gets third, this would put Bajin over Rex by like 10 points. This makes sense. They would probably still both go. But if you got a better placement and you were this close, then I would 100% say that you deserve it. Now, obviously, if somebody else that barely didn't even play at all, got this high up on the leaderboard, or they got this high up in J Cup and they just like shot up over everybody else, anybody else who actually still played and didn't play like terribly that day would still be ahead of them in terms of esports points. This would incentivize you to play in scrims if you actually want to go to Worlds. Because say that Rex and Bajin get like 5th and 6th, right? And they both get like 50 points each, right? And the next person that's like all the way down here, let's say Duncan got second. This would put him at 205. 205 is still less than the now 253 and 301 that they got that pushed them up even further. This is like the best way that they could do it realistically. And then you could basically replicate the same thing here, where if Tryhard doesn't win, he for sure is like the second seed because he has 375 points, and like if he gets like second or third or any of that stuff, like he'd literally just be at like If he gets second, he's at like 500 points. If he gets third, he's at 475. If I get second, I go up to like 444. And then if he gets third, or if I get third, I go up to like what, 380. There's very little that you could do aside from winning, or if tryhard doesn't get as many points, or if tryhard gets like what, not top three, which is, if he doesn't get top three here, that's the only way that like I would go above him, if I either like got second or won. But it still leaves room for like the people down here that like if they got second or some shit, like if Weapon Swapper got second, then he goes up to like 299, and then he pushes out anybody else that's up here that maybe, who knows if they did as well or if not, right? Now, just for reference, Weapon Swapper was actually about to go to Worlds until the last game where Missu pulled out a 12-point game and then passed him by 4 points. But like all the way up until up until game 4, it was me and Tryhard like going head to head within like what we were after game 4 we're like 0.3 points within each other, and then the next highest points is like what, 15 or 17 points. So like at that point we had already like pushed ourselves like so far beyond everyone else that it's like, okay, well these two are for sure like gonna qual. Now it's just like a battle for who's gonna get the third spot. And Weapon Swapper was about to be there. So like if we look at Weapon Swapper, he got fourth. If we push this down one entire placement, that means 200 for second, 140 for third, and 100 for fourth. Weapon Swapper is at 99. If he gets fourth here, which he did, it will put him at, where is this? It'll put him at 169. Basically, almost like, yeah, it'll put him at 169 here, right? So this will put him above Numza at 169. Now, where did Numza place in this? Numza placed 11th. If we push this all down by like one value, well, 11th to 12th would get like what? They get 30 points. So Numza would go from 154 to 184. It would still push him above Weapon Swapper. But now let's look at this example. What if Missu doesn't have this pop-off game and Weapon Swapper holds on to third? Weapon Swapper holds on to third. That pushes him up 140 points. That's an additional 40 points. So instead of this, he now has 200 and what? 229 points. Or not 229. He has 239 points. So if he gets third, if he keeps third place here, he goes up to 249, right? That would theoretically pass me, but since I got second, that would put me at like what, 444? So he goes up to 239. Now he's the number 3 seed because he pushes out Numza. Missy wasn't on this list, so even if Missy were to be up here, he wouldn't climb high. Since Missy's not on this list, his placement wouldn't push him up high enough to be able to like get the third spot. This makes it so that your time spent, or the time that you put into playing the scrims throughout the year, does not go to waste. Like you said, you'd hate for your entire year to just go to waste off of one bad day. And then we can also look at like Taki, where Taki only had 1 point, but then Taki got what, second place? So Taki would have gone up to like 200 points, right? That would put him at 201. That's like right beneath Yak. But Yak won. Yak won. So he gets pushed out of this, right?
Oh wow,
The next
Nova, you're so
highest,
talented.
Zay. The next highest, Rex. Even if Yak gets, even if Taki gets second, he is like the fourth highest amount of points now. Did you explain all this to EGL? Because this all makes so much sense. Bro, EGL can't fucking... EGL has no say in this. It's fucking... It's up to NetEase. EGL is just the one that hosts the tournaments, bro. But this system would literally just be like so much better. Also, just thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. The last Sarah, are you playing? Nah, we're kind of just cruising our way onto like MBPL starting. But I'm like going through, I'm like explaining some stuff with the esports system from the last 2 years, and that combining them would just be much better. It would be more worthwhile to combine the two so that people who can't play throughout the entire year, or let's say, yeah, people who, God forbid, quote unquote, can't play, but will show up for the J Cup qualifier, can still qualify if you win the J Cup qualifier. But those who played throughout the entire year don't get shafted because they had a bad day in the J Cup qualifier. But I hope that's everyone here can understand the sentiment that I'm talking about, and why this just feels like it's a lot more fair for both parties. Because I mean, if you don't play in the scrims, or if you don't play, yeah, if you don't play in the scrims like all year, and then you show up to J Cup and you win, then I mean, or you show up to the qualifier and you win, then yes, obviously you fucking deserve it, right? You were kind of like a dark horse that came out of nowhere that won the whole thing. Now, I'd be hard pressed to actually, before recently, I'd be hard pressed to see if that actually happened. Then most people would probably accuse you of, being a cheater. But of course, we have a lot of people that are actually good that just don't really care about playing BR that much. So that makes sense. I'm not familiar with Naraka point system for Pro League. That makes sense. If you have a bad day, it shouldn't kill you. As happened to Zay last year. Yep, that is exactly what happened to Zay last year.
Oh wow, Nova, you're so talented.
Yo, Mobius, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And it's fucked up, especially if he was performing really well all year. Yeah, this is, I mean, bro, look at this. He has 100, and he has over almost 120 point gap on points to Rex. And they only have 2 spots now. Well, that's the thing. I'm not entirely sure if this is accurate. Where is it? Let me just click this. I'm not entirely sure if this is accurate, because it says the Asian Challenge will return this year as a regional J Cup qualifier for both the Asian region, or Asia region, and C region, right? So AS and C, the Asian Challenge is the J Cup qualifier. So if you look at this, it says AS and C, J Cup quals, Asian Challenge, NAEU, J Cup quals. But this doesn't make any sense. If the Asian Challenge is the new regional qualifier for both those two regions, and they have 3 spots, then this is a typo, because there is no longer, there's no other way to qual outside of the Asian Challenge. So I don't know what this is. And if this is 3 and 3, because remember, all of these have to add up to 9. So this is 1 plus 1, which is 2. So this is 2, 5, 7, 9. If this shit doesn't exist, like it actually shouldn't exist, then these go up by 1. So it's 3, 3, 3, 3. So this is 3, 6, 9, and then China has 9. But I'm taking this for what it seems to be because I have good reading comprehension, and this is like good reading comprehension to take note of this note that they say it's a note right above this. So if you read this and then you read this right after, if you're not confused, then you read it wrong. You have to be 100% confused if you read this. As we know, depending on how the region performs, they get more spots. That's how it was last year. This year, it probably doesn't. It's not working like that because how does a region get more spots if they combine two regions? They combine the two regions of players that did better than NA and EU. They should have combined NA and EU, but that's just not. That's it's not really possible, as we all know. But if they combine Asia and Southeast Asia into the Asian challenge, then this doesn't exist anymore. If this doesn't exist anymore, this number doesn't go up to 4, because if this number goes up to 4, then this is what, 4, 6, 8. There's a spot missing. Where does the spot go? And you can't make it 5 because how are you going to get two additional spots, two additional non-existent spots from this? You put this 5, 2, and 2. That makes no sense. That's not balanced whatsoever. And also, to preface this, to ensure a truly global representation, this is as true as it gets if it's 3 for every region. What I understand is 3 for both C and AS. I mean, yeah, 3 for both C and AS, because both C and AS are one region now. They are the Asian Challenge qualifier. That's why it's in parentheses here. So this doesn't exist anymore. It's really supposed to be only this, which is 3 and 3, and then this should be up by 1 each. So this is 3, 6, 9, and then China with their 9 spots. How do you compete for NBPL and NA? There is no NBPL outside of China. There is no pro league outside of China. It's just China and China alone. But yeah, I saw this and I immediately I messaged Patrick about it because I was like, I think this is a typo because this doesn't look like this doesn't read to be accurate at all. Didn't you compete though? I did not compete in NBPL. I played in Worlds for I played in J Cup for 2022, 23, and 2024. So I've been to Worlds each year. I should probably update my portfolio and try and get some. I was talking with Raven in his last at the end of his stream, and I was like, he said I'd probably have like the best chance out of anybody else or the best opportunity to maybe get sponsored by an org because and use in my portfolio that I've qualified to J Cup every year that like it's existed for solos. And if I use that, then it's like, maybe I just might get picked up by an org. Because you got to use these things as leverage instead of just, letting, you go and do it and then you just don't do anything with it and then expect something to like happen when I don't expect anything to happen, but like obviously if I make that first step, then something probably would happen, right? And I was going to probably do that sometime around this summer because right now I was focused on school, so I did think about it before, but the last time I thought about this was like before actually competing in the Raka. That's a great thing to use for leverage. You're doing Jacob this year? Indeed, I am. Because there's nothing else. I mean, there's obviously content creation, but aside from that, I mean, there's literally no reason to really not play in the Jacob qualifier. Just because, for me, I do want to go to Worlds, and it's there's prize money in it as well. So it's like there's equal incentive, but I'm more incentivized to like go to Worlds again. Said this before, and it's no shade on Frost, but it was Triad number one. He's known as number two, and then it was Frost. I mean, yeah, it was, and then Frost won, and then afterwards, the thing is, I've been consistently second, where Tryhard hasn't been consistently first, and neither has Frost. So wait, wasn't 2023 the only Morris that Frost played in? Because if it is, I actually don't remember. I'm pretty sure Frost played in another Morris, but he didn't. I think he got sixth in that Morris. Wait, let's look at EGL real quick. I don't know if I'm remembering wrong, but I've like consistently placed second. So let's go back. Actually, we're gonna have to go like pretty far down. So when we get to 2023, I'll right click that one and then I'll open it in a different tab. What the fuck is this? The hell is this? Okay, so that was that one. And then this is 2022 now as trios. What the hell? Where is solos? Oh. Season 2 solos. Okay, I'm pretty sure Frost played in this one. Yes. Okay, so first, second, sixth, right? And then we have this one where it's first, second, and Triad got first in 2022, and then he got third in 2023. And then we have 2024, which, let me just go back here. That'll be easier than right clicking to like the end of time. Where Frost wasn't here for this one, but I'm pretty sure if Frost was here for this one, he'd also probably be top three. Where Triad was like first, third, first. I was second, 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 and then Frost was sixth and first. Ow, my ear. Everyone, you've been the most consistent. I'd say that I've probably been the most consistent in terms of J Cup qualifiers, but overall, I definitely say that Triad is like the most consistent. But even in that end, I wouldn't even say that like I wouldn't even say that Triad isn't consistent because first, third, and first isn't like bad at all. Like I'd probably say like to get two first place in the third is better than like getting three second places. What's up, Serve? So even in J Cup qualifier performance, I would still say that like even Tryhard is like probably more consistent because third isn't like that much worse than second, and he's gotten 2 first places. So that's just probably much. I've definitely put him over triple second place. Let's watch some of your coolest clips. I know you probably got a folder of them. Uh yeah, about that. I don't really clip. I don't really clip that often. But I do have a clip that I wanted to show where I was playing duos with Danger. Where is this? Or did I delete it? No, this is just not the right folder. Alright, where the fuck is it? Wait. What day was this? I don't even remember when we fucking... Oh. Ah, here we go. I was just like, where the hell is this? Didn't they make you a Jacob highlight? I don't think so. What am I trying to look for here? Okay. I think I found it. Where I do multiple window capture. And I open VLC. Yes. And I think something is odd or off in this because am I speaking? Okay, yeah, something was off in this in which my microphone is not being picked up in this clip. And I don't think I'm not actually entirely sure what was the problem with this. I was looking at my voice meter, and maybe it's because my mic wasn't being picked up in my voice meter, but it was still being picked up in general. So you can't hear me in this clip at all. Fuck, that's so loud. What the hell?
Oh, that's what that is? Oh.
Bro.
Nice.
Why is she so loud in this?
Oh. Also, you can open this, or you can use this thing without even having the weapon, like, on you.
Bro, look at what this team...
Soldier? Oh, do you mean the red thing? That wasn't a bag.
Look at this team.
Oh my god, I just ran into it! Alright, you.
We love this Soul Bloom buff. We love this fucking Yang buff, bro. That free mortal, this team got fucked.
Survival. Apple, please, get him.
That should actually froze in the clip too. Wow. Look at my game, bro. Oh, fuck what my game is.
Not needed. Just killed it. That's crazy. Oh my god.
Bro, I love this new buff. That buff is so good. Oh my god, dude. I love everything about that buff.
Early game.
Now, before this, we were looking for everybody in this game. We're like, where the fuck is everybody? Spirit Well is spawning. Run into one team. I turned the corner, and then everybody is just fucking here now. Like, I was literally saying, where the fuck did all these people come from?
For the spirit well. Oh shit. Oh no. Alright guys. Holy shit. Ooh. Like something's wrong with my fucking mouse right now. Holy shit. Like, it's moving super fucking weird.
That was that clip. But would you be surprised if I told you that I made so many mistakes in this clip, in this 1v2, in which I could have actually done a lot more? And I found out about this just looking back at my clip in and of itself. I was like, from here, I can like punish this guy instead of like trying to like play for his blue. But even before this, like, I messed up my juggle here, where I tried to do R&B into jump LMB, but it didn't come out.
Like something's wrong with my fucking mouse right now. Holy shit.
Then I fucking missed this. And this was like fine. The rest was like fine, but there were definitely like different areas in which I could have actually done more. And at this entire time, I was just like, wait, I didn't even know that she wasn't fighting with me until around here, is when I was just like, wait, we're fighting two different teams. Hitting people on controller like that is so hard. Indeed it is. Other clip. I just finally hit this. This shit was a little hard to do. What is this?
Holy shit.
Why did I clip this?
Brain dead ass. I don't have a thing.
Oh, that was why. What the fuck? What was look at that? Look at my stamina. I tried to get up, and
Oh
then
wow, Nova,
it
you're
gave me my
so
stamina back, but I
talented.
got staggered. What the hell?
Okay, well done. Oh, that's a miss. Oh, fucking right. Oh. Yeah, you're good. One sec.
I like how we killed them at the same time. The fuck? I didn't even notice that. Literally just fighting two 1v1s.
One sec. Rats! What the hell? Hello?
Also, Kartofa, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
Good bro.
What was this? Oh, the shit that I did to Tato, bro.
Oh, it's Tato. No, my queen. Oh shit. Am I so low?
Oh, this is so toxic.
Oh wow, Nova, you're so talented.
I don't breathe, so. Whatever, big one. Yep, I prayed that 3 times. Oh my god, you just kicked him out of my goddamn area. No.
Bro, sometimes this ball just doesn't fucking go where you want it to go. I was like, what the fuck is this? Bro, I want to know how the fuck this guy got up here so fast. Like, I'm pretty sure he was taking a heal. Oh, it's probably this grapple up here that I just heard. yeah, it was Yunana. Oh no. Quanquifador. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Bruh. I still feel like parrying this Jade is so difficult. I don't even know how I got this parry off. Oh yeah, bro. Loot the body, get the fucking bloom, double weave the Kylan ult. Nah. I was kind of schmoving in this. Oh, bro. Bro, I was in and out of there.
Please. Beans. Do you think I am, bro? I'm good. Five,
Oh yeah, I remember this clip now. After I saw the Zai, I fucking remember.
why are you wasting F like that?
Double parry, take that shit. Look at that perfect. Oh my god, bro. You couldn't ask for a better fucking teammate. I got a Lonnie F, and I'm able to fucking use it to peel for my teammate when I'm using the one that's not even the right one for peeling. I knocked them both back. How far was that knockback even? For this to even register? What, bro? She's not even near me. What the fuck is this radius? Nah, this range is crazy.
I do. Here.
Ah, this is the one we both got Palm Lightning. Look at what we did to this team, bro. Double Palm Lightning is
I'd
criminal.
actually, like, want to play them more if I had.
Yo, this is so stupid. Like, he can't even move here.
Bro.
Bro, Valda ult gone.
Bro.
Actually, such a mistake of a Jade, bro.
It's a bounty. Thank you for the follow, student.
Wait, I'm pretty sure I read someone's. I wasn't streaming, so I read someone's fucking chat. What did I read here? I don't even fucking remember.
Oh, it's me. Enjoy.
I guess whenever people were talking in chat, so I just had it up. Oh, and this is also the game where for some reason my gear up was fucking up. I was at like a 90 ping here.
Nice. Oh.
Hey, but look, before we even got in here, my ping was fine. I was like, did I just get fucking DDoS by these guys? Like, it was literally here that my ping just started going up.
Thank you for the follow, student one. You're orange buying too. Is that who I think it is? Hello, it's me. Enjoy. Nice. Oh. Oh, crazy.
Bro, this Jade is so stupid. Stuck in animation.
Are you winning? I'm. Alright, Gotcha.
Bro, the lightning strike killed him. Couldn't dodge out of this. Oh, bro, this Jade is just so dumb. I'm glad they nerfed this shit.
Oh my god, I thought you were gonna attack her.
Look at that. Perfect, not even once, but twice. Perfect F usage for teammate.
Oh my god, I thought you were gonna attack her. Oh my god. XP.
Look at that weave from the bow shot.
Oh my god. XP.
Weave? As soon as, oh my god, so, look at that awareness. I wish it could slow these down.
XP.
You can. What? I have to keep on doing fucking slower? You fucking kidding me? Alright. Okay. Did this guy just miss? Or was this like... I'm pretty sure he just fucking missed too. But I wish there was an animation, like the white highlight or the white outline only shows up when like you dodge a melee attack, not like a range attack. At least I don't think so. Does it happen? Does it happen for cannon shots? I don't think it does like the white outline. It just makes the sound effect that you dodged. Japanese Lonnie voice makes you want a mega goon. Okay, that's wild. That is actually insane. But speaking of mega goon, and no, I don't fucking do this. But I decided to go back and play what one would probably call a mega goon game. And no, I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about the coffin. I decided to get back onto PSO2 last night, just because for some reason I just had the sudden urge to get back on it. I think I was clearing my space, and I was just like, damn, you know what? When I was looking for space to clear, I did notice that I had like 140 gigabytes of space taken up by PSO2, and I'm just like, I haven't played this game in over a year, but I don't want to get rid of it for some reason. So I was like, you know what? Let me just log back on and see what there is to do. And that is going to be a game that I play while we watch NBPL. NBPL starts in an hour. Okay, now how do I get back to... Okay. I found out how to skip easily. Video. Any hotkeys? What's up, Casper? And let me quit this.
Or anything.
Oh, it was here where I thought... I'll have to show this. I'll have to show this to Danger after. So, like, I look back, right? Oh, wait, she's all the way over here. I looked back, I thought she was right behind me. So I'm just like, oh, I'm fighting this guy. I get hit, and I look back, I'm just like, ah, my teammate's right behind me. Right now I'm just trying to focus on this, right? So that's why I'm like, I'm always looking back.
An ugly white is a pink?
I was just like, and yeah, when she said this, I was like, huh? What?
You thought I was an ugly white is a pink? No race intended, by the way.
No race intended. That's crazy. Ugly white zipping. But yes, I got on a PSO2, and now it's one of the games that I have to I have to get back into playing. Let me do this, and then let me do a browser window, and I'll move the browser window above the game capture, and then I'm gonna like, okay, actually, let me make a second browser window. And this time, okay, so now I have this and this. Okay, I have two. So I'll take this, and I'm gonna make this like, okay, that's like that's super fucking small. I'll put it like down here. That way, YouTube. I'll just mute that for now. There. Now we got NBPL down there in the bottom. And really just like how NA don't care about getting stronger, but EU practice every day. Nah, I won't really say that NA doesn't care, or I will say that NA doesn't care as much as EU for sure. But there are some very valid reasons as to why this is the case. Where the fuck is my PSO2? Like, I clicked play, the launcher showed up, and nothing happened. Okay, there it is. Yo, this game is loud as shit, by the way. I don't know how loud this is gonna be. This is so loud for me. Oh my god, dude. I'm using IEMs. It makes it way louder than it actually is. Oh, look at my last login before yesterday. Bro, almost 2 years, like a year and a half ago, basically. Oh, wait, that voice, you know what that voice sounds like? That voice sounds like one of the characters from Redo of Healer. Oh my fucking god. No, bro. What the fuck is that? I feel like that's the same. That's probably the same VA, bro. Oh, okay, now is where I have to pull up my utility so I can turn on my gamepad on my Wu-Tang. That way, you know, the only reason why I even use this is so I can walk on my keyboard, because you can't fucking walk otherwise. Also, I decided to get on, and I just got like some free ass weapons. I don't know what the fuck this was, plus 90. But this is the last shit that I had. It was this weapon. I just got on and I was like, oh, they gave me a free katana for free, plus 90, and also a 11-star weapon. I'll take it, bro. What game is this? This is PSO2. Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis. Why am I standing like this? Wait. What the fuck? I was like, what the hell changed with this? I didn't save this? How do I overwrite this? Okay. I was like, where's my motion? You get class leveled for the latest update, you get a good weapon for it. Super helpful on return. Yeah, I'll say. Wait. Plus 300% EXP earned on in combat sectors with an enemy level of 70 or lower. Okay, but never mind. That doesn't really help me. Oh, KK is still here. You got an outfit that I want to like replicate this look. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, we're playing PS. Oh my god. I didn't even notice this. Bro. Is this Goon 2? Yes. Bro, the music is so nice. Okay, yeah, the SFX was way too fucking loud. Alright, so the reason why another reason why I'm playing the game again is because I'm not buying this fucking shit so I can sell stuff. But I do have, where is it? I got some shit that'll make bank. Remember there was an Oshinoko event. Alright, there was an Oshinoko event, right? I saved this shit so that I can sell it for more later on. Yes, bro. I'm gonna make this shit 23 mil and I have 3 of them. And this shit too. Where even do I do my emotes? Shift enter, or just press shift for the other pose or other version. Wait, wasn't Dance 45 the one that I always did? 4K hours on it, but stopped playing. Understandable. I'm at 11 point something K hours on Naraka, and I haven't stopped playing. I wonder when I'll stop. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. The most fun I had playing this game was the Sonic event. That shit was lit. I want that shit to come back this summer. Oh, that's what I was trying to fucking do. Bro, I opened a world map and I went up here and I'm still trying to fucking figure out how to fucking get this fish. Also, I don't know why the music changes when you're up here. Ah, initiating auto run. Good. Don't worry about the frame drop. I'm alt tabbed. Okay. I need to unplug my mouse because this shit is already full charge. Wait, is there fall damage in this game? I don't think so, right? Okay, so I went down here and I had some shit pop up on my screen. I was like, yes. Here's what you need for your dailies. I picked it up and it still says obtain seafood. Oh my god, I didn't jump. What the fuck? Oh, don't break that. It's free money. It's free real estate. But you gotta cook it at the TP? Oh my fucking Christ, you're right. Wait. Alright, oh, my inventory is full. Wait. There's only 2. You can create recipes? Okay, well, let's create this, and we'll do 1. That did not change. I don't have other Kravis seafood. Light crab. Light. Okay, that's say fucking Kravis. What the fuck? Tavares. Etc. But didn't I pick this shit up? I hope it didn't go to my... Bro, why is it that when I type... Why? Why does it not... Why does it affect my character's movement? Oh. From a mob drop, or what do you mean? It says foraging though, and it didn't even drop from a mob. It was the highlight on the edge of the fucking the mountain. What the fuck is my map key? What is this shit? Why is this my world map key? What is M? Does M do anything? Does T do anything? Of course it does. Fucking at is world map. What the hell is this? Oh. Oh. Oh my god, bro. What was 2? Oh, N. Okay. So what if I just do this? Replace with change this. Okay, now why the fuck is my world map set to this? Switch mouse mode. Ah, change back palette. Okay. Alright, so this entire thing is North Tavares. Oh my god. My controls, when I reset them, it's using my utility as the actual keybinds. Wait. Wait, disable gamepad. Oh my god. Okay. Now we can enable. I was like, who is that? It's actually wild that I'm at 225 FPS with all of this, all these particle effects. Everything is on. What the fuck? Wait. Is my cell shading off? What the fuck did I just get? I think my cell shading is off.
この後ビテムシティでステージライブの開催が予定されています。
Fuck.
皆様お誘い
Wait, no. Absolutely not, bro. That shit is literally destroying my eardrums. Yo, how do I turn that down? That was so fucking loud. Okay, there was something I was gonna do, but I just forgot. Fuck. I forgot what it was. Bro, I can't remember now. Oh. I remember. The cell shading. Oh, now I remember. Yeah, my zoom in button was like different. But like, where is my cell shading from my character? Doesn't do anything. Alright. Approach character. The legs. I think I chose the wrong thing. I meant to do approach character plus. Okay, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. This is not Northern Tavares anymore. Anyways, it's time to get this buff. Wait, you can sit here, right? No. Fuck. Yo, this quality is ass. Why is this? What is this? Is this like a heat wave? Why is everything bending? You can see how everything is morphing, right? Maybe I'll just do like a different task. When they said that this shit was gonna start shortly, I thought that was gonna mean I was gonna start in like 3 minutes or some shit. Like I might as well do this until it actually starts. What is this? Okay, so they want me to kill mobs that are here. Mobs? Easy. If the second I leave this shit starts, I swear. Oh my god. I played too much Naraka, bro. I just pressed 1. What the fuck? No. Look how many mobs are here. Okay. This counts as being in the roof, right? Okay. Wait. Oh. What the fuck? Um, um. Mark the seasonal symbol. Ah, understandable. Level 65. Aren't I already at those levels though? Wait a second. What if I just swap to like my other class? Or am I thinking of classic? Nah. Okay. We got some work to do. Yo, my FPS just got capped at 60 for this concert. Oh my god. Now we wait for NBPO to start, bro. What's this guy mean by download at 100%? Wait, did I move? I moved. Bro. Wait, is this copyrighted? Oh shit. Wait. Will my VOD get muted? Bro. I was sitting here thinking this is free content, but I never noticed. Can my stream get muted for this? Oh my god, Polaris is a group with Spider? Hey, 3 Lonnies. That's what I like to see. CDY first game Tarka. Really fucking clapping, bro. Come on, Verse. You know you want to do it. 3 Tarkas. Do it, Verse. Do it. You won't.
ステージライブは終了しました。ご参加いただきありがとうございました。
Fuck, dude. That shit was so loud, bro. Initiating hostile analysis and okay, bro. I still don't even know what this buff does. You can't see it in the bottom left, but I don't know what that buff does, bro. Oh, character info. Ah, EXP. Nice. Plus 10%? This should last for 2 hours, damn. Okay. Wait, I need to mute this. Actually, let me just not even mute in disc or on stream. Let me just mute the entire game, and then we can go, and instead of clicking this, we'll click this to hide, and then we'll do, that's the wrong one. We'll do this. Yeah. Yeah. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay. Browser.
Mike with the F1 fireball off in the distance now, or the F2 fireball I should say. Now the thing about the fireball and spamming it out with V1 is that there's a lot more cast. The rage dependency, the rage reset coming out, which means that every fireball costs a certain amount of rage. There is something about that that makes the players want to use that just to push players off. He is gold, or he is blue focus when he's casting the fireball, so he's stagger coming out, which means that
okay, no V2 Tarkas
aspect, and that's just going to be something that comes out from the long run. Reset.
Is Frost the only Temmie? Oh my, it's cooked.
A lot of density right center stage, which I'm happy to see early on. Like I said, a lot of the time you get the combination of it being Predoria as a map alongside people just hungry to get that first victory, and that leads to sparks flying early on. So excited to see that for sure. Moving into a night map as well. Something to watch out for here as in particular, I'm really looking over at that region where we got BBE dropping alongside JL. I think that this could be a place in which you get this funnel back down to center of the map, and you're going to get multiple teams clashing all the way through until we get that first Rumble Yang drop.
Yeah, over by Imperial Camp is seeing Frostbus. He's going to be looking to pick up the Firefly and head right down center or even northeast. Otherwise, he has opponents on both ends between WBG's Verse as well as FPX's Star. Game 1 begins. My name is Severio alongside Nyarko. We're looking at Ascension 4 and 4 teams on the board. CDY, remember, common armor is on default, meaning all players have common armor off rip. CDD5 finds a purple one off the jump, and then with CDY, he's taking a fight up against what seems to be GG Shaw. GG Shaw with the common fan and CDY with the common staff, picking up a pole sword alongside this with blue rarity, but he's still getting jumped between both sides, between Alliance's A Shao as well as now T225.
CDY and Shaw look like they're just going to be handshaking this for
Best
the time
quality.
being. Definitely a runner around, as we also got Lipo up here. T225 is going to forge down through the basement level. So with 4 people here,
all right, Spider,
and
it's time for the Lonnie game.
being that you want to just grab as much as you can, the little bit of extra protection that's provided by that off the rip common armor could be the case that aggression I was calling for early
Okay,
isn't
Spider's already
initiated
dead.
just yet. There's too many actors, too many people in this dense hot drop where you don't want to be 3rd or 4th partied.
Yeah, and if I want to produce anything out of here, it's going to be trying to go for early elimination and then start spacing out for a snowball aspect. But T225 has the gear right now to start the fights between anybody
let's
who's
go,
common and
Frost.
below. He finds GG Shaw and he cuts around the corner. We're looking at kills across the field. Verse getting killed, Frostbus getting killed against AS, and he's over by the Imperial Camp. He's up against Bowdish Choose slash Chuchang, and where Chuchang has purple armor but common dual blades in standby and having Lonnie ultimate in just a quarter of an ultimate rage bar.
Yeah, Frost in a lot of trouble. No armor to speak of. Already at half health. Just going to be staggered. Tries to fall back. Utilizing the Wisp. Chuzheng just going to follow straight inside of the Sandstorm. Will they get caught up here? May have actually raced a little bit too far. As Frostbus actually is going to take a little bit more of that fight. Chuzheng
No, terrain.
Trying to wait out the Sandstorm. Using this time to restore a little bit of health. May not have any armor powder to wish to drop here by virtue of Frostbus just getting a one-touch.
And he has his ult now. It's cooked.
Out of action. Chuzheng trying to get back in. Actually going to drop a little bit.
Ooh, nice
here.
dodge.
Doing a
Unfortunate.
job, trying to stay stable. That being said, Ball is out. Chuzheng happy with the situation on the line. He's trying to go protect.
Nice
now.
F.
Frostbus trying to buy a little bit of space. Taking it to the air.
He's dead.
Oh, that
well,
is
he's still dead.
heartbreaking. I think with the
Bruh.
stun into drop, that'll be enough for Chuzheng to get first elimination. And Frostbus is going to have to try again.
Yeah, first kill coming through here for Chuchang to come out, and then of course taking a look at the scene about Ascension form. A lot of fights is going to be inspired. Nice parry off of the flying knives horizontal,
Damn.
but then a drop down from Wu Fang and an ultimate cast coming out from GG Shaw. Now T225 knew to take the opportunity of using that ranged weapon. The shield throw comes out from Shaw. He's got 1 proc.
Oh, guys, it's 2v1. Look at him.
For the staggers. T225 is getting melted across this corner and looking for a common armor.
Holy
He's not going to get it.
shit.
He gets blown up. GG Shaw gets the elimination, but Wu Fang finds that Soul Bloom.
Yeah, Wufang in a really happy position already on epic armor here. Lipo just gonna have to try
Got
to
the
face
wrong
them
one.
down with the Soul Bloom refresh. It looks like TE's just trying to run a rough shot over this one, as that's gonna be another elimination here. And now we got a tech chase scenario. I don't really know if CDY has anywhere to go. Fireball gonna throw an off as he goes around the corner. Unfortunately, with the Shale, that's just gonna be a lockdown. Start things off. Further approach going to be harried as now there's a 3rd fighter. Ajiao trying to come in on the far side.
Okay,
of
what
this
is
one.
this?
Rare armor
This is
available.
grief. He's
CDY
just like,
gonna
hit me,
drop
hit me,
Wufang.
bro, hit
They
me.
try to take this still. Yet
Thanks, bro, I
again,
got you.
diving upon the corpse. I think that they got the Soul Bloom there, and in kind there's momentum to try to get back into this one. Asia now going to get into an encounter with Shaw up against the sidewall now. Wufang dives in, wants to go for the 3rd party. Asia trying to stabilize here, crosses around the corner. Will manage to restore their armor. Unfortunately, Wufang yet again gonna get first touch off this tech chase scenario. Back
Wait,
around the corner.
didn't he just
we
ult?
do have Shaw still looking for an entry point into this one. Wufang has
What the
proc
fuck?
ultimate now, or has it available. Gonna try to activate it here, gets the blink, and now Shaw comes on in. Asia the one that's actually in trouble. Very little health available. Wufang having to play on the periphery of this one. Tries to buy a little bit of space. Asia actually gonna get the separation at half health. Manages to get a little bit of a restore. Good launch up top. Wufang going to give chase alongside Shaw. Asia just trying to get out dodge. Unfortunately, that's going to be another hook shot landing upon them. There's the stagger as well.
Bro, look
Wufang
at
with the
Shaw.
killing blow. Asia gonna try to pop more abilities. Try to buy a little bit of spaces. Now the aggro is gonna be handed back off to Shaw. Asia on the slide down, trying to give the run around for the time being. Still at half health. Good phase rush, trying to get out here. Here comes Shaw right behind them yet again. Hook shot going to land. Shaw gonna give chase on the nunchucks right now. Ajiao will be able to restore armor, able to swap this back up. Now Shaw's the one in trouble, and here comes Wu Fong. Ajiao gonna be hit down. One more shot will do a knockback, trying to fade away. Will be able to drop their F ability to do so, but now it's on a one-touch scenario. Another armor swap is gonna keep them topped up. Shaw now may actually be the one in a little bit more jeopardy here. Ajiao trying to dive in. Wu
Okay,
Fong
bro. What
just
the
gonna
fuck
try to
was
hit
that,
both
Wu
in
Fong?
time. Ajiao
Wait.
gets an elimination versus Shaw, but Wu Fong has the material
Okay.
advantage now.
That's
With the half armor available for Ajiao. Ajiao gonna get hit down.
ambitious
Good
parry.
trade there in favor of Wu Fong. Wu Fong a little bit too early
He
on
has
the
his ult.
parry. Ajiao overinvest though, gets knocked
Ult.
back. Wu Fong still in the driver's seat on this one. Ajiao gonna restore ultimate, trying to go again for this one. Dash forward, good explosion. Wu Fong actually gonna lose all of their armor here. Ajiao may be able
The
to
ball
clutch
came
this
back.
one out. Here we go with the ball combo.
There's
Wu
no way
Fong
he wins a
wins
1v2.
Ajiao, someone
What the
turns it around.
fuck was that
That's gonna
throw?
be his third elimination coming through here, and a lot of gold to make purchases at the shop. Purple armor or purple rarity
Nah.
weapon can be purchased, and hoping to
Nah,
see what the
bro.
RNG goes right for him in his shop option. We've seen
Who the
Star
fuck
take
was
it
the other
again.
guy?
Obviously, Volpine's essence
Shaw
is
sold the
objective.
fight.
He takes all consideration for that Volpine's trying to get it, even if it's in the zone. And Arcadia being such a a heavy area to be spawned in, if players decide to take it, if it's not within the realm of reason, they won't take an option of going that direction. Besides Star, we see Chusheng though up against what seems to be Spider at the ancient stockade. They have blue rarity versus purple rarity. Chusheng with purple with Lonnie, blue rarity for Spider on Lonnie, and this is gonna be Flying Eyes versus purple staff. So coming out from Spider. No eliminations. Getting eliminated early on over by the Sword Tomb. Seeing Jail's AS having his position over here by his Romy Yang over by Twilight's Pass. His opponent being over yonder. He does have Palm Lightning. He does have Alchemy. Palm Lightning comes out here. We saw it yesterday. We saw how OP it was. So strong, in fact. Hot patch. Yesterday, if anyone saw that mail come into the mail, you know that hot patch really made a notion about how strong that Jade really is for the Flying Knives, and it's still showing its worthwhile value. But parry coming from Polaris, Star going ahead and procking out that the F1. Not having Yang pass means that he only has a certain amount of time before Light Polaris makes its chances here and making it out. Obviously, catching him out of that, looks for a plaque, throws it, connects it. Not going to be the case. He wasn't able to get the plaque strike for the 5-second stun, which then gives him another opportunity right now. He's going to go for it again, potentially going to be sniping him out of the zone and getting into that Romy Yang, and that's going to be a spotlight right there. One R&B to the next.
Bro, leave your teammate
the travel
alone.
velocity speed of the
XD.
Flying Knives has been increased, so now for Star, he's able to guarantee that a lot easier nowadays. And now for Spider, Ancient Stockade position, like I mentioned, he's got Scatter Shot, no bow, but he is inside that Romy Yang, building up max mitigation right now before this first Romy Yang starts to begin here in a couple of seconds. If no other players decide to take it, be a surprise for sure. 2 T's Wu Fong though fights Chusheng outside. Nice parry from Chusheng, looking for it. Gold stanchion animation coming out here. He will eliminate Wu Fong from that point on, and that knocks out one player from our lobby down to 11. And Chusheng has the gear to pick up, but Star finds his opponent, which is Spider.
What a start for Wu Fong. Unfortunately, momentum completely cut, and as he said, that's going to be elimination. Romy Yang actually is going to be able to fill up here, as already it's going to be Spider taking the skies, trying to fight off against Star for the time being. This Lonnie is able to sustain for quite a while. Musket shots, trying to find stuff at range, but there's the power of those flying knives. They're able to answer back, go ban for ban on this one. Good fall back by Spidey here, trying to restabilize on this one. Star, though, remaining relatively unscathed in this situation, going to be able to cross around the pillar, as we do have ball activated here for the Lonnie. Spider gonna be able to go for a little bit of an exchange. Unfortunately, gets Pokeballed on up, and here comes Star. Great follow through there, utilizing this Liam play to the best of their ability here. Big trade in their favor. Star once again working on that zoning game plan here, trying to charge up with the blue to get good Flying Knives damage at range. Spider just gonna have to try to use the fadeaway yet again. F activated, but they're staggered once again. Good little parry there, but Spider, I don't think has enough resources left to try to turn things back around. Star, though, in a little bit of trouble here, actually gonna get hit down to half health. Big combination. Spider may have an opportunity as they're gonna round the other side. No, called out. Heartbreak at the very end there. What a great parry, and that is gonna get Star that.
Really gave him the opportunity, but that Volpine's being on standby. Jabbing to be picked up, as well as Golden Nunnies and a purple Hong sword.
Volpine's
for Star.
MVP.
So having the jabbing alone is enough of an upgrade. Just because when he's able to find that gold purple staff, maybe hopefully from Chishang, if he finds that parry, he might have a chance of being able to utilize the jabbing so on, as long as he's able to find it in the first place. Spider, though, makes his way towards the cave over by the ancient stockade, knocking down both flaming cages, at least trying to. And Cena has been looted for the cave for itself. And the TT25 winning his Romy Yang against Alliance's A Shao. He comes out of this and trying to look for him, try to hunt him down if he can just try to spotlight where the sound is coming from. A Shao, though, on his reset value over by Twilight's Pass, picks up a bounty scroll.
NBPO Yang is important.
Player,
Is Yang important? Like, can't you still do good avoiding Yang? Yes,
look at the
you can.
replay between TT5 and
Yang is not everything.
Alliance's A Shao. Now, TT5 was the one who won this realm, so it's going to be a preemptive spoiler. But TT5 looks to try to go off of this end after burning his combo breaker to utilize his ultimate to get that knockback and make sure that he does not get staggered. And while A Shao is looking to try to catch an LMB, the ultimate to deny the orb before number 1 comes out. TT5 still has a secondary orb. There's going to be the chance right there. Catches him, even with the amount of time right here. This is going to be deletion from this R&B drop down. The cancellation of the ultimate was a surprise, but A Shao had to have done so. Otherwise, he'd have been deleted from the lobby. But look at the chase from TT5. Looking to try to switch on over towards a stack.
Ooh, that was a nice grapple catch.
Jump LMB, and that's the elimination. We switch back over to A Shao with 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, over by Ancient Stockade, getting chased down by JLAS, and SS1's CD1.
Asia gonna have to turn around, dig their heels in and fight this one. Blue charge on either side, gonna fire off an attempted parry, not gonna land. AS really good control of this one, gonna continue on the chase down. Asia in a little bit of trouble here, looking for a scale rush, trying to buy a little bit of space. Another player on top of them, and I believe that's the bounty mark as well. Yes, it will be.
Oh, it's 2 Tarkas.
Entering into the fight, Asia maybe in a little bit of trouble here, already losing their armor. That being said, AS in a lot of trouble as well. Asia maybe trying to redirect the attention for the time being. Know that they also have to get this realm of gang depletion off of them. Asia really good catapult up. Unfortunately, loses sight for a second there of the quarry. AS back around the corner, manages to get an armor swap in the meantime. And now A Shao's in a little bit of trouble here, losing armor of their own. Explosion in the sky here, and it's going to be a 3-man chase.
The Tarka teamers.
As A Shao is trying to buy a little bit of space. Armor powder picked up on the purple nutties, looking for a wrap around. AS maybe in a little bit of trouble here, only on common armor for the time being. And now we are going to see the entry point once again for CDY. A Shao just trying to buy space, knowing that they can compete for the time being if they get double teamed here at the end. Roman Yang depletion, though, definitely putting pressure on them for the time being. We'll get an armor swap of their own. A Shao dropping around the far side, trying to break that utilization of the zip line. And now we got AS yet again on the chase. A Shao caught out. This is a problem for sure. I believe we got yet another player here in the 4 stack now. A Shao trying to give the run around. Unfortunately, I think that this could be the end of the line for them.
Yeah, it could be. The fireballs come out here, he avoids it, and he definitely puts himself in that dagger position of just being able to scare rush in and out. Realm of Reason comes out, the intellectual conversations to be had, but A Shao, he's making this none worse for the wear for these players, and they're spending a lot of time. Unfortunately, there is a Realm of Yang right next door. There's going to be a chance right now for A Shao to see if whether or not he can just try to force a fight between the two, but then there's 3, and this is going to be a difficult situation. 2 Tarkas and a Liam looking for that Solum. AS will find it. He'll get rid of that Realm of Yang depletion. He gets himself the loot as well as the gold. The shop is available for him if he wants to look for anything before he enters Realm of Yang, but of course, there's only 4 passes to be available. Spider, on the other hand, can't find a target for his life. He does find Chishang at one of the Realm of Yang passes with the Realm of Yang.
Unfortunately, it's another Lonnie.
Chishang has the purple dual blades, looking for the universal slash usage if he can. Spider looking to try to look at this from a different angle.
Yeah, it's time to team on him, get him.
Burned out. Okay, so is his. So now for Spider, he takes a chance against GG Shaw, the Shio, and this is going to be a problem right now, right? Looking at the blue focus is being spammed out here. Once the HP comes down to a low enough threshold, GG Shaw will not think about twice about using his ultimate here, so long as Spider uses his first, and that's going to be the case. Spider uses his ultimate first. This is GG Shaw 2 now. 2 on.
Shaw's trolling.
Now, he gets caught by 1, gets Shaw breaker right back up.
What the
he
fuck?
Still has the ultimate cats come out here today.
Yeah, that makes that Shaw an incredibly scary scenario here. Spider continuing on the chase down, knowing that they can't fight this for too long. Versus right there, full health, full armor. Definitely a tough position. Shaw hopefully going to be tasting enough fate that Spider will be able to buy a little bit of space and hopefully disengage from this entire fight.
Nah, bro.
They are going to go the other way. But unfortunately, they will drop in kind from the Realm of Yang depletion, unable to get the kill.
Now for GG Shaw, he has 2 shield blocks left, but his ultimate's done now. The Soul Bloom is left on standby for where Spider's dead body is. If GG Shaw can make his way towards that corridor between the Hall of Worship as such, he could find it right then and there. He's got to look down in terms of making the kiting path towards that, but he makes his way towards the Hall of Eternity. Meanwhile, Realm of Yang has victory between both Chishang and CDY to see who is going to be the one on top. And between these two, both stacked at purple armor, purple rarity weapons, a Tarka versus Alani. Harry comes out from the double focus. Sap Jade reveal from Chishang, throws it at the combo coming out here with the fireball, but of course the combo break Breaker was used, and this is going to be where CDY has an opportunity. This is V1 variation. This is reset for the Rage for the Fireballs, which means that if CDY finds an opportunity of using it, he could also take a good gander of when to use it just to make sure he does not get caught at the Lonnie COD.
Charging up, CDY just wanting to round this corner, but also wants his opponent to make the move first here. Chujang looking for the entry point, gonna lose a lot of their armor to try to find a way in here. Has to get close, try to fight for dagger. Now back on ranged weapons, trying to trade this back. Chujang doing a good job, continuing to use the obstacles of the Realm Gang to their advantage here. Hook shot down below, gonna get caught up by the fire there. Has to touch back up the side. CDY using the opportunity to recover a little bit of their armor. Now, once again, taking to the sky, looking for the scale rush to try to get a trade going here. Chujang keeping their health about them though. CDY doing the same. This going on for a while now. Both of these guys in a little bit of a stalemate. Chujang gonna land the first volley at range and may try to use that as an entry point. CDY blue focus just gonna use the spacing that the staff gives him to try to get away here, but Chujang will deny that opportunity. Cross back around the far side, baits it out with the counter hit. There you go. What beautiful stuff out of Chujang.
And Chujang did that beautifully, waiting at the ultimate, and now he's able to get another universal slash
This
as well as looking at
is such a hard losing fight for
Longsword
Tarka.
picked up in a twin shot bounce shelf in case he needs it. But I think the longsword would be a great option. But considering he has dual blades, I wouldn't say anything else, because if he decides to use dual blades here predominantly, that would be a great chance to just looking at how often the players are thinking he's going to spam with those blues. FBX the star and CDY though, off of the Purity Chamber, looking at this fight here, making sure to see about the golden nunnies in his hands, in his pocket, as CDY is looking to chase us down with blue halberds, looking at the double R&B, throws a fireball, chasing out here with the R&Bs, catches one twos, look for a jump LB attempt, he dropped down the splice. Obviously, AS is here, and the ultimate comes out from the Liam. I'm not even sure he's going to be able to find himself a grab from one of the yoinks. There's nothing here to give benefit for Star except for distance closure. He finds himself against a Tarka in ultimate form. The fireballs come out. Like I said, V1, F2, that's the combination.
It's actually crazy that the most ground that Tarkas can get is when they're teaming with each other, bro.
And if he can hopefully not do so when the ultimate comes out, he sees CDY ends his ultimate early. This means that there's only one target with an ultimate on standby, potentially with AS.
Good utilization of topography, getting around corners, charging up with the blue focus, getting a little bit of poke damage in. CDY though still going to give chase for the time. Big Star looking, as you said, to just continue to buy space in this very, very intricate setup that we have going right now. 3-man chase down for the time being. Star trying to move under this roof, unable to get the space that they wanted. Now CDY could be the focus though. On the other side of this one, knows that he has to get this depletion off of him for the time being. Multiple people here that he has to take to, but at the same time, all of them look relatively healthy, very confident in the situation, and people, now that they have drop focus on Star, are all going to be in stalemate once again.
This might be a spotlight right now for
Now it's
Chujang.
cooked.
If he has himself to catch one of these targets, especially with the ultimates or drop down blue focuses, he will devastatingly remove their armor from the lobby. And one thing is mating note is that
we'll
TG5
go down
also has
here.
Dragon Warren standby with gold nunnies, so he finds the combination with both of those. He's great. He's set to go. His path
They
is
will
gonna be a
die
straight
here if
line
they don't
across, but
leave.
he wants to take the
But
opportunity of using the white
CDY
Tiger's
still
prowess here,
needs a
finding any low
firefly
targets.
or a
And now for
flower.
JL's AS finds himself outside of this area. CDY still looking around, looking for that Liam.
And
He might
AS has
actually
to
make a
stick
connection
around
against him in just a moment,
because he
but
knows that
Star actually just hiding out
CDY
here for
lost
the next 3
Yang,
minutes.
so he
He's
needs
only
to
got a
help
set
him
amount
out
of time
here.
as well for CDY to try to get that Rummy depletion, get rid of. Now,
But
this
the
is gonna
longer
be
he
where we get
stays,
to
the higher the
next
risk he's
stairwell
at, because he
where
also
players
doesn't have
decide
ult,
upon
because he uses
dropping
ult
through.
too.
Maybe one of the players is on a standby.
So he
I know
might just dip.
Frostivus definitely
Like,
would be one player
I think
to
he's
make
full.
a very
They full
smart
split up.
macro decision-making notion of going towards that. You can see him in the distance. He's over by the field, and he's making sure that he can try to have the south end of this region to his own. But the players start closing in. He starts spacing out. JL's AS is also making his
Now they're
approach to
chasing the
distance
Tarka.
as he's looking to try to make a break line of sight with his ultimate being down. He still has time with rage per second to start stacking that back up. But obviously 2 minutes and 20 seconds left for Star right now.
You're gonna
Having to
see
look
him.
towards the next light of day for a player or a target for him to lock down, and none of these players are going to make this ever happening, especially
Alright,
with all of
Frost,
these
it's
rock
time to
faces
dip.
and all these walls where they're able to scare rush. But he finds one opportunity. He heard a clink, and he looks at the tumult here and might actually want to force the tumult ultimate, which would be the smart play, because once that tumult ults, there's nothing that's going to give him an insurance policy.
Yeah, Star in an agonizing position here. Everybody knows they want to disincentivize Star from actually taking a fight because of the fact that he has that Rummy.
What in the Moon Shard
Nobody wants to
Storm?
take the risk. Star going to be caught out. That could be enough space for Frostivus to just get out of dodge. The Shadow going to be closing in as well. Star in a tough position. People behind him, but it's going to be hard to initiate one side or the other. And remember, this is all just for a 50-50. Star took a gamble so far. He's struggling to make it pay off.
Yeah, there's gonna be a spot right now, maybe to see if Shang can try to find a line with the Universal in the distance. The drop down blues with that Jade and the weapon of gold rarity is enough to just blow someone up. But for Star, a minute 20, it's been already a minute, folks. It snaps of a finger, and Star is making sure that one of these targets can get focused. Might be a spotlight for CDY to be looking for the 1-2s, and of course, that's gonna be the timing enough to push Star away.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. You need to be basically flawless on your entry point, otherwise stuff like this is going to happen. We've seen how good these players now are at just utilizing this movement to buy space and getting long chase downs, and Star cannot afford that at this time. That being said, he is blessed with CDY being caught out by another player here. A little bit more damage can be put down on this player from SS1. That being said, Star is unable to get as far in as they want. Actually going to take quite a bit of damage in doing so themselves out of a one-hit scenario. Just gonna get knocked out here, unfortunately for both of them.
Polaris gets 2 kills. Wait, okay. We're cooking.
Use this opportunity to heal back on up. Lipo going to do the same, and I think that the dust
Fact
is
that
gonna
to rely on
settle.
whoever picked the same
People
character
are
as me to
going
do anything
handshake
sucks.
This as we're looking for final circle now.
Yeah, I mean that's just
And 7 minutes
NBPL
left on the clock.
inherently.
Spearwell to be brought up
But
here. We are
one
gonna
of the
see
issues,
Moonshot start coming
there are
up in
obviously
T25
characters
as
who are
well
weaker
as
or
a
stronger by
erudition.
themselves.
He also has Assault Smolder and a Sky Punch. Sky Punch also being
But
buffed
even
this patch.
Tarkas
Uppercut
together
being blue focus, multiplier to be increased.
aren't
Size one to
really
use that you
posing
can,
that
but
much
like
of
I
a
said,
threat
Moonshot
compared to
Storm
like
is
the
also
other
a favorite
characters.
dominance that players want to take. Verse though takes the Spearwell, has Cyro preemptive, cancels it to make sure he can ensure the chase, and T25 could be surprised by that, but obviously
One of the
T25
things
has
that's
the spacing
actually
necessary to go right back to Purity Chamber. And when the circle starts to
detrimental
close in
about
here for Shadow 4 down to Shadow
Tarka,
5, that's going to be where the Purity Chamber is no longer
the other
available for
characters
players
that
to
would be able
hide
to
out,
like do
if you will.
more,
But
like
Polaris
say
finds
you
himself
put
in the focus
Tarka
of
against
Verse.
like Justina
Verse
or
with 2
Lonnie,
minutes and 30 seconds
like
left on that
they
White
can
Tiger's
just
prowess.
they
Buck
can
is looking to try
perfectly
to come back
kite
to
without
static.
even
He finds
using
one.
any of
He
their
makes
ult
sure to
cards. Like
avoid
they
the
might
fucking
use their
sword and he
ult
comes right back in.
to
Fireball
cast
right
it,
to the
but
face.
as long as they
Polaris
don't
gonna
throw
be
any
targeted in the
of
lobby right
their,
now with the low health and with the
they
burn
don't
tick
dash
going
or they
off
don't use
slowly,
their
he's gonna have
ball,
to look
like
for an armor swap here very shortly.
Tarka's ult
Lipo
is
not a lot of
always
options
ticking
in this
and theirs
scenario.
isn't.
Gonna get back up inside of Shadow will drop back out. Unfortunately, Verse is right on top of them for the time being, and this could just be a stand and fight
Rip.
scenario.
If
Unfortunately,
Frost
that
had
might last
like
all of 1 second as Frost
gold
will
throwing
cut off his
knives, it
escape
would have
path, and now Verse
been
and
better.
will both scatter back out. Frostivus in a little bit of trouble here. Gonna buy some time off of the Wisps. Needs to get to safety though. Currently trying to keep healed up, but in a tough position overall.
Frost, get out.
Storm not gonna do
His
him
own
any
4.
good if he cannot get out of the shadows. Here we go.
T25 gonna grief.
Utilizing the hook
Look at him,
shots
he's
again
hiding in a
at just
fucking bush.
fraction. Has the armor, but Chuzheng smells blood in the water. Looks at the chase down versus Frostivus. AS
guys
also
had to
here.
burn.
Fireball going to be utilized. Frostivus in a scary scenario. No longer can run into the shadow as it currently stands. Will just need to get out the old-fashioned way. AS just going to give chase behind them. Frostivus down to just touch now in a very, very difficult scenario. As Verse also wants to dive in. Bane's Breath on one side, Shadow on the other. Frostivus' end of the line could be here and now. Crossing through inside of the storm. Very difficult
Rip.
position. One more touch. That'll do it. Verse with the killing blow.
And now Verse getting the D-Res completely with 5 eliminations. He's looking to try to make sure he can find a legacy to catch up onto. For Verse, though, he is stacked out of his mind right now. He's able to keep himself nice and healthy with this Vajra script, has the engraving, has a blistering edge, has a lot of plethora of Jades that are strong to him, as well as to the opponents to keep notion about. Verse looks to kind of counter the counter grapple with an immediate range shot in order to chase it down for Chishang. Chishang is looking to take this fight. He has a horizontal. He looks for the anticipated parry. The uppercut's confirmed. The blue focuses doesn't come out due to CT5 griefing this out. 1, 2, 3 parry. They're coming out here with the delayed F1. Now for Verse, having combo breaker still to his name means that he can take any risk he decides to take into a fight, even with a blue focus hold check. And there's going to be Chishang. Look at rushes down. Blocking stream comes out. Blue focus comes through. He throws another one. He throws another one. Shotgun blast has come out here. Syra ult to counteract the Lonnie ult, and then Lonnie will try to disengage here completely for the 200 heals and gets the teleport going, which means that she is able to confirm it. And if Chishang waits us out, he could get another 200 heal just because of that goalie stance. He finds it. He goes across the corner. He gets dazzled, and he gets eliminated here. Potentially, there's going to be the Palm Lightning coming out from AS and looking for the last final hit confirmation for that White Tiger's prowess. He is not going to get it, and for Verse, he finds a new target while Chishang is still living for his life.
We'll be able to get a little bit of a heal here. Unfortunately, it's just going to be a cavalcade of people trying to dive upon his position.
Wow.
And the Fireball will be the one to finish him off here. AS at the periphery, knowing that this fight between Verse and T225 is going to define so much. Both of these guys with the massive material advantage, and therefore AS could be the next target. This guy's right now. We are going to see another gold armor member.
Oh, he poisoned him with that?
Verse actually taking a little bit of splash damage now. May need to get the heal back up or for the good further re-engage Fireball as the chase down AS try to turn the tables. first, able to heal up for the time being, taking
They
a lot
both
of damage,
have
though,
it,
and
bro.
Humbled by both sides now, down to just a
Like,
sliver, will not be able to
dude.
survive. T225 though on the follow through doesn't just want that, they want AS as well. We'll get it off a massive parry. Here comes the juggle through as well. AS in a lot of trouble as they try to find something on the cross up. Will need to just dig their heels in and make a final stand here. T225 though trying to deny any opportunity at buying space, buying separation, buying more time, and here comes the lockup and Pokeball. T225 about to bring this one to an end off the flying knives combo. What a shelving from a front runner.
Nice conclusion coming through here.
Pretty
especially coming from
self-explanatory.
The sight lines that we saw from Purity Chamber, but the slow roll happens to come through. Verse making his notion with a Syra, but not coming out on top. Target MVP. YZG225, another MVP. Man was like, this is normal. This is normal behavior for me. He's gonna go through here for his MVP for week 4, number 3. Into this.
It's actually just insane. Like if you get Palm Lightning, you literally guarantee.
Duncan was awake. He'd be looking at this from an end.
Like I think if you get Palm Lightning, you're like guaranteed top 3. I'm not gonna lie. Like Frost probably could have lived longer if he had Palm Lightning.
But of course, this is where this Tarka choice pick makes its notion. This was a round 5. Phase 5, Phase 6 selection, and for Tarka to come through here is obviously one thing, but just like how Justina's can work out, just like how Tumultuous work out, it's about the usage of him in any case from the matches, whether it's a double pick or a single pick. And now for the players, having to see about whether this is going to be a switch up from the play style that they were expecting versus what occurred. Now is the case right now for the players to keep in mind about the other options on the table.
Piling out of this one. I said battle lines are going to be drawn on Perdoria, and there we go. Final circle not needed, everybody, as we do see a very aggressive bet from these players, hungry to make their mark here in bi-weekly number 4.
Yep, and now we have to take a look at the scoreboard comes through here. Now we're looking at an overall standings of the 18 players in solos, and this means that we have to look at seeing who is able to try to chip away some points in and who's already played in day 1 to make it out for top 12. This is where day 2 and onward comes out. I know that a lot of day 3 players are going to be coming.
My opinion, they're playing Tarka wrong, but what do I know? They're pros and I'm not.
But for day 2 gamers, the players who are playing for their second day of playing, this is their last chance overall. So for right now, we have to take a look at the scene about how that's going to end up. Obviously, coming.
How would you say that they should play Tarka? Because I myself am not a Tarka player, so I can't really say anything in this opinion. But I do know that there are some things that like people.
To the next, and there was nothing that can give A-Shot more
I won't say like the pros know absolutely everything, but there's usually a good chance that if they're a pro, that they probably already thought of like something that someone else has thought of.
YouTube chat. I know you guys are out there, but make sure you're on Twitch chat to enable those rewards as well as having your Naka UID handy. But 2 Tarkas is the answer.
Just because they put like
3, 2, 1 screenshot.
They put so much time
2
into
targets is the answer,
practice and preparation.
From these Tarkas that were chasing out.
I feel like if you're gonna play Fireball,
it was
then third party with it.
And the problem is that I saw
I feel like AS did like good that game. He never got himself into like a 1v1. I don't even think he went Yang.
Because he was using staff, and then when
and going Yang is like probably one of Tarka's like strong suits nowadays. But he didn't go Yang, and he never was like the center of attention.
He wasn't able to catch that off.
Or the focus.
And then with Alani,
and he always like just threw a fireball at.
And it's just that mind game that comes out between the players, right? Knowing which
anybody that was like
and then seeing how the fireball is being used there. That's something for the players to keep in mind about where his skill can be used in close proximity.
And I think he was also keeping track of their stamina too, with how many dodges they had, to try and increase the chances of the fireball landing.
Very well distributed kill count is something I want to note out of this one. Sometimes you're seeing people push towards double digits in some of the more wild.
So I'd say that AS probably played Tarka he played Tarka in like the best way possible, like macro wise.
Right down there at the bottom is something I'm surprised to see. This is somebody who's been a front runner time and time again, but there we go, no kills, no points to come through from that one as a whole. Looking at the other side, Verse as well, making their mark early in this one. Didn't get quite enough in the way of kill separation to actually leapfrog the YZTU representative in terms of points, but this is a very, very solid crop at the top that I'm expecting to make a mark in future games as well.
Yeah, we saw Palm Lightning there at the very end. Moonshard Storm, the extreme or the red jade or the legendary jade coming through for the flying knives, still at its peak.
Who would have thought the Tarka player
so
doesn't?
More damage comes out from that jade alongside.
Tarka player doesn't do well on the Tarka game, and the non-Tarka player does.
Just survive. Now for the players, Spider actually got a donut in that game, which is I'm not saying it's not a surprise. The only problem is that donuts come through here once in a while for Spider, and then he's able to come up on the come up. Now, our top 12 includes with GG Shaw. 1.5 earned that game, but CDY 0.5. They're on the 10th and or the 12th and 11th spot. Edward's not playing today, as well as DRG Fong and WZ Toronto. Frostfist, though, he is on the second day of playing. He is at 16 points right now. 2 points earned that round, being the tumult in the lobby and then just being focused fired by that chance. Once the combo,
You know why I made himself way too known? I mean, that is one of the risks of running in Yang.
Now on to top 6. Jails AS got 4 points that round, which means he had 22 points.
Now the thing is,
today,
I don't know what his chances of. I don't know what his chances are.
For TT5 to catch the lead
against any of the other characters. Like Lonnie is extremely hard to win.
But 7.8 points for one game, definitely a massive margin for the closed gap of
Liam. I'd say that probably his best bet is to fight a Liam in Yang. Like that's like the closest chance that like he'll have of like winning Yang.
We can actually take a look and see about the overall, you know, standings. You know, not just into what we're seeing right now, but about what the plays were like early on between all the players,
or
and of course having to consider about the skills of when to use.
He fights a Lonnie, a Sheol,
but was with the highlights and
a Temi, or even Syra, like it's cooked.
Yeah, look at this right here from the very start. I love the fact that that common armor is incentivizing plays like this. Jujang already trying to just do Frostivus, getting the hard knockdown, and then as that air follow-up we were talking about.
And I don't even know if it's like
hit off the stagger. Frostivus,
yeah, this was a sell. They both released on him here.
7th spot, but you know, wasn't able to make exactly the biggest berth in that game. I think part of that came down to how that early fight went. Now we're going to see Asia. Tough situation. F for the fallback. Wufong trying to follow through, and this is left dicey for a long time. Asia off the recovery, burns through the armor, gets the heal up as well, and Wufong is just left staggered, stunned, and shut down.
Yeah, and that fight at Center Forum will last for an eternity. Chishang finds a nice stanchion animation for Wufong, eliminating him from the lobby. One of the first eliminations into that game. Verse finding out Frostfist overpassed the Moonbane into his endgame circle. Looking past it, looks for the hold check. Something we're going to mention later on. Fireball attempt coming out from AS. Almost caught it. TT5 looking the Palm Lightning Verse out of the game. He finds it. There's going to be a chance for that solo man. He finds that.
Also being the first one to use Palm Lightning, you're kind of cooked.
Was come out and
yo, he honestly could have just TOD'd his ass here.
Through. The combo breaker from the overheated mode comes out from AS's V1, but of course,
but he is aware.
All the insurance policies he needs. Just with the timing, jump R and being to bait out AS to take a stance, taking a fight for a stagger, and that was going to be the case. We're looking at those jump R&Bs. We got to talk about it, game mechanics wise, because this is a lot to consider for the players, and one small thing that they do is something that players use, and I actually love seeing that. But we have to talk about the MVP. TT5 makes it happen.
Yes, as Serve just mentioned, jump R&B is like the hardest target counter.
9th MVP. 15,
like
it's
the easiest and the hardest target counter in the entire game, bro. Not even an ultimate, it's just literally jump R&B.
Storm, Erudition, Sky Punch, Ripple Step, and that Sapjade was something that kept him going and sustaining him through the long game, especially with the
55 and CDY ran into each other the other day, so he knows it's on V1. Well, the reason why he doesn't even need to know that he's on target. Like, there's no guarantee that he knows that that's Panda Man, right? But you know what it is a guarantee is that the other day no one ran V2, so it's like unless you're gonna experiment with V2 today, you're gonna assume that every target is running V1.
Some people still looking for the first. That's something to note here as well. This is someone who is showing that level of consistency that we are really excited for. And oftentimes, you know, you don't need to be the one getting in.
If you double jump into R&B over Tarka's punch, it covers both. It covers like the frame of him like dashing up to you and punching, and then like attacking right after. So he would be in like a recovery frame, or he would be in a frame in which he's able to be like attacked, right? If Tarka's running, he can just be like light attacked. So if he punches into like light attacks and you do it too slow or you do it too fast, like you would clank with him. If you do it too slow, you miss. If you do it too fast, you'd probably clank with him, but then you reset the neutral. You could just do the same thing again.
Specifically gives a free knockback for a target that's on neutral stance, and they'll get knocked back and they'll get knocked down. This gives Liam that V2 variability for his variation 2 ultimate, where he's able to cast out that orb and he's able to catch it because
busted.
They are locked into that animation. Yeah. Even a Tarka can be locked in through with just one stagger with a jump R&B. And you saw him spamming it. There was 2 options against a Tarka though. Since AS was an active ultimate and since he already had burned out the overheated state for the combo breaker, there's only one option for AS, which was to take an offensive position. And he decided to take one hit off of that, but then once he notices what T25 was doing, he was trying to space out. There's only a matter of time before then, once the jump RMBs, where AS was wanting to space away from it, and then he gets caught off the reciprocating end, and he took a double 2.0 vertical, 2.0 horizontal attack.
10 punch most of the time.
Which completely
Yes.
devastated the
And
game.
the reason
So,
why
you know,
it's good, it's
plunked
good
his
against
lifespan
Tarka's
into that
punch.
game.
It's
But
also
we do have round 2 to think about. Hollow
good.
Ross,
It
I
also
didn't
like
mention.
counters the infinite.
And
If
one
you
thing is for
think
certain
you
is that
can
the
like
picks are
just
definitely gonna
uppercut
be
them
keeping
because
their
they're
nose
like
and I know
jumping
that
into
Justina
R&B,
might
like
have an
the only
approach
way
here
that
just
actually
to
you
kinda
get
see
uppercutted
if
is
they
if the game
nerfully
doesn't
just
clank
decide
with
upon
you
making
or
her
for
not
you.
a
For
phase
some
5,
reason,
phase
that's
6
when you could call
option,
it like a
or just
Naraka
to be
moment.
available for the characters
But
overall.
it
Syra
covers
had a
the
great
upper,
chance
it
there
covers
because
the
of
infinite,
phase 6, but that's
and it
because
also
players wanted
covers
to
like
choose other characters like the
it
targets
covers
that
the
we see.
ground and it covers the infinite as
Right, a few
well.
more highlights to look at. Now we got Star versus T225 just going for the nunchuck trades. I'm not exactly sure what to say about that one. Sorry, I'm at a loss for words, guys, but looks like Star gonna come out on the other
That's how
side
Star
of this
lost.
one. Full mirror here, losing a little bit more health. Gonna have to poke the ball first. T225 in a tough scenario here, staggered, crosses up the far side, actually going to mitigate any real follow through. Here we go. Here's a reversal on the other side. After a little bit of time, heal ups on either side will allow for them to just go for the re-engage here. 55 seconds left on the Realm of Yang clock. Star hopping to the side. Cerverio, you might have to take this one away from me. I don't know how the stalemate has lasted for as long as it has. Looks like finally, though, headway's being made by T225.
Yeah, I think the R&B clinks.
Looks like Star
I can
didn't
overanalyze it all I want, and I can do that right now. So
Star did not.
One thing is for certain is that when they were both clinking, it was first off it was a game of chicken.
It looks like Star did not pay attention to that entire fight. I'm not gonna lie. Where's my... Oh. What the fuck is that? Also, what the fuck is this? What the fuck you mean? Let's pick up where we left off. Creative space.
じゃあね
Okay, what the fuck? When did this ship reset? 3 hours? Wait. Is that 1.5 million XP? Wait, that's a lot of XP. What the fuck? Level of enemies present. Okay, my battle power is not that high. What is that? Wait, is this a teleporter?
これはこれは
You'll slowly lose your strength. Ow. Oh, I remember this shit. Torch stands. Heat coating. Oh, that's what I have around me right now. How long does this shit last? Oh my god, it doesn't last that long. Okay, let me see this shit. This shit isn't telling me anything. Fuck is this? Oh. What is this? Spider chose Tarka? Yeah. That's bound to happen. I mean, but everybody's choosing like Tarka. I can't go past this. I'm pretty certain. This is like the shit that they use when it's like, oh yeah, you can't go past this shit. Yeah, oh my god. How many people are on Tarka? Only Spider. Wait, I can't go. Oh my god, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? Wait, how do I get over here? You fucking serious? Wait, my battle power is 4,000. Wait a second. Wait, I didn't know I was that high. The YouTube chat? Where's Hypernova? Bruh.
Something that I didn't really get to see a whole lot of do well either across Realm of Gang or deeper on into the game in game number 1. I do think that going later into this one with Final Circle being a focal point could make this pickup a lot more valuable. So we're going to see those who selected her really trying to make a mark here, kind of with the burden of doing so as well. Yet again, hot drops early.
I'll be back.
Though, and I wonder if
I'm gonna miss
theme,
a little bit of this game because I'm actually gonna go and
confidence to trade to start us
put
off
together
here.
some like
Yeah, definitely. Especially considering 600 health can go a long way from taking a
turkey
single
and
blue focus,
egg.
and then being able to find a weapon could save the day. But
turkey and egg sandwich.
Star, or
I'm
FPS
gonna
Star
do
actually
like
over
boiled
by
eggs, not
Tequila's
scrambled
Cake,
eggs.
He's gonna have a big chance of going against Frostbus here, who's also spawning in Plume Castle. Versus Shang, if he's fast with that Salvation Podium, he'll be by himself as long as AES doesn't make their approach. But you can see Moonfall Pass, TT5, Spider, Alliance's A-Shao, they're all fighting out here for game. So that's going to be where we're setting up. My name is Severia alongside Nyarko. 3 players off rip. TT5 fighting Blue Armor, Blue Sword, Blue Dual Blades. Could we get a Purple Jade? No, but he is stacked for this first fight against A-Shao, who does also have the same gear and weapon rarity.
P225 on the chase down for the time being. A-Shao not really in a good position to even dodge out of the scenario here. Just doesn't have the resources. T225 just trying to have their way with them. Good trade-off on armor, though. T225 actually getting a hit there. Combo could mean that the tide reverses. Good movement by Ajiao, and now he gets the counter hit as well. Oh my goodness. The MVP of game number 1 could be experiencing first death within a minute of this game being initiated.
Yeah, he sees a combo breaker from Aishao. Aishao looks for the uppercut after that neutral hit. F1's up. T25 is safe. He's looking to hold blue focus in place, and there was an armor swap up there for him to take. He didn't realize it until it's too late. T25 looks towards another armor swap outside the vicinity of the house. He does not get a clink off of Aishao, which means he has a perfect kiting path for a scare rush. He looks towards the windowsill. T25 is looking to try to catch a corner. He can't. The angle's just ain't right for him, Chief. T25 looking for an R&B potential here, and obviously if Aishao gets a nice parry, he could end it all, but the combo breaker is back up. T25 is safe again. Scare rush with the pulse sword, parry like that, and an immediate elimination for himself.
5 in a lot of trouble here. Good follow through on the damage from Spider. That flying knives is giving them such good reach here as we are going to move out of the building. T25 having the opportunity to initiate a ultimate early. Spider trying to move around the far side, waiting out the timer, doing a good job of keeping their health about them. No armor to speak of. Could have the distance necessary though to restore it in this position. And T25 seeing Asia as well on the horizon realizes that they are going to be able to take this ensuing 2v1 now that they've dropped their ultimate. Gonna just try to get around the far side. Good scale rush. Spider can use this opportunity to heal back up. T225 does the same. Spider notably though with the armor advantage here could try to reinitiate.
Yeah, he could. He could be keeping the loot game to his notion. He still has southwest to look towards. And obviously with the rooftop not being looted, this could be Jace for him to pick up. He finds this an HP J. This could be Velocity. It could be Soul Shatter. It could be anything really. For Wufang though, Purple Hong Sword against Prosperous' Purple Flying Knives. Looks like Wufang is looking for an R&B swap. He does not know that the line of sight he cannot break. Now it's going to be a Frostbite looking for the whole check. There's going to be Shotgun Blast. And now for Wufang to anticipate the F1 combo breaker. Not going to happen. No preemptiveness, but Verse wants to put the pressure on. One dash is consumed, the second to the third, and now Wufang is out without any rage left whatsoever.
Wufang able to get away for the time being here as we look back upon this fight we were talking about before. T225 still in the fray. Spider doing the same inside now. Both of these fighters looking for a way out. Managed to get over to the corner of the roof here. Spider on the drop down. Going to continue to follow. T225 has armor swapped, but now already gets caught out. Spear followed through. Half health on both the armor and Jester bar. Spider doing a really good job trying to get that last hit in, but T225 will not be deterred. Cross the far side. Flying knives available to try to work as a zoning tool. Spider just needs one more touch though, and they will be able to eliminate the rival here.
Yeah, T225 has combo breaker up. He's got to be mindful about where to throw that. We are near walls. The Shadow out here with a parry into the immediate elimination. Spider finds 2 eliminations. T225 goes down for his first life. We do see over by the Cinnabar Valley. Shot with a nice parry against Wufang. Finds the Hong Sword in his hand now. And for Wufang, looking for an R&B Wild Haymaker. Blue Focus comes out from that. 1 LMB to the next. 1, 2, 3s coming out. 1 Blue Focus to be held checked. My man got that baseball cap on. He better tilt the head over because the Cyril is now active.
Yep, Shaw gonna just try to stabilize in this position. Wufang gonna be found around the corner. Stagger gonna lose quite a bit of health for doing so. Off the laser beam, Shaw actually could just try to dig their heels in even after they fall out of ultimate and try to take this one home. Wufang just decided to freeze on up here. Forcing that ability in this situation gives Shaw the opportunity to actually heal now that they drop out of ultimate. Wufang doesn't want this smoke, just try to slide away for the time being. Looks like it's going to just be a handshake.
And this is going to be where it's going to be the reset valley. We might see a fight coming out there again, but Spider comes back through. Then Moonfall Pass finds Alliance's Aishao here with that burn. Now, this is going to be something where just Shail could have precedence over Atarka. Since we saw Spider proc ultimate early on, this is not going to be something he can have on standby, but Spider is at the biggest advantage here, considering that there was a defensive ultimate for Aishao. Now, Aishao has just burned ultimate. He will space out towards the city of Tong. If he decides to go towards the bell, he could get a reason to look back in this direction, but Jail's AS is making his approach towards Spider while they're going to be spacing out to Shang, winning out the Roaming for free. No one took that fight, it looks like, and he's having that gold fan to be on standby. A really predominant weapon, especially with the Akko's F2. So for him to kind of catch that would be a great way for him to just snowball through the Roaming fight.
Overall, this has been a very interesting start. A lot of sparks flying, people wanting to invest, people wanting to get that initial snowball going. And I think that a lot of what we're seeing out of the meta right now is incentives to do so, right? You want the flying knives, you want to stack up the damage, you are in very dicey scenarios where with people all grouped up, willing to fight one another, having a tool at your disposal that just clearly shows that you're in danger is really valuable, particularly as we're getting such fraught encounters leading up to Realm of Yang. Now with that being on the table here, really looking forward to see who's going to get in here and who's going to snowball even further.
Yeah, exactly. Now we're going to look at Lipo over against Shang. The opportunity to get into the Realm of Yang also keeps in motion that you are one of the stacked characters. If not, some players even enter with common armor, common weapon rarities, and then taking a spotlight for Shang, right? He's one of the ones with the higher rarity, glass cannon essentially because of blue armor, but that's usually the notion for the early fights. Chi-Chi Shaw, though, by Fortress Kaviani in that Realm of Yang past Ember Hawk. This is a spot right now where there's a lot of terrain to work against one to the other. Consider this giant ravine has the opportunity of just denying the ball for Lonnie. Means that Verse won't really have much of an opportunity. He will, they'll go back with the goalie stance to teleport, and he keeps himself airborne. The amount of time that he's got left after his ultimate runs out, though, is only going to get worse with time. TT25 is taking the chase into the sky, and you can see how much TT25 will look for the stagger here. He misses it, but he's still tempting. And the Forbidden Seal is active in the crossfight. Frostbite is finding Shang. Shang actually proccing out ultimate against A Shao. We know this is going to be the end of the ultimate. He just walked into the Forbidden Seal. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Shang still has a chance here to look for an F2 to mitigate his pressure. Oh, blue focus. He gets into the Realm of Yang potentially. Yes, he does. And his fight's up against CDY as the Lon.
Dicey scenario. Loving to see the contest here. I think this patch may be one of my favorites so far, Servario. We got some really, really cool battle lines being drawn because of it. And here we go, starting things off. CDY taken to the air. Classic thing we're seeing on Lonnie is just trying to spend as much time as possible up here, trying to get a good death drop going. Chu Zhang staying patient on the landing. Chu Zhang, though, also not unable to get the damage that he wants to get a full stagger going. CDY coming out of that one a little bit in advantage here. Chu Zhang around the far side. Good scale rush by space, needs to heal up, needs to find armor, has to cancel that heal. For the time being, CDY trying to keep the pressure going. But right now, it's just ring around the rosy.
Yeah, cannon shot's going to deny this reset for a little bit, but Shang looks to F2 and preemptive. Blue focus doesn't come out here for a soul break. CDY looking to try to capture crouch LMB that. Obviously, the blue focus has come out just to try to, play that game of chicken for a clink, but Shang has a scare rush ready to go here. He goes up. He's got a minute left for this fight. He still has ultimate ready to go. So does CDY. The blue focus comes out to get parried. We know that's not going to be enough value because it's going to have the combo breaker. But for CDY, he's getting caught by these scare rushes. The R&B holds come out here, looking for the F2 stagger. Goes for bow shot number 1, misses it, but 2 definitely does. And Shang still has 10 seconds left for his ability to come back up, for him to look to keep the aggression active, but he finds a parry, no combo breaker, explosive armor reveal, and CDY procs hold.
Yeah, and I think that with this one, CDY could just get final blow here. Chu Zhang in trouble, but that being said, the lack of health means that he might just try to go for it. 50-50 risk here, diving in, gonna get knocked back for the time being. Chu Zhang still with the ability to proc an explosion. Ball going to knock Chu Zhang into the air right now, and there's the follow through. CDY clean with it to finish that one.
What have I missed? Also, I'm getting jumped by a level 55 enemy, and I'm getting hit by like
seconds of Spider versus
hitting me for like 1
Burst,
HP.
unfortunately, just gonna get clinked, going to get counter hit, and that's gonna be Spider emerging.
What the fuck? Replay in this fight between Verse and
Is there
Spider.
something
We are going to
downloading?
take a look in the scene about the weapon. Gold Spear, a quick charge Thunderclaw, and that purple armor, purple fan. That's going to be the gear
Oh my
upgrade
god,
for
there was
Spider. He actually
a
has
Marvel
that
Rivals
hold
update
on
that
standby,
fucked up
which
my
is going to work
audio.
out, especially considering that even if it's common rarity, still comes out with that quick charge, means that he gets more pellet per charge up. And then
Bro,
obviously
stop
with
fucking
Thunderclaw,
hitting
that'll be
me.
more damage overall. Now,
Alright,
we're
what
on to the other
happened?
Realm Yang. FPX to start against Light Polaris. This is going to be the katana swap.
Hold on a
Obviously, it's
sec.
going to be missed, but the uppercut attempt is going to be made. Star looking to charge R&B, hold checks, releases it. Light Polaris looking to go for it. He gets caught again, and with the swap in midair, that's a clean execution coming out here against Polaris.
So happy to see just how clean these players are in these tight situations like this, locking in, finding combos, finding staggers. This is going to be something that I think is going to be very important to keep up as we're going to get into multi-man fights down the line already. People seem willing to do so, willing to go for the chases. And so now as everybody's beginning to get around Central Castle, Sunwing's Rest, this I think is where we're going to see some real action. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Plume Castle, the Keyless Crest, where any Realm of Yang depletionists want to make their way towards. A nice grapple cancel coming out from Star, though, trying to bait out CDY. He will not take it, but he does definitely take a blue focus. He looks to combo break this one out here to not take out the chit damage, and looking into the R&B, he releases it. Wild blue focus. He throws another one, this time return to sender, the whole check of Destiny, and CDY gets caught with the LMBs for it for elimination number 2.
Yeah, great stuff out of CDY
Getting
in a
fucking
very,
caught
very good
right now.
position right now to try to take this one home. First, notably there, you can see in the second slot overall on standings, has that roaming game depletion, is going to have to try to stabilize off of that one. Chuzheng Lipo also in situations where they're going to have to try to force the issue relatively soon here as the timer is ticking down. T225 at the very top has the one elimination to their name, but Spider at the bottom is on a warpath right now. 3 eliminations on this game, wanting to make that even more as he dives into a 4-man. T225 feeling the pressure early with no armor, half health, having to go into Syro Ultimate, trying to look for the chase down right now. Needs to try to find a stagger. Spider already very healthy though, is just happy to try to get the wrap around here, looking to get that last little bit of splash damage onto Shaw, but T225 is going to select the target well. Spider now getting burned down here. Shaw trying to follow through. Good stuff. T225 drops, going to be at about full health with no armor to speak of. He's trying to slide away from the situation by a little bit of distance, a little bit of space, as Spider now has to fight for his life here. Down below, Shaw now going to actually activate their ultimate. And I think Spider's too staggered to live through this one. The burn, the ranged attack from afar, that's going to be enough to knock them down a peg.
Bro.
Yeah, and GT finds his soul bloom, denying it for
Yang fights
GT5 right
and
now.
Yang fights.
Obviously,
Okay.
taking the reset is going to be his notion, and switching on over back to Plume Castle. This is where we're also going to think about whether or not Verse can get out of the dictation of their Romania division. 1 minute and 20 seconds or so, 30 seconds I should say, left before he's able to run out of lifespans. The ultimate comes out from the tumult from Polaris. Now Polaris gets kicked off here. The missile comes out, and but he gets caught into the zone of the circle.
Spider
so
has 3
Verse
kills.
not having the energy to take this chance, he will look for an armor reset instead. Players with like a purple halberd on standby. This is going to be where he's still having a chance of just backing away from here. I'm not sure what his time is on that Rumble Yang depletion. Looks like it to be a minute under, no, 20 seconds underneath. And then looking at all these targets, they see a common armor tumult, and with no ultimate, they know that only thing he's having in his pocket is a combo breaker. Polaris looks to scare rush out of here. AS looking to try to look for an RMB, but the amount of time right now is depleting. He's going to look to try to deny that last hit confirmation for elimination, but it's going to happen regardless. Players are going to let up here, and then into the zone, he's going to die out, and he's going to get the elimination to JSAS. While Verse is looking for the soul bloom, but he will definitely not have it.
I mean, right now he's at 4 points.
A nice parry. Gold fan to
Which
scare us to
is,
deny the
honestly, he had a good first game, or he had a decent first game, and not really the best second game, but
now giving Verse no value
he needs
here
more
to
of
go for
the
this.
shit that he was doing in the first game, or more of the momentum from the first game.
Gets caught by the pounce, he could still continue this pressure if he gets a stagger. Not gonna be the case. I cast a curse ahead of time. Unfortunate. And now it's gonna be where Verse looks to try to kite around the corner here with 20 seconds left on the clock, knowing that whether or not he can try to get a low target, and if he finds out it's maxed out, he won't have a chance of getting this elimination, period.
Gotta pull the trigger one way or the other, though. Very disparate situation, and unfortunately, it just seems like the likelihood of him getting an elimination is going to slip away. Verse around the far side, looking one last time. Unfortunately, going to drop here.
Now, obviously, CDY, Frostbite taking the fight in the Rummy Yang, going to switch over
that.
to a dagger midair. Love to see it. And Nick looking to nick off a little bit of hits over here against Frostbite with the R&B hold check. He goes for a horizontal into a soul break. Burning combo breaker from Frostbite. This means like he's only got one option left, and that's going to be just throwing blues and having it ready. He's looking for the R&B. He finds it. He shunts it, throws out a pistol shot real quick. CDY makes his notion of holding these blues back and forth. The chip is too great for the lesser, but then CDY burns his explosive armor, and the shotgun blast from this horizontal is just too strong. But Frostbite, he's keeping the books by the standpoint with the F1 combo breaker to catch it off with the R&B. This could be an ultimate catch coming out from CDY if he missteps his next play.
Yeah, Frostbus still with the health advance for the time being. CDY, you gotta activate ultimate, looking for the pelting. Good damage. Pokeball is going to be the response from Frostbus. CDY staggered one-touch scenario. Frostbus just trying to land that last little shot at the range.
He didn't dodge?
So,
like,
Pokeball again, and that's
That's going to be that end of
the
the
fight.
fight.
Spider is dead.
Taking the fight against Wufang.
Again.
Purple fan coming out here. The shield block gets thrown out here. One jump R&B, and maybe
You
look
see
for
how
one
Spider
R&B.
died,
The
though?
block comes out. He does
Okay.
not have a chance
What-
of surviving here. Oh, wait a
Do you
second.
have
Wufang
a
let him
single
live.
hit
He's going
weapon?
for the stagger in the face valley. Wait a second. LMBs comes out here. Another freeze.
What the
Another
fuck,
guarantee.
Wufang?
2 bow shots? No, just one. And he looks to
These
mitigate
are like the
past this 1
easiest,
HP
just seen it, like,
situation for A-Shao, and
like,
that last
what are
freeze is
you
gonna
just
guarantee the kill.
froze him
That
3
was a little
times
too
for shits
suspect,
and
but
giggles?
Wufang
What was
gets the
that?
elimination. He earns himself out the gold armor, getting the gold weapon, flying knives, as well as a sap jade and a purple katana to be in his build.
Yep. In this current situation, looks like people may not even want to take this till the very end. We got 12 minutes on the clock and people are still fighting. Star able to get around the corner, heals back up, should be in decent enough position to handshake away any further engages. CDY on the prowl though, looking for something. This Star continues to go
Yo,
on the
Dav,
run
I
for the
appreciate
time
the
being.
rate of 8 million
Super Fighter scale
people.
rush
How was
out,
your stream?
drops to the low ground here. and
Excuse me.
wants to, I think, stay out of the view of the others for at least a while here. Needs to try to find a way to farm on up, get some more buffs. They want a bit more in the way of material before they go for the full engage. That being said, this legendary pole sword definitely going to be a big incentive for future fights.
Yeah, and considering that he burned all the players at Falcon's Perch were just making sure if they can hear where that scare rushing Shiolas went. Since he broke line of sight, now it's only a matter of
Fire
time
played Rivals.
for his ult to gain
Hope your
from
games
range for a
went
second
well.
and then come back later on. That gold pole sword gives him more than enough opportunity to look past this
Give it
and
a
spacing
10
away from these
bits. What's up,
players.
Ben?
If he decides to take the risk going back in, that's just because he spelled something in the blood in the water. And just like blood in the water, we're looking at Spider.
So this is how Spider
Active
died.
ultimate right now has
Why do I feel like he?
has the combo
Oh
breaker if he
my.
needs to use it to break line of sight. He's getting
Yep.
the kicks
Okay.
off. Moonbane's blast. I can't believe it. This is like the
I was gonna
17th
say,
time we've seen
there's a
Spider
Bane.
get Moonbane.
Why
this
do I
season.
feel like
And now it's gonna
Spider's
be
about to
another
die to
case scenario
Bane?
For it.
Bro.
Xiao, though, with that Romy Yang depletion, he's the one
So he
who's
took
hunting
2
around
focus
here
attacks.
for a Romy Soul Bloom
And
to get
then
rid of
got
the Romy Yang
uppercutted
depletion.
into a Bane.
But obviously, with 4 minutes on the clock, it's gonna go by with a blink of an eye. And since we're still inside of Plume Castle, once we go west towards Igneous Mountain, even
Was it
further
uppercut or
towards
soul?
Pinnacle Town, all the Asia
Dagger
needs to do
enemy
is just
focus
catch
would be the same
and
thing.
now it's gonna be a blink of an eye for him. It's blood in the water, and just like blood in the water, we're looking at Spider.
So
Active ultimate right now has overheat, has
yeah,
a
he
combo
gets
breaker if he needs to
RMB
use the break line of
focus.
sight.
Okay, he gets down RMB. That's even worse.
He's getting the kicks off.
Get back into the play for someone dying here is basically a one fight.
Also,
Star,
thank you again for the 15 additional bits.
Though this is going to be the first little bit of pressure still in Plume Castle here. Everybody may want a piece of this. One Star around the far side corner yet again just walks this out and I think has enough time to heal back up, and we are yet again in a position where everybody is clustered, everybody is looking for one weak link, but nobody wants to be the one to pull the trigger themselves.
Exactly, and that's the thing too. That's the notion about it, the game sense, and the players know that the one whoever's the smoking gun trigger, it's going to be one thing with a parry, it's going to be something with an ultimate cast from an opponent, then spacing out to come right back in. But the other thing about it, right, those Romy Yang depletion, the players also know who is going to be in desperate measures if they decide to pop ult early or within a certain time frame. They just pop ult because they need to, and then that player knows like, okay, we got to back off from this one. And the players that with lower loot gain, especially armor rarity, would be the first one to be noticed to have been the loser of that Romy Yang. But since everyone's here into the mid to late game nearly, we do have a lot of purple armors on the standby. So for the second Romy Yang, it's only going to be a matter of time before one player gets eliminated due to time constraints. 1 minute and 50 seconds, for instance, right now for CDY to look for another target. But off of this the handstands, look at the leaderboard right now. 3 kills so far for Star in first place with no Romy Yang depletion, so he's good to be there. 2 eliminations for CDY as well as 2 eliminations for GG Shaw, so they're going to be going through here. I know T25 is also playing Syra, so there's 2 Syras in the gameplay. But with Alani on that Romy Yang depletion, if she gets eliminated out, she's going to be the only. There's no more Lanis in the game. But if the Shio goes out from A Shao, that means that there's still only one Shio, and with the Liam from Frostfist and then Akos from Chisheng.
Okay, I said I was surprised to see as many Lanis getting as highly prioritized as they were.
God,
Here. To see whether or not
get that kill for us.
Of these characters will be able to bring it back though. CDY activating, trying to find a fight at range here.
Get out of their Pendaman.
Around in the shadows, looking for a new angle of attack.
I exclusively root for Justinas and Lonnies and
Multiple players
Frostos
on low ground.
and Spider.
CDY trying to drop down from behind. Wufong on the chase is going to get staggered there by a hook shot. Trying to swap over on the bow. Looking for an approach angle onto Shaw. Managing to get a good trade. Ajiao now in the fray. Needs to win a fight soon and needs to get that Soul Bloom as well to cleanse away the gang depletion. Let's see if they can do it here with the flying knives. Shaw having to pop ultimate. Going to delay things even further.
They gotta move that
without the luxury of time to get.
I don't know. They can't move the fucking leaderboard anywhere. Dude, the fucking boss came back again. I'm getting fought in the background. Leave me the fuck alone.
Now across the
I'm
far
moving,
side
bro.
on the fan for the time
Why
being.
is it spawned here of all
CDY,
fucking
though,
places?
happy with that full health to just try to give chase as we are going to get an elimination there inside of Shadow. Ajiao
bro
in
is
trouble.
following me.
CDY going to initiate
What the
now. Good
fuck,
cleats on either
dude?
side. Ajiao though, without the luxury of time to go on a chase, just going to have to try to make a final stand, and with no health, they are going to get ganged up upon and eliminated here.
Wufong making masterclass work with the flying knives and the bow
Motherfucker's
shots.
following
This is
my
going to
ass.
be gold armor, gold flying knives that he's got on standby, and getting that 4th elimination makes him kill leader into the lobby. The chase into Pinnacle Town comes through. Frostfist is making his approach, even with 1 elimination, has that legendary armor, has the purple flying knives,
Right,
as well as getting
no
Jades
more
on standby.
fucking
We're looking at a Dragon Lightning and a
aggro.
Heta detach, alongside the quick charts on the call, Phantom Step, Tai Chi Fan, and the Sap Jade. Has a purple full sword to go through with this. He's also got himself halberds and the purple, another spare purple fan, and with these flying knives and purple rarity, big bow that's going to be the stacking. He's got a Soul Slash for Wufong, as well as finding out the Fire Arrow's target lock, Kabloom, Sap Jade. And with the Kabloom, even with Blue Rarity Dual Blades, that's more than enough what's necessary. I mean, the Kabloom is a great
Yoda, would you root for her?
cut with certain weapons. And Frostmas just earned himself the Mystic Might. He didn't preempt the ultimate, but obviously with Frostmas, he's making sure that no other opponents come through.
I don't know. If it was F2 Yoda, maybe.
T5 with active ult.
Yeah, T225 though, good job getting a little bit of damage, whittling away at that arm. Right now, Frostivus doesn't really
Frost
want to
got
pull
the
the trigger and go for a risky fight.
Wait, no one can tell. Oh, it's only 4 people.
Heal
Okay.
up though, but T225 is going to use this opportunity to try to get an advantage. Going good
Hey, Frost is
contact,
getting
two
cooked. Holy
one
fuck.
trades in a row. Now Frostivus
Frost.
is without armor and could
Pop
just
that
be
ult.
knocked out here in an instant. Ultimate's still available here, but Frostivus doesn't really have much in the way of space to try to bring this back. As T25 is actually going to be the one to pull the trigger first. Frostivus is able to get the
Holy
armor heal back
fuck.
up, but unfortunately now
Dude.
multiple players have coalesced upon his position, and Frostivus is getting beat down brutally by this laser beam. And I think that this could be enough of a delay for T225 or one of these other chasers to get this knockdown. Frostivus inside of the storm, gonna get whittled even further now in a one-touch scenario.
What is that,
Dies,
bro?
CY.
Man, my man got frustrated real quick. And the thing is the notion is that in that 1v1 against T25, it's all going to be close gap positions.
Buff
T25 though
both
gets caught by
he
neutral.
literally
Oh, wait a
could
second.
not
Wufong
move.
can get extended right
He
there
literally
for the
went through
horizontal.
2
Doesn't go for the
armors.
dash. He doesn't know he's not going to confirm. The Soul Shatter wasn't participated in. He might have been watching from the sidelines and saw how many Soul Shatters that T25 was looking for earlier and beat it out of his own punch. Cancels out the area with the Forbidden Seal, having his ultimate already consumed. It is no, it's no surprise there. Moonbane though is definitely gonna be a surprise for CDY. He just took 2 back-to-back right there, making sure he can hold blue focuses and making sure he can catch him in midair and stagger him. If there's a Moonbane, it would delete CDY at this point, period.
Yeah, CDY in a tough
Oh, when
position.
he gets
Going to just
when
try
Frost
to
gets
scout
buffed, he
something
always
out here
dies.
inside of the storm, launches back in. Wufong continuing to give chase, has the luxury of time, has the luxury of having this massive health advantage. CDY will be
Okay.
able to get the armor. Bane's Breath gonna catch out CDY. They're in a one-touch scenario now. Wufong can continue to give chase.
It's this is scary. CDY knew that he had a proc ultimate in midair because he was going to get launched into another Moonbane. That's kind of scary moments. CDY cancels the ultimate by walking the Forbidden Seal because he needs to kite this path. He's looking to try to get the break and disengagement, break the ankles of Wufong, but Wufong has those flying eyes, man. He's pushing out here full throttle. One neutral catches the combo breaker, which means that all it's going to be needed is a blue focus vertical. If he can catch it, that's going to be it for CDY. All it's going to be needed is whether the sustain can be made. The last 2 players left in the lobby, 5 kill eliminations for Wufong, and he's looking for his 6th over here. Oval almost coming through here. Mr. President, get down. This might be a chance for the parry. Mr. Wufong couldn't find it, and for CDY, this is going to be a chance right now for the Scare, just going back and forth. 1 HP in a drain. Combo breaker is back up. Obviously, Wufong is not going to let this go through. He does not get the Scare Rush there, which means that this is a little bit more extra time for CDY to break line of sight and get a heal.
CDY, launch it back in. One more exchange possible here inside of the null field to start things off. CDY will be able to get those berries in time to at least have a chance up against Wufong, who's looking to approach once again. Oh, let's just see it. Diving in here. CDY, tech chase for the time being. Gonna have to use F to buy a little bit more space. Wufong launches around the corner here. Doesn't hit hook shot. We'll try to go for the re-engage once again. This time makes contact. Blue focus charged up. CDY unable to find contact. We'll just have to back off for the time being, but will also in kind force out the freeze from Wufong. Now this is an even scenario.
he
Ultimate
uppercutted
still
him?
available for TE's representative, but now they're on the losing end of this fight. Unable to land a trade. Now they're the one that has to go on the run.
The reset's going to happen between both of them. They both know how dire straits is going to be. Now, Wufong just burned 2 dashes, which means he burned 40% on top of the 40% activating, which means he's only at a 5th of his ultimate rage bar. But CDY, he is ready to go. I thought that he was going to proc ult, but he knew that Justina has some disengagement opportunity to get out there, that it would have been a waste of time. And then for CDY, he's going to take the front of the blunt for his face of that hit to burn his combo breaker and then space out. He's just waiting to see what the next play is going to be coming out here. This 1v1 is going to last for 3 minutes. I'm testing the test of time. But Wufong definitely knows that this is going to be the time right now to just make some pressure against CDY. So that's going to be where he can expedite this process. The Flying Knives goes out for the horizontal. T25, or I should say Wufong, has himself to be really working out here against CDY, where CDY has a chance of just looking for a parry off of those Flying Knives. The whole checks are coming out, the horizontals and the verticals, both of them synchronous with it, looking for the parry there. He finds it. There's going to be one confirmation. He switches the weapon, and this is going to be the back line between both of these, whether or not the ult speed necessary for CDY.
CDY.
What are we doing, Panda
to
Man?
chase down Wufong, having to charge up blue focus, blink one way, and then the
of course
other
he has stop.
baits out a disarm. CDY in a little bit of trouble here, able
Bro.
to get the re-engage though.
We're
Yet again
through.
knocked down.
He's literally
But
full
that being
HP
said,
off of
with
2
the advantage that
parries.
he have built up here, They still have the time by which to try to bring this back.
Okay,
Wufong, though,
what
now
the
very
fuck was
clearly
that?
in advantage in this fight. Looking for another blue focus, trying to find a trade. Dicey scenario with the shadow closing in and a cliff face right there. CDY diving back one more time. Wufong getting burned down inside of the shadow, having to dodge their way out. CDY on the cross up. Wufong, one touch scenario, unable to make it
Fucking
happen. I don't think as they're going to go
grief.
inside of the storm one
That
more
was so
time.
grief.
And there we go.
This is the most grief
Contact
I've
made.
ever
CDY
witnessed. Holy
getting
shit.
out by the hair of their chin and getting the victory alongside it.
That was a stupendous fight. Everything came out to close clutch moments. CDY at the
So
rim of death
Pendaman
due to
gets
that
his
moonbeam
MVP.
spaced out, was allowed to get the reset from Wufong, at least to a certain amount of time. And then Wufong, was making the, a chance right there to say to himself, return to sender. When we saw Wufong get low,
This is a
CDY
good
didn't
cushion
allow
for
the
him.
chase
He
for
needed
himself. He
his
didn't want to
game.
take the time because anything could happen there, even with an
Because
active
he's only got what?
standby ultimate. But
This is
later
game
down the
2,
road,
right?
we saw
There's
the
still
armor swaps. We saw how
there's
concise
still
it
4
came
more
down
games.
towards Wufong and just
So-
positioning both utilizing the soul
Especially after his
slash as
first
well as
day,
just looking
he needed
for
this
the
win.
the chance, the opportunity of being
I'll
able
be
to
back.
connect
I
one
need
of
to
the
check
blue
my
focuses.
boiled eggs.
He even had a chance of using the soul slash when Syra or with the Lonnie in active ultimate. She cancels ult. CDY was able to cancel it just in the right amount of time to have the F1 ready. And it all came down to worst of the wear for the chip damage. And then, obviously, Limitless coming out here. CDY finds MVP, and you were just talking about him. And you're like, yo, he had a great first game. My man had a stupendous second game. That man got that MVP. Let's get it.
Yeah, absolutely love to see it. Love that there is still some momentum behind some of these players hungry to really make a mark in this season, continuing to grow their reputation, their resumes, as it were. But looking at how this one played out as a whole, the fact that we got these two bangers back to back and not necessarily in optimal times to do so. That was Holleroth in daylight, and yet still we didn't get to final circle.
Exactly. Yeah, the final circle without a plethora of players, right? We're not seeing like 4 or 5 players. Everyone really fought out at the second Romy Yang. Really, realistically, when second realm was happening, fights were happening, and we were missing a good portion of that. That's where we saw Spider taking his fight out of the game with the Moonbane, of course. But obviously, it came to point position where at Falcon's Perch, there's around 4 or 5 players in that area. FPX Star outside of it, not losing his Romy Yang number 2 because he didn't take the realm, right? He had his first Romy Yang win. He got the gold pole sword. Then he comes back into this fight alongside with the other Shayo, and then going right back and getting almost caught out until it's too late. But we do have to see which player toes Tarka G. Back-to-back Tarka questions. This favorite is I'll stop. Who was it? Who chose Tarka? Who was the only Tarka in the game? Was it A, YZGC225, B, SR Spider, C's BB's Frostbus, D, 521's Players? Now, I'll say a quick hint. This player was practicing against one of the key players who plays Tarka, which was CDY, and they're practice scrimming and everything between each other to try to get better at it, which is something that really comes back into the conversation where the players are practicing with each other to like a 1v1 practice 0 ban, 3 ban, however which way, 1 ban really just to try to fight out without ultimates, and then seeing how they can find the justification for one move to the next and then getting used to that, or not even revealing it until it comes too late when they don't realize it's a sparring partner and they were realizing who it is by that point. But that's the points to be on the table on the sheet. Yarko, take it away from who got that first place.
Oh, absolutely. CDY reigning supreme. They're at the top of the 7.8. Yet again, good distribution of kills overall. Wufong actually going to get the lion's share there at 5, but unfortunately could not bring it home in that final desperate battle. Looking down the list a little bit further here, we got Verse all the way there, the only person getting goose egg at the end, and Asia, somebody that you, Cerverio, were putting a lot of burdens on coming into the day, and I was right there with you, also denied everything except for a single point on ranking.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, Aisha has himself here, like I said, the first 2 weeks, he was killing it. Then the adjustment came through for this new patch, and then all of a sudden into 4-1. Now into 4-29, he is still finding himself out here. This is his first day of playing. Still has day 3 to really work out the kinks, but into the top 12 position right now. GG Shaw here at 10 points, having 4.5 points earned out so far today between the 2 games. 8.3 for CDY, who is in 8th overall with 18.3, and 18.5 for Frostbus, who is in 7th place. right beneath the cutoff line. We need to see Frost seeing about some points as well as CDY to make sure to get the average of around 27 points or even higher, maybe even a little bit lower, just by a smidget by 25 to see if they can make it to qualification, just in case if any other players into day 3 surpass them for the top 12. AS though, 23 in 6th place. Seeing what the players playing today versus at 2nd place overall, 34.9, and then with 40.8 for TT25. Seeing about Mike, Paste, and XY from Team ASE, all 3 of them into day 3 playing, but not for today. We have to see how that's going to turn out. And I really want to go back into that fight. I mean, I have a lot of things to remember in terms of what we saw in that last round. Pretty much predominantly from the areas from the Moonfall Pass, off drop spawns. We saw TT5 up against A-Shot. We saw how heavy those fights were having over by that point. And then Spider really coming out on top as his target game was doing really well. 3 kills into that day, into this game, into Hollow Rock Sunny. And then obviously getting cut out early, we could have seen a huge potential for his target game to come out on top. But like clips and highlights, we're going to have to go back into that rack and look at these highlight reels brought to you by China Unicom. Yarko, take it away.
Oh yeah, more action to start us off. And Spider, one of these players who unfortunately struggled in game number 1, was looking to make their mark. Knocked up AS on just a sliver. Unfortunately, just gonna die to the end all be all of the fireball. I feel like this has been the end of a lot of people's early starts in these games.
Yeah. And especially considering those fireballs really just take out towards the direct HP damage, it comes out strong. CDY though going off here and seeing Frostbus in the zone and catching him out. One thing I look back onto is seeing if Frostbus had preemptive ultimated, if he preemptive ulted the Spirit Well to be cleared out, he did not. Then we look over here, CDY has himself to get caught by one movement into the next, off trying to go for the attempt for the scare rush. Almost gets caught through out here in midair. We actually might see that position of where CDY, boom, pop, and then he had one, he double dash, and he had to ult because if he dashed again, he would have been caught out by the other movement. And then he's like, bro, this is bad luck. Bad luck, Jenny. This is going to be CDY. They're looking for the goalie stance, and then this is that close pocketed position, the soul slash option versus just a regular blue focus. And you can see Wufong is spamming it out. Even CDY was looking for a parry there through all the animation. I thought we were going to see a brief moment, but CDY caught the dashes, caught the distance, and made sure he can get that last R&B clink, sipping of water. Come on, man, thirsty after that win. He's been looking, he's been sweating, he's been earning that MVP for round 2.
Oh yeah, and coming out with it deservedly so. I really want to highlight just the gamble that he was taking, diving, dipping inside of the shadow when he really didn't have to, taking a little bit of drain. Happy to do so though if he means he gets that distance necessary to bait something out, and that is actually going to lead to his 3rd MVP on the season.
Yeah, had the detach was on standby the entire time if he needed to switch over to a longsword. He had Dragon-like Might, but he wasn't using the Dragon-like Might as often. Just using the Halberd RMBs was enough. Tuna to be in the back pocket, Ripple Step, Scatter Shot. Ripple Step, especially being in this build, is something that helps him out. Not just for the HP bonus that comes through, but more so just having the iframe of just being invisible. And every time that he avoids using, getting caught by a grapple strike because he dodges at the right moment, at the right time, he's able to catch that out. And that's going to be where he's MVPing with the 4 eliminations, 16,000 damage, majority from the fan, secondary to the halberds, and third, or for the 3rd amount of damage coming out from the dagger. Now, I do want to note is that even with the dagger being in his 3rd option, it is also to be noted that all players usually, and this is like a recognition for anyone who's new to the MVPL scene and seeing how dagger is being in the back pocket of these Souls players, just to make sure they can have it to disengage. And we saw that from CDY, even with the fan, even with the dagger, just to make sure that he can break that positioning of the players, the fastest scare rush in the game, so you can immediately go from point A to point B, so long as it's within the vicinity of that range. But for it, as well as having a gold fan on standby, that's a build that he's able to hold on to, because we're going to hold on to ourselves into round 3, because we're going to take a short break, be right back, and see what's going to happen in more Solid today. Don't miss a beat. We'll see you in a bit.
するでしょ
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back coming through here for round 3. My name is Severio alongside Bunyarko. We are bringing out towards this round into round 3 where we got a predominant victory for it just for Lonnie into round 2. That's what CDY, as well as seeing T25 takes his victory into round with round 1 being on the Liam. Now, considering that we enter into round 3, this is going to be more South midday. Tarka has been making his approach here into the season since we are in the current live patch. A lot of the players are testing him out in the waters and solos. He's having some success. He's having some pick rates, especially being double picked here in the first round. Now in the second round, he was single picked by Spider. Spider actually having his opportunity being the answer to that prediction over in Twitch chat, but more importantly, being able to pick up around 3 eliminations before he gets killed out by the Moonbane. Unfortunately, RNG was not in his favor. Had we had seen that Tarka take into his stance into the endgame circle, only came down towards what we saw right before the Moonbane strike, which was him getting targeted out pretty much by that point in that first story, where he was an ultimate and he was looking to disengage. He was getting, hunted down regardless. And I think that's something that we have to talk through because players, they like to take a consideration for which characters would prevail in the end game or even prevail to the late game that would really be a struggle to fight up against in that 1v1 situation. And just like we're talking about Spider, or looking at that Romy Yang for his third elimination up against what happened to be WBG's first in that 1v1.
Yep, Spider on staff after getting disarmed, getting knocked down at first, looking for the chase down here. Spider on the wraparound, using the pillar, gonna get the fireball. And now, since sprawling back, he's gonna look for another engage. Doesn't make the contact in the air though. That's gonna give an opportunity for Verse to try to get on the chase down. Spider though, happy given the fact that he is on staff to just fight those tech chase scenarios and go for the reversal. That's going to force Milani ability out. Spider going to get sent sprawling. Verse on the chase down. Managed to use a bit of time to actually heal back up on that armor, meaning that though he does whiff on that trade, Spider still has a long road ahead of him. That being said, manages to get the explosion. Another stagger. Verse going to unfortunately counter hit too early in this one. Spider now in a good position with off of this counter hit to get the finishing blow. And that just shows how strong he is. And this is going to be my question for you, Cerverio. You know, you talked a little bit about this Tarka. You talked about how it's getting emphasized a bit more by these players, but that performance in that last game, was that Spider or was that Tarka, who otherwise hasn't really made a big mark in these 2 games?
Ooh, yo, big one, big statement. And the thing is, I think it's that adjustment period that really has to come into clutch right now. Like I said, Spider had been trying to go for those 1v1 practice sessions with CDY, as CDY is a Tarka main throughout even in the past. So just trying to get a better understanding about how to play that character, and both of them knowing how to fight, because CDY knows that Tarka was going to be picked out regardless in the MVPL, so he wants to get practice against a fellow Tarka, just go back and forth. And Spider has moments of where he is at the lackluster stage, where his performance value to his net gain is at its lowest, and then all of a sudden it skyrockets, right? My man is like, 20%, and then all of a sudden he shoots up, and then everything makes it very apparent that Spider has moments, maybe not as severe as Mike, because Mike had moments where he was at his lowest, but then he skyrockets the first place back to back to back, and that's just in the notion. He's a world championship twice in a row. But for Mike, having an opportunity of doing that, Spider is also in the same boat, just above the threshold of being a player who's won back, continuously has the most bi-weekly wins to go in the past. and then seeing in terms of like catching up in terms of what's happening now, what's new, what's hip, what's pop. You know, I'm like a Tobey Maguire you've seen in Spider-Man, you know, just getting, you know, trash, mega trash, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, this one's pretty good. And that's just what happens with Spider. He kind of makes this motion of just having one, you know, diamond in the rough moment, and then he just capitalizes onto it and he pulls through.
All right, well, here we go. This is going to be our pick selection moving into the next one. Shaw there at the very top there for first round selection, alongside that I believe is Wufong over there. And I really am looking forward to see how things continue to evolve. I think that Lonnie actually could be something that could drop a little bit. Now, of course, she did get MVP there in game number 2, but I feel as if she's not doing quite enough outside of evasiveness. And if we are in a position where we are getting very aggressive bents with not a whole lot of people heavily stacked there, moving into final circle, maybe something that's a bit more aggressive that is able to just jam very hard into individual players like, could be a little bit better of a call, but clearly Shaw and company not deterred from just grabbing it as soon as possible.
Yeah, definitely, and especially coming up from the double picks for both Lonnie and to Liam, it's going to give now with Asia and Tusheng the Syra to the Shayo. Now Spider, live players.
Returned to my food.
I haven't seen double picks coming out here. It's going to be the case. Shayo's going to be picked up here for the players. There's triple Shayo into this game, which is kind of nasty working more side midday. We have the AS, we have Verse on that fifth phase to come through here. For the choices of Syra to be available, it looks like it's going to be picked up by AS, and then for Verse, potentially. He could have an option to pick up Justina. He will go for it. This is going to be where the last phase comes out. If there's no Tarkas, it's going to be an upset spaghetti moment. But then again, it is what it is. We've seen that in round 6. Akos from CDY and Frostfist coming out here for it might make a
Why do I feel like Frost is going to play Tarka?
Choice to most double pick, not case. He wouldn't do it to most double pick here. It would be most of for later on. But then again, if he finds value into it, you know how much he has to catch up onto the points.
Oh, thank God he picked
Akos. For double Akos, which means then it's going to be a double mirror pick within him and CDY.
Yeah, as it currently stands, I'm really looking to see everybody in this game continue on with that kind of early game aggression, but I also do want people to continue to evaluate game states to be ones where, hey, maybe sometimes it's better to go for the disengage. It's better to not even just stay within the realm of what we're often seeing is big groups of players, just none of whom want to pull the trigger, forging out a little bit from that, getting a little bit more space, a little bit more time, maybe pulling people to disperse across the map so that they are on their own individual resource hunts could be something that we look out for here as we're moving into the Morris Isles. Here we go. This is going to be all of the abilities locked in for our players. It's looking pretty standard across the board. Both of our Liam's going to be on F1 and V2.
I like seeing how the Akos has been operating recently in this season, considering that we saw F1, then we saw F2, and then now it's more F2. And then we've seen in the past where F1 went to F2, and then it just went back and forth. And this distinguishment, right? The distinguishment for the F1 and the F2 is that F1 comes out with mitigation, it's ultimate focus, you don't get really stacked and knocked back. Then you get mitigation stacked up per target hit. Then F2, it's gold focus at a certain point, and you can throw it through walls. Like if the Roar Blast comes out, it's stacker summoned across the wall. And that's something that we've seen more into the Romy Yang aspect. The players in the close pocketed position of having a pillar in front of them, and then all of a sudden they can connect a stagger across the way, means that they can catch somebody and go straight up to them to try to look for a neutral uppercut, for anything, you know, to set up maybe even a grapple bump, maybe even an extension. All that's coming down, though, is that F2 has taken its place right now for the season, and it seems to not be leaving the stateside so far. But looking at the spawns, everyone's pocketed. I'm looking at Noble Cave, I'm looking at Artisan's Grove, and I see everything up to the north, even to Lake Yellowleaf, which is by the Eventide Temple. Players are making a stance on being next to one another. Even when there's no Fireflies in play, they are still looking to try to take this early game aggression, especially those who are in the bottom 6 of the leaderboard.
Yeah, this is something that I've noticed as of late, is that I think we're going to get a good adjustment out of those people who are kind of lagging behind when it comes to stacking up and prepping for finals. People are, from earlier on in their games, now looking to actually force things and try to get the kills necessary to move up the leaderboard, rather than kind of doing your homework at the very last minute, you know, before you got to turn it in, and hopefully getting kills out of, say, the last 3 games they're in before the end of the bi-weekly.
Yeah, I mean, even catching 3 kills, 1.5 placement point, it goes a long way. But when you're starting hitting those donuts, when you're hitting those 0.5s, it really makes a mark. And that's where we're ending up here for round 3. More South midday. My name is Severio alongside Nyarko. We're starting off here having T25 with purple halberds as Liam up against Star, and then Star having a blue spear. He's going to come up here with a common pair of flying knives. T25 on the same boat, especially having that common dagger. But Artisan's Grove has another fight. Verse, Frostfist, Wufong, all in the fight. Frostfist at his peak for gear right now. It's all about how well he can consider it against his low health target, Justina.
This is a very interesting scenario because of that mutual common armor that we're seeing. What happens is that now you only need one variable to go your way to just immediately start initiating fights, right? If you're getting a purple weapon, all of a sudden you're in such a good position to just pull the trigger and start something off here. And that's where we're seeing another early initiation. Frostivus getting the worst of that exchange. Burst can use this opportunity to quaff some berries, but Frostivus still in line of fire, may not get that same luxury. Gonna be knocked towards the skies, has a hook shot on them, trying to get out of this dicey position. Will be able to armor swap, dodges over the side, good scale rush. CDY gonna give chase again though.
And then one thing to note too about the armors is that a common armor, when you have it, if you find an upgrade armor, that means you have a spare armor on reserve. And players like Frostfist was looking for that. He had a blue armor on reserve, but Verse actually cut him past him. Even when Frostfist held that blue focus vertical, all that was needed was that Verse needed to make sure to catch the stagger and then double dash towards the blue armor, and he got a 900 health reset. Switching over to the pool of cleansing though, Khaled is just Shang up against JL's AS, having an opportunity to see a Syra versus a Shayo fight, and then Shayo hold checks coming out from the flying knife. Shang throws a shotgun to the ground, throws a mind game here, and AS is gonna have to fight up against a Shayo ultimate, but of course another target's in the mix. Palm Lightning coming
Yoda
out
gets hard beat by
here from
Kylo no
T's
matter what they
Wufong,
rework.
and he's not letting this to be an easy fight.
Oh, not
Wait.
at all. Wufong gonna
They
descend
already
back
both
into
have
late
Palm
here.
Lightning
Tuesday
on
has
spawn,
managed
bro.
to get the Soul Bloom for the reset.
They
Has
won.
decent health for the time being, and now it looks like because of that, they are just gonna handshake here, trying to farm back up. And either of them on common armor want to take an extended fight when somebody else could descend upon them.
Yeah, and the PL, man, Palm Lightning is a 4-hit instead of a 3-hit, and it's fast, and this is pre-hot patch fast, so the speed of which that comes out means it's going to be a dereliction for who is going to be able to take that elimination and who's going to be able to pick up the Soul Bloom in essence. But for Verse, we're switching our Artisan's Grove position over towards Celestra here. Finding a nice uppercut, Frostfist does get cut out by the combo breaker into a pistol shot, mostly confirmation due to terrain, and then Frostfist holding out here for blue focus as he throws it back and forth, but he still has a separate life ready to go in case he does lose his initiation or disengagement. And for Frostfist, catching to the west side Celestra, a lot of walls, a lot of plaques instead, and looking for an armor swap if he can. He gets one armor heal here while we see the fight switch on between CDY, Verse, and Spider.
Yep, CDY unfortunately in a tough position here. On the fist blades, unfortunately not a great weapon when you're going to get tech chased by somebody on a pole arm, just having so much of an ability to just continue to play at range. CDY now continuing to force forward here. Good job changing the tune of this one, as Verse is also going to hop to safety. And yet again, we're going to be back at this handshake where you have like 8 people all clustered around a single building, dancing around, seeing who's going to make contact first, see if anybody is forced into a fight. Wufong with no armor for the time being, just desperately trying to either loot their way or hero their way back up. They're actually going to see Chu Zhang here and decide to continue to go on the chase here. Could be a scary scenario. Had their ultimate available, is going to use that as a disruptive force. But Chu Zhang currently still has the health advantage in that fight.
And especially considering he has 1 ball left, he's gonna get another 200 heal here. He's looking to try to catch out for Shishang, and Shishang is actually gonna be getting a lot of time to loot that second floor. Maybe some Soul Jays to be picked up here, but regardless, Shayol is still available for him. There's no Forbidden Seal inside of the Zest Winery, so safety net is off the table. Shishang finds a nice armor swap against Wufong, looking to hold out the blue focus. His combo breaker comes out. Shishang looks for the R&B, looking for neutral here. Wufong look for the extensions. He goes for the 1-2s, looks for the shotgun blast, goes for the R&Bs, burns out the ultimate, and now for Shishang, it's only a matter of time. If he can't find another armor, as long as he holds blue, that gives Wufong enough time to get his little bit of chip damage here, so long as he doesn't go for the bow shot instead.
Yep, Chu Zhang happy to continue to put the pressure on Wufong, and this is an interesting dynamic that I'm starting to see out of him. He's someone willing to take a fight on health down. Doesn't really matter, knowing that if he's the one pushing the tempo and Wufong feels that this is a bad fight from a game theory perspective to take, Chu Zhang is kind of able to get that initial shot, and now look at this. Once again, we're in a position where he has the health advantage, and now he's going to get a double-double.
That's a double-double, you know. Whoa, you got yourselves a... You know, I'm not gonna make that say. I'm gonna make it in that Canadian accent. Let's get it. Frostfist though has himself to launch himself and Polaris' field of view. And his purview right now is kind of a dangerous position. He's got himself no ultimate. Polaris has ultimate ready to go here, but he's looking to try to heal with a level 2 armor powder. CDY sees the weakness in his face. He's looking to try to look for the armor swap, and Polaris will find it, of course, into the east side of Celestia. A lot of rooftops, a lot of buildings, a lot of scare rushable spotlights, especially with the doorways, and then having to see how these players want to try to catch one to the next. That handshake agreement really comes to making a deal with just making that, you know, the anti-pyramid scheme, right? Where one player comes out on fighting another player, that means it gives another player to look at capitalizing off of that, and it just creates a crumbling situation for the end game potential. So all players decide to just stop right where they are. And then engraving on A Shao though with purple armor Syra is no joke. GG Shaw though from Noble Cave, and with the Rummy Yang nearby, he finds Star not having a chance here looking for an ultimate. He will get deleted off of that, and that's going to be one of the first players eliminated from this match. Baseball cap in hand.
Yeah, Shaw definitely with some interesting stylistic choices here, but
he has the MVP cap. Oh my god!
Having on these matches here, as you're saying, Star eliminated in a rough position. To do so, needs to really try to piggyback on the fact that, you know, entering into this day, they are behind the bar in terms of getting to finals. You know that you don't want to be here, but unfortunately that aggression not necessarily paying off for the time being, as we are going to get clustering around this Realm of Yang. T2-5 might actually have to drop this. He's getting aggressed upon quite heavily, trying to use these halberds in order to buy a little bit of the space, charge it up with the R&B. That being said, the chase down is brutal as AS is trying to get upon their position. Multiple people on the focus down. No ultimate available right now, has already popped it. Trying to get to safety, had to use it defensively. No F available.
Parry.
Big Clink will be able to get a counter hit as well, and somehow still staying alive.
Bro, he couldn't get in Yang
on top of them, but there we go. Knock down a peg, and it's going to be AS picking up the pass.
Yeah, T2-5 was in a false sense of security there, getting caught through, thinking the aggression was going to switch off of him. Last couple of seconds, though, gives AS full value of having set the Yang pass, and then actually having the opportunity of proccing out the ultimate, denying anyone else
imagine
for that ult duration of 18 seconds. AS, though, still having said Yang pass, is still available to take this Rummy Yang for himself. Polaris and CDY, though, are going into it. CDY with common armor. Like I said, players will go in there with common everything if they need to.
And
then
you hit every, if you have pulse or
fights near the Rummy Yang. Mostly seeing if A-Shao can work this engraving out.
Swing that shit around and hit everybody full heal.
Staff, if he finds that upgrade for the weaponry, he's going to definitely take that to the end game. We're going to look into this fight, though. A-Shao popping down slowly but surely up against Spider, who is having that Shio ult ready to go.
All right, A-Shao. About half health on the armor for the time being. Good trade from Spider to initiate. Once again, that range advantage that the staff is providing means that he doesn't have to even use anything.
I was going to say that Polaris should win this. Somehow you didn't win.
And all in favor of SR's representative as now we're moving over to Shaw versus AS.
You know, it was a little scary there. Shaw, you can't get that true unless there's a wall. And luckily the wall was in his favor and it knocked him right into the zone. That was a little bit of a moment. That was
I need this cap
nerf that we talked about earlier with Lonnie. So for Shaw, a little bit of a risky
got the MVP cap.
He's got himself a gold fan. He's got himself a quick charge thunder call, as well as having purple fist blades to be brought up, and as well as like having that purple armor. But he already had one ready to go. He's gonna delay that Vermilions and goes out there. Spider, gold staff. We saw what Spider was able to achieve with the staff. Having the uppercut go into the grapple bump, allowing for the blue vertical focus, was just something that was been distributed even in the past patch for the new season with season 16. So having that in his hand is definitely a great notion. CDY though was up against light players. Now for players having the chance with a purple dagger, goes for a scare rush here. CDY looking for the LMBs here. Look at that meter, right? He's building it up. He gets one blue focus. He can hold blue focus horizontal.
Bro, Polaris, pop your fucking ultimate, bro. He's holding his ult for Naraka
giving him a
too.
lot more airtime, giving
Why?
him a guaranteed kill. First kill in the game with the Vermilions alongside the purple weapon ready and a purple staff and a purple armor.
Overall, this has been another aggressive game, and it looks like the action is just going to continue here. CDY thudding right back. Good solid damage versus Verse off of this exchange, but the blue charge is enough for Verse off the flying knives to actually be able to answer back against the range that I've touted out of the staff here. God, that weapon is so good, feels so good, looks so good. This brings so many people to victory here. Cerverio, that makes sense. CDY not out of this one just yet. Still has health to play with here. AS
I already finished my sandwich.
That killing blow.
I'm not
could be a
hungry
risky scenario
anymore.
Diving pretty deep outside
I
of
ate that
the
shit
realm,
pretty damn
close to
fast.
the shadow. It isn't like he's particularly healthy
Maybe a
either, but
testament to just how hungry
CDY
I
doesn't want
was.
to take contact here. In a tough position. Good job blue focus. AS gonna be staggered, gonna be hobbled. Now it's a one-touch scenario, one side or the other. CDY shows why you don't overchase in this game.
Exactly. AS goes out of the lobby as a result. A Shao against Verse. Now, this is going to be a Sire versus Justina fight, which is usually going to be the case where it's going to be one directional, but there's going to be the blue into that with a parry preemptive, and A Shao just burned the combo breaker. This gives Verse a one motion. Should he use ultimate to escape? A Shao has a way to look for the stagger here. He finds it, which then forces the ultimate. Uppercut happens. Oh, we got grief because of the wall. And now it's going to give a chase game for A Shao to look for Verse. Now, A Shao has to make sure that Verse hopefully doesn't get an armor here. If he does, could be a slight turnaround. But for A Shao, he's 100% healthy. He's got purple armor. He's got full health, white health. And now for A Shao, looking to try to look for a stagger here. He's looking to try to get rid of that Roman depletion. As mentioned, he was at a great advantage up to the point where the Justina had ultimate as a disengagement tool. Luckily, he can't use it offensively unless Verse finds himself to catch A Shao with a wild haymaker blues or unexpected 1-2-3s. A Shao would then look towards and getting a combo breaker into an ultimate pass. We'll have to see how that ends up.
He's out in a position where
I'm
they
kinda
gotta
cleaning
make
up
a
a little
mark.
bit,
You
and I'm on
know,
the
we've
NBPL
seen
chat.
them initiate.
You can
several
also
times
grapple
throughout the
bump
course
onto
of
the
these
ult.
games.
You can grapple
Disappointing
bump into
finish
ult
in
on Lonnie,
game
the ball
number
catches
2,
the
and now
dodge.
game number 3, losing out in that realm of Yang. Could just be losing out here as well. Verse with a
I mean,
brutal
yeah.
counter hit, going to knock A Shao down to low ground here with Shadow closing in. They are going to try to retransition over to fight up against Verse, who's now shown himself as well. But A Shao is in a tough position, trying to skirt alongside this wall. Verse has the distance on them. Inside a cottage, will cross over past the window. A Shao still trying to find contact, still trying to find a fight. 50 seconds on the clock for Realm of Yang depletion.
Looking like an original film here in 70mm here. No centers. Obviously, A Shao has himself to look for the R&Bs. If A Shao has himself to look across the barrier of the wall, if he throws a wild blue focus 2.0 horizontal, he might catch him. He might catch him. But obviously, that's a sin on the table, right? The 1-2-3s, the double hold check 2.0s, and Verse knows that he can't afford that. Parries comes out here. Combo breaker is invested. A Shao looks to space out. 20 seconds on the clock. He's got ultimate, he has no combo breaker, he has no grapples. And when no grapples means he can't chase out Verse if he decides to take a little bit more distance. And Verse just notices the weakness in his hands to take advantage of, and which means that he'll get elimination, he'll get all the gear, and he'll pick up all the loot that's coming out from A Shao as a result. And with A Shao going out here, that's going to be the case where Verse just earned himself enough time to sustain himself. And all it came down to was that grapple bump miss from early on due to the wall. And now Verse gets a +1.
It's been an
Cross
interesting
kill,
game
hilarious.
for sure. A lot of different players
Doesn't that
trying to
put
make
Frost at
shine
like either,
happen.
what, 2 or 3 kills?
Shuzheng just waiting out here, trying to farm on up, ready to go as we're in second realm of Yang rounds. Starting up, Spider, happy to get back in there. Starting out with an O and then going in with an incredible showing in game number 2, and now maybe looking to take it all home here. Just shows the level that he's able to rise to if the conditions are right. Really interested to see who his opponent's going to be here. If in fact he isn't interrupted
people
waiting
left.
out for this realm again.
Half the lobby is dead at
Let's
second
see, I think
Yang.
he has
There's
a
literally,
Sapphire
I don't
as
even
well.
know if there's going to be an
CDY,
end
though,
circle.
in the fight against Shisheng, Shao versus Akos.
I mean, there's probably obviously going to be an end circle, but like, think about it.
A engraving,
2 people are probably going to,
Palm
like,
Thunder
2
that we
people
saw
are dead
earlier,
here.
and
after
hoping to
this.
see if CDY can actually drop down blue this. Hold on a second. Shisheng just holding out the pillar.
So
was
only
really
4 people
smart
are going to
because
be
it
in
burns
like
out time in the air.
end zone.
CDY then looks to try to reposition here for another pistol shot. Off the R&B there would be a potential, but the drop downs from Shisheng are just too much of a risk. F2 avoided.
Oh my.
Harry comes out here. Nice ult activation, and it won't save CDY. Just a little bit of motion. He finds a V2 past the F1 combo breaker from Shisheng. Now, obviously, CDY, he looks for the
down
pounce in
R&B
the
is
corner.
not true.
But one thing's for certain, once that Shio comes out here at the very end of this Aka's ultimate, there won't be nothing left for CDY to take advantage of.
CDY on the run for the time being, just wants to restore armor, may not get the opportunity to do so. Tiger form still available for him to make one more dive in. Scary position though, gonna be knocked out of the sky. And he's just kind of burning time in this position. I don't know if he's actually gonna be able to find a way back into advantage here, given that he's just not buying enough distance, because there's the follow through to Zhang, putting him down. It's a one-touch scenario. Follow through on Spear is so difficult to contend with when you're on Chucks. We'll be able to clink there by a little bit more time. Trades back onto the ground, gets a knockdown. May not be enough though. CDY needs to try to fully
Like,
stabilize,
how
but
we're not
will get the
parrying that?
opportunity to
Oh my
scale.
god.
Definitely aimed. Will drop him here if they were about as representative as now. We're looking back upon Spider.
That's a 100% parry.
Gets one lockdown here. We'll be able to equalize off that one. Wufong happy to just play at a distance for the time being. Needs to be careful though. That splash damage oftentimes is invalidating factor when it comes to these towers. And now, at just a touch, Spider wins yet again.
Wins us is Roman Yang.
How do you keep track how many characters left while playing in these? Because of course you don't want to go into Yang and be at a disadvantage. Well, I mean, if you have 6 people left, I don't even know. I wouldn't even go in Yang. If you have that, just that many people left,
he's gonna be able to hit
and
anybody
even
with a mind check.
going like
29,000 Dark Tide coins in hand, which means he
like
could
we
just play
already
RNG. He
established
does have
earlier,
on
you don't
standby.
need to go
That's
into
a great
Yang
opportunity right there to have that Jade work immediately in effect. Just
be
Shang, though,
set for like end
outside
circle.
of that, Romy Yang, you know, having that win off of that, which I wanted to point out with CDY, he was looking for a jump parry, or maybe he was looking for a repossession on.
There's other objectives on the around the
But he
map.
does now have to go up against Shang with a Phoenix Blast.
Got a
into
question
that
for you. Do you
build,
know what the
as well as
refreshment
going
the
off
monitors
a lot
are
of
at Worlds?
negation
240.
instead. If he finds a longsword, he's set. But if he finds a staff, he also has a jabbing on his back pocket with the gold staff rarity, right? So
240 hertz, and every computer is capable of running 200 plus FPS consistently.
Use it off rip, off of the Romy Yang, and getting the gold rarity. Oh, nah, that's the one tap territory right there. If anyone gets caught by a jabbing with that rarity, that's 800 damage, pretty much gone with the basic 12% mitigation from these builds. But usually everyone's running that 24%. Frost is still on standby.
Frost is
here
still
over
up.
by
Nice.
Arson's Grove, but we do see 2 TE's Wufang on the standby off of that is Romy Yang lost. We might see a replay here. He is past CDY.
Dude,
and
there's
CDY
4
being a
people.
loser
There's
off his
4
Romy Yang
people with no
means
Yang
that
depletion,
Wufang
2 with
could
Yang
potentially look
depletion.
to kite him out here if he's been paying attention to the kill.
If you are in this top 6 scenario,
Yep. Here we go, trading up top. CDY able to intercept.
there's literally
the
no
approach
reason for you
Wufang.
to like. I mean, you can go into Yang if you like your stack.
Manages to do so at the ideal
But if you have
time,
like a good number of
forcing
kills,
abilities out of CDY, stagger gonna happen here. Wufang though with that full armor.
I wouldn't even say it's worth
straight
it.
Back CDY in a scramble situation now. Ultimate going to be activated by Wufang. That's going to be enough to act as a deterring mechanism. CDY doesn't want the smoke. Unfortunately, gonna get caught out. Ball to follow through. Wufang happy to combo them.
That was nasty. That was not diabolical, really, dude. That was crazy. And the worst to wear it now, Spider is here to approach. I want to talk about it, but I can't, because now we have a Romy Yang to get rid of, and Spider, who was just, you know, he just recently won his round, now up against chasing down Wufang with no ultimate. I guess I have a little bit of time to talk about it. Wufang finding the connection off of the goalie stance throw into the knockback, guaranteeing himself to go into the line of sight towards the ball and kicks it straight towards a knockup. That guaranteed CDY to go down because he still had 2 kicks readily available. But now going to current events. We see Spider here looking for those RMBs and try to chase down against Wufang and look to try to stagger him off of the key components and servants grounds is that there's not a lot of room to wiggle unless you're within. And now players are approaching to the scene. Wufang getting hit throughout this whole entire exchange, which is
Notice 2 Shails and 1 of each other character.
Chip away from Wufang as Wufang looks for a scare rush here. All I see is 1 RMB.
Say for example, I have 2 or 3 kills by final Yang. Go Yang.
And Spider goes for a reset here while Frosty looks to try to
Up to you. If you're stacked, you can go Yang. And if you know you can win, or if you know you're probably
pick up Frostivus as part of the scramble
there's
scenario.
a high chance for you to win, then you can go Yang. Otherwise, probably not.
Double stacks are actually Spider, I believe, just on Epic right now. Means that Verse doesn't want to touch this.
Yang
Frostivus
is always a
similar
risk factor.
situation. Both these guys just on the run, trying to make it past the shadow border.
Gold Pulsar picked up here, has a Sky Punch.
You only really go Yang if you have no other choice, or if you're confident that you can win.
Jade, aerial dash, if I'm not mistaken. Seeing a Cyan Fang and an Alchemy to be picked up here for Frosty. Spider, though, with that Stormstride as mentioned, has a Stamina Strike as well as a Swift Cut. Looking at the velocity and the Sap Jade, if he gets a parry, he gets pretty much 900 health back. And Shang is still looking at his rock solid build. Tai Chi Fan being probably one of the biggest upgrades. We actually saw a
assist Frost. Earlier. You guys got to get rid of these 2 Shails.
Looking at going for the sheet swap and then getting a massive.
Okay, now Frost, you got to come back and help Verse.
It goes for a combo breaker as a result. But Spider, no more White Tiger.
Oh, nice armor swap.
Looking to go up against Verse here as the armor swap was made, and then for Spider looking to try to go for that block, he does get it. He needs to try to go for 2 velocities.
It's a nice 2v2
block trigger, where he does not consume any of that binding fury in the center of the screen. Of course, it's a risk, considering he's going to have to look for a blue focus release. And
oh my god.
Almost knocked into the
Spider in the Bane, his worst enemy.
Spider takes a shotgun blast, losing all that health for a little bit of time, while Frost gets a reset in the background. We still got 4 players left, and they're all right next to one another.
I was gonna say, fellas, are we doing this at Bane's Breath? That's a double knockdown. Spider gonna be hit alongside Frostivus. Frostivus wants to fall back from this fight because that Spider, unfortunately, may not have the luxury caught in the middle of multiple people. And that's Chujang, still full health, legendary armor. Happy to go for the engage here. Spider, though, wants to try to chase down Frostivus.
What is this tank standing right next to me?
Trying to get a restoration. Spider gets caught up by the Bane's Breath again. Could be knocked down. Careful! Oh, no.
Okay, that's unfortunate.
Wait. Wait, that's 2 players out. That gives Frostmas a chance right
Oh
now.
my
2 eliminations.
God.
2 eliminations for Frostmas, 2 for Verse right now. Looting up the bodies. Frostmas actually has gold armor now. All the loot that we just saw and talked about. Sap Jade. I'm talking about the, maybe the Aurora Burst we picked up here, as well as looking at anything left for the Velocity Untold. Frostmas goes to the other body for Spider's body and picks up all the gold rarity weapons. Talking, man, this man got the full loadout as well as picking it up, having the time to do it. Verse knows he has to separate himself away from it. He doesn't pick up Storm Stride, which I'm okay with, because with Storm Stride, you gotta keep in mind that Storm Stride can grief. If he dashes, if he dodges, he gets a damage off. If he goes for a
when this
parry,
game
then
ends, I'm
Storm
gonna
Stride
show you
crosses,
guys
he
on my
parry.
screen.
And now it's gonna be a 1v1. Verse, Spearwell, Frostmas, Akos, Gold Fan, Gold Armor, has ultimate ready to go, while Verse is on his death's door right now. If he does not get this
Come on,
Spearwell,
Frost.
he won't have enough fight left in his tank against Frostmas.
Oh my God,
who
he has
goes for a
Iron
1,
Fang.
2, 3, especially inside of that. Highly risky, but highly valuable.
Frostivus just continuing to try to lay claim to this one here. Verse going to use this to get a
No.
knockdown. Frostivus trying to fight back. Has a lot of tools at his disposal here, as the ultimate is going to tick down for the time being. Verse coming out of that exchange ahead for the, right now. Unfortunately,
No, stay
has
in,
to
you
freeze up
fucking-
and has some missed
Okay,
times in
we're good.
Usage. Frostivus happy to just
Bro.
play this at neutral stage. Gets a hard knockdown to claim the spirit.
I was like, why did he just jump out?
Back in.
And looking for him to try and go for that second pound to confirm it, but of course Verse has a lot of damage to be taken, which means that he potentially has his ultimate ready to go back up here and has it on the ready. Uppercut is true right now. F2 is back up. This means that Verse has a value right now to look for an ultimate. Maybe if he does decide to go use it, he's going to look for it after a blue focus. Now, one thing is certain right now, if Verse can catch it, he would look for a neutral, but the problem is that Akko's got a refresh on ultimate right now from that Spearwell. So for her, Frostmas, he's the one at the biggest advantage. This only factor that would be a change up is if this Moonbane does say something different.
With the Bane!
Good job by Frostivus. Caught out inside a Moonbane. Will be able to use this as
I did
a
not dash
back
to his
in.
death.
Gets frozen for their efforts for the time being. They're still very much ahead though. And honestly, I just don't think that there's many places for this just steam
The
to
Bane!
go.
Let's fucking
Aqua's
go.
with a big chase down potential yet again.
Frost,
inside
no!
Bane's breath. Oh, Frostivus
Dude.
got out there. And now all of a sudden things not favoring him quite as much. We'll have to just use this time and some resources to heal back up. Verse happy to do the same to get a bit of breathing room. What in the world has gotten to these players today,
Dude.
Sergio?
And it's a all in W key. Everything makes it to to be dangerous. Living dangerously is how these guys go, and obviously
Nice
that
parry.
movement is just a parry. Right
Yes.
there. It's gonna be knocked him down into another shunt. Ooh, doesn't get it. He's looking for it again though. Verse is gonna be looking to try to be on the underground when the line of sight is broken. One blue focus is all that's necessary for Frostmas to try to confirm a combo breaker, and then he can just work his way out. But of course, once that's down, it's over. Frostmas gets out of that Moonbane. A little bit of time right now for the kiting, and it's actually kind of poetic, really. The first fight that we saw was between Verse and Frostmas at Artisan's Grove. This is the exact same position, but it's on the other end right now where Frostmas is the most healthy. Verse still looks to try to make a consideration for the staggers off the scare rushes here between the two, and with no Moonbane, now it's just a skill set between both of these players.
Ooh, getting the catch out around the corner. Frostivus is in a tough position now. Verse happy to just try to take this trade now that he's working the
Nice.
legendary armor. Ooh, that being said, having to use the ice early is definitely not where he wants to be. Frostivus continuing to keep momentum back on his side time and time again. Whenever Verse seems that they have found an angle, Frostivus buys space, wins a trade, and is happy to just fight yet again at maxed out armor. Verse, without the opportunity to do exactly the same, just gonna get wiped through in terms of their health. Blue trade one side, then the other. Verse gonna be baited to trying to use a counter punch here. Yet again, Freeze comes out. Frostivus still at full health, and I don't think that we're gonna get any more breathing room by which Verse can actually try to restore. They're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way now. Good knockdown. Frostivus, though, still very healthy. Blue charge of this focus going to be utilized to buy a little bit more space.
Nice.
Verse on the run one more time. Flying knives, though, yet again, compounding the fact that Verse has nowhere to go to.
Yeah, looking for the blue focus here, gets caught. Ultimate's about to come up for both targets right now. Justina first. Obviously, since Frostmas has himself to have that ultimate as a combo breaker, he can use it whenever. Second dash is consumed right now. Frostmas knows that it's going to be a key moment for just one freeze that's going to be necessary to save Versus life for a TOD, potentially, even if the line of sight is going to be made. He catches a for V2, the armor swap is had, and then for Verse, as the armor is empty, he's taking the time to get one armor powder here. Might even look for
Yes.
here. He gets caught. That's going
Get
to be
his
armor.
ass.
With the V2 still having pounds ready to go, Frostmas is looking for it out the corner and finds no usage of it, but Verse looks to hold check this. F2 is true. There's going to be the RB. Oh my goodness, grief.
Let's
Durant.
fucking
One
go,
RB. There's one
Frost.
Frostmas. 3 eliminations on the board
Bro.
for MVP for this round.
Frostivus deserves that very, very solid play at the end.
Actually, goated fight.
Possible, but there's inevitability when Frostivus played aggressive early, got very solid equipment under him, and then from there leveraged it into a victory here for PvE. And honestly, it could not come at a better time.
Yeah, it really couldn't, and especially considering he's just needing to catch up more points. Just to
Bro,
ensure
bro,
that
bro, bro, bro,
threshold
bro.
can kind of,
Okay.
you know, being in the safety net.
Now I need you
position.
guys to look at
Also,
this
the
shit.
consideration is that once he took once he saw that Moonbane, the second to last Moonbane that we saw, once we saw that come out,
What the fuck is this tank right next to me? Bro. This person sent me a friend request as soon as while I was watching the final fight. Let me pull up this. Here we go. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna have to kindly decline. What if I just Alt F4? I hate when people send me friend requests out of nowhere because I'm just like, damn. I don't know what to say. Gets boring if you can't make your own fun. Yeah, your own fun being if you're not fucking freaky as shit or have people to play with. Oops. Second one flew right out of the window. If you select no, you can send a reply later by selecting from request. Bro, I'm more concerned about what the fuck is this build? Wait, is this a robot? It's not a real person. What the fuck is this? Is on Steam? Yes. Click their ARC profile. I did not know I could still do this while they had that on the screen. Okay, well this is obviously a human. 11-star weapon. Yes, cast. 8470. How do these people find me even? Person's level 100 on both. View lookbook. Bro, this looks insane. How many points did Frost get? 6.6. Oh my god, 6.6 and 6.5. He MVP'd by 0.1 over Chuzhong. That's insane. Tall, big, built like a fridge, and muscular. Nah. What the fuck? Nah, not with the fucking winky face. No, bruh. But I'm just like, I'm AFK. Alright? It's okay. I'm not here. The fuck is this? Stray Animal B2? It looks so much like Elslord fit. Oh, you right. It's okay, bro. Look, my name is... I'm an anime character name. I named myself after an anime character from... I think it was anime Harry Potter. It was a... That's what we refer to it as. That shit was actually so good. I need the second season of that anime. That shit was so fucking good, bro. Alright, Frost is now in 4th with 25.5. This is good. There's still 3 more games left. He's basically made all the traction back from first day. Now he just needs to get to like Mike's point value, and then he'll be safe. Oh my god, they're gone. Let's fucking go. Fucking no. I can move. Let's go. Imagine they came back. Bro. What the fuck is this? Wait, how do I get over here? Bro, I have to go all the... Why can't I cross through this? I have to go all the way around. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it was like one of the most popular animes in like, what, 2023, I think? What the fuck is that? Oh my god, bro. Wait. This game can be so fucking loud sometimes. Did I just TP further away? What the fuck is this? Oh. Yes, aesthetically speaking, bro, this game is okay. I guess there's some shit that I haven't fucking gone to. Aesthetically speaking, this game is very, very nice. And also graphics-wise. PSO2 is like... I don't know if I would say it's as close to, if it's as close to SAO as what people want it to be, or people want SAO to be. But a game like SAO, right? Where... I wonder if that'll ever... Well, we're getting there. I don't have a weapon equipped. What the fuck are these? Wait. What? What's the power system in this game? Can you use like any skill or choose it from the start in progress? You can choose any class, and there are certain skills that you start with, but you can get more skills for your class. I've always, even in the normal version of the game, I started playing PSO2. There wasn't an NA version of the game, and everybody that played PSO2 in the past played PSO2 JP. And on that game, oh my god, my JP account, I wish I could fucking transfer my JP account to my NA account, but I have to start all over. Now, I can still load the JP version of the game, but I need the PSO2 tweaker to do that. And which class, let me try and find which class I was using. I forgot what it was, but let me pull this up on the browser window. Yes. Phantom was fucking fun as shit. Phantom was the most fun class I've ever fucking played on this game. Bro, this is basically like the entire class. You just move high movement and then you just fucking use quick cut to fucking attack back, bro. Massive fucking damage. But I need another.
Oh wow, Nova, you're so talented.
Okay, what the fuck is that? Why does it say general gameplay rifle? Nah. The general gameplay of the class is fucking katana. Oh my god, it's so loud. This class was so fucking good. Wait, this man just completely destroyed this fucking character, or this boss fight. The fuck? To my fellow Phantom Katana players, there is but a small few of us, but I give mad respect to all of you for mastering the craft. What's the game on the background? Looks nice. Ah, that is PSO2 NGS. Sai, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. They got custom skills now in NGS. I haven't checked my skills at all. So like I don't know if I'm. Well, obviously there's some shit that I could probably get that I'm behind on, right? All right, let me do this. And then I do this, I do this. You can roll for a skill, and those skills are very editable. Oh, damn. Back here, you bird. Okay, you just despawned. What the fuck? We'll cancel quest matchmaking. And yes, let's travel over here. Wait, we just run the entire way through? Okay, I can't even change my camera. I thought it was gonna like just cut on to the other side. Wait, this is the first time I've been here. What the fuck? Oh. Story quest. This is where you would see me skip everything. Oh yeah. I'm not sure if a lot of people really play PSO2 for the story. I think the story is like I don't think there's anything wrong with the story, but most people play the game for like the fashion and shit. I'm not gonna lie, that's like endgame. But people get to endgame like very early.
すごいところだね。スティアキャンプまではどのぐらいかかるんだろう。ここからそう遠くない場所にあるよね。
Is this paused? Like, what the fuck?
了解。それ
Kinda
じゃ
lagging though.
気合い入れていこう。
I'm pressing tab. Oh. How are these unanswered?
あるはず。しかも見たことないタイプだ。倒していくしかなさそうね。
Trial start. Success.
全部倒せたね。それじゃ先へ進もう。
This Andy settings are weird. One slight tune and it's 10 frames a year while on 300 FPS. Yeah, anytime I alt tab, this shit is like perfectly fine. When I tab into the game, because I'm 30 FPS right now, but this is, I'm at like 240 FPS when I'm tabbed in. And that's with everything on like, on max. I could probably be like so much higher FPS in this game. With me, I'm on ultra. Maximum frame rate. The fact that 165 is the highest that you could have in here, if I could do this and set it to 165, and then as you can see, the video is no longer being like fucked up, right? Let me click live. So if I set it to 165, we're not getting screwed over. And honestly, I could play at 165. I don't really need to play at 240. There's not a visual difference for you guys either, or anyways. And for me, I don't even really notice a difference between 165 and 240 here. So if it makes the video not get screwed over, then I'll gladly cap my shit. But there was one thing that was so hilarious playing PSO2. Where is it? This motherfucker is so fucking loud. Emergency code, bro. When I tell you this shit was the loudest thing ever. Wait, let me mute this real quick. This shit was actually just so stupid, bro.
Code. Exception. Avis.
Oh, he doesn't do the entire thing, it just shows everything. What the fuck? Nah, they always put a lot of emphasis in Japanese games, bro.
Attack. Avoid.
Feel free to make any corrections or add more info on codes I didn't mention. NGS will never be good until these are added.
Capture.
It would seem this remains true 5 months ago.
Challenge.
I need a mod adding this.
Change over.
Oh my god, this game is old as shit, bro. 2012 or 2013, 12 fucking years ago. Look at the quality on this video. Oh, I just remembered. Dude, I have... Nah. I think PSO2 NGS is way more I think it's way more moderated. PSO2 Classic was the most unmoderated fucking game I've ever seen. Like, the English block in the JP channel was literally just filled with so many people that were just spamming the most TOS shit you've ever seen. I'm talking N-word with the hard R, fucking racial slurs left to right, a bunch of fucking hentai, bro. Oh my god. I felt like before when I was starting up like streaming and everything, I'm just like, damn, I actually would like to stream this game, but I can't fucking stream this game because if I stream this game, I'm gonna get fucking banned off of Twitch. It was the craziest fucking place ever, bro. But my god, I'm actually glad that I could load Classic like right now on NA. I didn't get as far as I did on JP, but I'm still certain that I have some shit. Like, let me load this. Let me load this up real quick. And luckily, we don't even have to like swap at all. Okay, let me unmute this. Wait, I'm in the middle of a quest. I can wait. Alright, return to title screen. Wait, I have to go in through here. Wait, is it not in the actual game? Ah, start game PSO2. Oh my god, my shit is in this game too. Okay, I didn't know that it worked like that. I forgot it worked like that. You have 4 unclaimed. I have anything from here? Nothing? I bet. Create an auxiliary. What does that mean? Wait, they made it so that your NGS gear goes to PSO2 Classic? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what? You can wear your NGS shit in Classic now? So what about my fucking money? Why can't I use my... Not gear, just cosmetics? Well, obviously not the gear, but I didn't know that they did that with cosmetics. Bro, give me my fucking Meseta, hello? Also, what class am I even on right now? Oh my god. Luster and Etoile, they're so good. I think Etoile was like the fucking the Kingdom Hearts class. They call it the Keyblade class because it looks so similar to like fucking if you're a Keyblade wielder. But I can't fucking use this shit. Isn't this expensive as shit? Oh my god, the inventory is so short. So small. I have a lot of expensive stuff, or... Oh my god, this disheveled cardigan. I think this shit was like 33 million when I got it. What the fuck is this? Wait, what the fuck is this? What is this, man? It's not even a thing. This is for sure a cast. It's a fucking human. Wait. You can store Meseta? All storage. This is from my NGS shit. Oh, it says the end next to it to show what's what. God. I wanna sell these, but I need shit. I need a personal shop. But unfortunately, to get to the personal shop, I need the mission pass. Finally found when my game is stuttering like hell, dude. AMD FreeSync Premium is so ass. Oh yeah, we don't use FreeSync Premium here. Those items in the blue block circle are account bound and cannot be exchanged. That would actually be that is very helpful to know. So, blue block, let's go to all storage. So these that you, wait, is this a blue block or a triangle? So I'm assuming this one that says C is like character. Obviously, I can't check the item prices on this because I'm not on NGS. Yes, this is why I use the gamepad setting, so I can fucking walk, because I can't walk otherwise. Princess Peach and Princess Bubblegum and Harley Quinn. Oh, wait. Okay, this is the perfect opportunity to do this, and then do this, and then I need to figure out what's TOS and what's not TOS to show, so I don't accidentally show something I'm not supposed to. Where is this? Symbol arts. Oh, I have 4 save lists. No, I only have 1. History. Oh shit. Here's the history. 15 pages. And the history has some shit that I cannot show for 100% sure. We sure as shit cannot show some stuff here. What is this? Bro, what is... Dude, why? SAs are still definitely still bypassing TOS? Oh, we know. That shit is... I just need to go through and like make sure that there's nothing that's like insane. That would that would just instantly get me fucking banned. I left Final Fantasy 14 for this, bro. Where's my level up symbol art? My level up symbol art is literally a girl orgasming, bro. I don't know if I have him here. This is actually insane, but I didn't see anything that was TOS on the symbol arts. Maybe they actually went through and... Okay, I don't know if they purged the TOS ones, but... I had a symbol art setting that would auto-play some shit when I leveled up. Where are the symbol art settings? Also, let me unmute this.
Sabotage, R&B hold check comes out. Looking for the clink, he gets it, but the must get shot from the background comes out from the A-Shout. He's trying to connect it off. With Gigi Shaw, though, having ultimate up and around 50 percentage points, all he's got to do is just wait it out. Having Combo Breaker back up, if he finds another armor, he can continuously keep the fight going. But A-Shout is not making it easy, as well as another opponent, Spider, approaching the scene.
CDY sent sprawling. Good job locking in those Shaw in a dicey position where they can't just overinvest on a single target, and therefore
I have
they're going to get punished.
5,000
The Spider
Wait,
now
I
is
can
going to hand
actually
off aggro.
play
CDY in a
scratch
little bit of trouble trying to
and
zone
try
using
and
their
get myself
staff.
a
Follow through
free
now. Damage onto Ajiao. Ajiao still at about half armor, going to get bursted out there
The
of
shop
the
stuff.
lockdown from Sheol. Now in a scramble situation as well. Spider still the only healthy one in this fight. Caught out here by the Temmie. Here comes the ultimate as well. CDY trying to hold on, just digging
Not
their
the personal
heels in.
quarters.
Spider gonna make
it
contact,
BD
trading
fun?
back. CDY outside of stasis gonna get knocked down. Ajiao also
Wait,
in
where the
trouble
fuck
in
is
this
the-
position. Has the wisps available.
Don't tell me they
Spider
removed it.
has full health. Ajiao trying to answer back, diving close. Oh, that hook shot gonna be canceled there as Spider freezes on up, looking for the trade back. Now still on staff. Ajiao in a lot of trouble here. Lipo coming
XP
through. Purple armor.
2.2
Spider also
million?
might just have to get out of the situation.
Wait.
Ajiao not going to
I
be
might have
so
to use
lucky.
that.
Spider gonna get the Soul Bloom, tries to fight back. Lipo though remaining relatively healthy, gonna dive forward in this one. Spider though just says, hey, I'm here to take this fight. I'm here to rack up the kills. We'll have to freeze early in this one though. Lipo not looking great, just gonna get hit by blue focus. Spider keeping the advantage, somehow gets the disarm. Lipo comes
Whip
in with
Polaris.
everything and will leave with nothing.
3 eliminations now for Spider, and Life Polaris, he went to approach his area with caution, gets a kill against A-Shout clean with the pistol shot after that whisk throw, and then all it came down to was the fact that Spider has been able to pick up every single Soul Bloom in the hand of his opponents that were
Yo, I'm
falling
not gonna
before him
lie.
beforehand. And now for Spider on 3 eliminations comes out. Star, like I said,
This
my
shit has a
man
14%
looks for Vulpine's essence, even if it's
chance,
in the zone. He actually burned
14%
Vulpine's
chance of
essence after obtaining it in the
getting
first
this.
circle
I
because he spent
think
so much
I'm gonna
time trying to
fucking
get
use
coin.
this.
And he's going at it right now as Delani, so he's gonna have enough time to kind of make it happen. AS though, with his activity, he is gonna be up against Spidey here, who has still active ultimate to be on standby for the ultimate cast. Though
I didn't
from
want that.
AS, he is gonna be looking to scare rush up now.
Go
he still
again.
has a dash to use it defensively. He does so.
Are
Spider
you
gets content
shitting me
freeze,
right
it gives
now?
AS a little bit more time
I just
towards
got the same thing twice.
sidelines of this ravine side, or the cliff side, I should say. If he
Oh
goes
my
inside
god.
the ascension core, if he goes into the first story building, he could find a way.
Dude,
to
how am
just
I
fight
getting
out
this
Spider
weapon
in
sets
the
over and
closed
over again?
environment. But since Spider, he doesn't know if he has ultimate, he doesn't know if he
Please, give
is
me
gonna
the
have a
2.2
higher rarity
mil
weapon. All he
XP.
knows is the armor on his back of his hand. And then for T25, over by the Black Tortoise Gate, we
This
see
is
him
just
chasing
like-
down towards what seems to be,
Bro,
if I'm not mistaken,
this
up
has to
against
be
Star.
illegal.
Now, I'm not sure if Star already burned out his Vulpines, but he is low enough as the HP goes,
Wow.
and he is definitely getting targeted out for T25 no matter the cost.
Can't,
Yeah,
reminder, we can't see the Gamba. Don't worry, you didn't want to see it anyways. I actually didn't want to see it myself.
Is
I
already in
honestly should not have
desperate
seen it.
waters, caught up against the shadow here, up against flying knives as well, trying to.
I didn't get
zero
a
it out with the
single-
dual halberds, knowing that a death here could spell disaster for ever getting onto
This
the
was
board
just sad.
in terms of the score line, already relegated to that 17th place. They are going to just exist on the side of the storm as the deterring factor. Spider uses the Moonbane charm elsewhere on the map to start a storm of
I already have
ruin.
this shit. Oh my god.
Here we are. Center stage.
That makes it even
Spider
worse.
looking to just take this one home.
And there's 2 Rama Yangs nearby,
Fuck,
so
man.
he's hitting himself on one and the other. Now we're switching over to the Ancient Stockade. Wufong up against Verse and White Polaris. Now, Polaris is on his second life right now for Wufong as well. He has to be mindful about where it's going to lead up to, because Verse, I'm not even sure if Verse is going to get any chance to reset. He doesn't have an ultimate. He is on second life as well, on 1 elimination right now. And for Verse, he's got F1, got V2, has the chance, just looking for an armor here. He's looking through all the corridors. He hasn't found one lickety split, but if he finds it around the corner, he would have seen one. He got one right now, just, according to the plan. Now it's up to him to go right back into it. For the secondary area, though, Star goes right over towards the Vulpines, actually drops it, hadn't even picked it up yet, and now gives himself full benefit to get that last set of coins in order for that Vulpines to be picked up. Does he mean he's going to go to Rama Yang? I don't know. He did that last time, the first Rama Yang, which gave him the benefit of beating on Spider. I'm just not curious and seeing if he's going to be making it his way to the next one. Otherwise, Versus is in a heck of a lot of trouble, even with Rama Yang pass with 3 different targets on his back.
First, using that Akos mobility just to jump around and be a hard target to hit, keeping that passive on him for as long as possible. AS waiting in the wings, just seeing if there's an opportunity to try to get in here now that Versus burned that ultimate cooldown. Still has the F available, top of a tree. This is a really good position to just play the delay game for as long as possible. Gonna trade positions here, dropping down as a hookshot lands
Still
upon
stuttering?
him. Follow through into the air, Lipo, try to juggle him. Sean
On
coming, just
Naraka?
waiting there at the very bottom of the ring. Verse able to time his quick drop fast enough to enter into Realm Gang, where he's going to be facing with CDY.
Trying to think, is there a way?
Versus looking to use
I
the
mean,
Hawk Sword, getting the musket. Gonna see an advantage.
Is there Steam overlay on?
Each shield he takes is all his armor. So anything comes out from this, the blue focuses are gonna be thrown. Musket shot from Verse connects for first one. CDY looks to charge up the horizontal, goes for the level 1, goes for the throw, goes for the blink more importantly. And the F1 comes out completely giving the mitigation bonus to Verse, which means that CDY looks to keep this fight going. Remember, that advanced heal means that he could still take this fight without needing to go off on a basic heal right now. And if CDY wants to turn out the damage off of Verse or just burn his resources, he could do it right there. There's a nice horizontal. He's looking for a crouch. Musket shots are landing today, and Verse is making it look easy. He scare rushes in, but one clink leads to a combo breaker, and this could be a domino effect coming out from the skill selections.
Double clink. CDY looking for an opening. Gonna just pop shield here. But unfortunately, already with the back off, I do think that he's coming out while exhausting resources. Gonna be able to get a 1 lockup going here. Now it is going to be the Akos on the hop around. Either side, just going to have to do this the old-fashioned way once the mobility and defense drops out here. CDY getting the worst of that exchange now. Akos just continue to try to force this one. WBG in a great position here. Verse trying to land one more blow. He's able to play at range as well. Splash damage, that's going to be enough.
Yeah, Verse gets him out of the round of the Rama Yang. This means now he can get his gold armor, or get his gold Hong Sword, I should say. Gets a Venom Tip Bar Bolt. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to want to utilize that. Star still doing the Vulpines. I can't believe this man spent the last, 7 minutes on this thing, dude. He got it. He made it worth it. He got it. He's going to fuck his ultimate to keep him sustained here for moving as well, but man. it's gonna be worthwhile to Valley. The only problem is I'm looking at the math right now, and he's gonna have to make it to the catapult. The catapult is his only saving grace right now to make it out of the zone as fast as heck. For right now, he's looking to try to launch it. And if he can, he won't have to burn that Vulpines. And since it's Shadow 1, he won't take as much damage. He finds the catapult, he goes ahead, glides right on through, and he's out of there. He's got to have to buy some supplies, though, considering he ran into Vulpines. Drop the HP, Jade, if you guys don't know. He's dropping it so he can get a full value
nice
on that
parry.
heal. But we're switching on over here.
Yeah, Panda Man is already dead.
CDY is getting pelted by the lobby. Common armor swap on standby. But one free attempt is all that Spider needs to get a single RMB blue to kill off that Shio.
You really gotta feel for CDY here, falling prey to this constant back and forth where, hey, I lose one trade and all of a sudden I'm the target of the entire darn lobby. Managed to get an armor swap. Spider actually gets staggered here. Good lockup means that the aggro may be handed off, and looks like for the timing, Asia wants both of them. Triple catch. Spider freezes up. One touch scenario will be knocked down inside of the sandstorm.
The shit literally just hit the fan right there.
Vermilions, and Zhang is trying to get out of the smoke circle wall, finding CDY, looking for the dazzle, gets the knockback, gets the elimination, the transformation, his ultimate, and he is out of there with that soul bloom. Now, obviously, the line is going to be a little bit more of a troublesome target right there. The goalie stance comes out from TT5. He's looking to try to slam with that pulse sword.
Oh my god, that gold pulse sword does so much damage.
Right A-Shao looking to try to get the last hit confirmation, and there's a swipe coming up from A-Shao. Soul bloom picked up on his end, and an F1 ability to get out of the dangerous heart. But of course, Spider, he can take the res here. He needs to go ahead and knock out as many players here.
Bro cannot play the game.
For a million players, he himself is going to make sure he can get a +1 on the board.
Yeah, but Asia, half health, no armor to speak of, has to try to find a swap here. A little bit of space with which to do so. Could be in a comfortable position if everybody else begins to fall back upon someone else who's been hit down a bit. Spider actually at half armor. Going to be the one that continues to initiate here. Asia cannot afford to be in this scenario. Unfortunately, even though he gets the common armor, it's not going to be enough as everybody collapses upon his position, and he is sent out there.
Yeah, it's going to be Chance Spider finding reset 4K, or 4 kills, 12K Dark Tide coin. He can purchase out some items here and there. Frostbus against Star. Vulpines is burned from Star. It's gone. I don't see it in his inventory. That's going to be the case. I don't see it in the J selections in the bottom left of the side of the screen. So either Frostbus was the result of that, or it's something else. Otherwise, Frostbus is putting pressure onto Star with no ult proc coming up from Star, which he preemptives. You know, I'm looking at it from the sidelines that Verse and AS are the reason why Frostbus saw both targets and decided not to take it. But Star is so ahead of the curve in terms of being ahead that right now going to the underground of the Hall of Eternity, or as well as the Imperium region, means that he has the tightening path that he needs to get out of here. So Frostbus takes a catapult, the spaces flows away, which also means that he can get himself closer to a next Yang before the next cycle begins.
Wait, it says it's auto chat settings. Simple Arts auto chat settings.
As you noted, in decent position here.
Ah,
yes. For next Yang.
Where the fuck is this?
T225 versus Zhang. And already T225 off to a great start in this duel. Zhang on the chucks. Gonna get back into this one. Some damage coming out. But T225 able to just reestablish
player character leveled up.
The pace of this one. Those flying knives yet again.
Oh my god, I have to fucking get
close and personal.
Okay,
scary
bro.
to do. Rounding the corner, just hit with a volley again. That shows the power of these weapons and why you see so many people heavily prioritizing them.
Where's my PSO2 tweaker?
Considering now that T225 has Palm Lightning, he can just go for
I need
hit combinations
to fucking use. I need to get onto JP.
It's still going to be a valuable option right now. T225
it's the only way I can find my actual symbol arts.
Yang pass over towards Twilight's pass is towards Spider. Gold staff still in his hand. Hasn't even used the purchase on his board. He does have an engraving.
Local disc
he has
D.
no long sword. Frostbus still looks to take this consideration for this Yang. If he can get this Yang, that would have been something. But he wasn't there early on. He wasn't able to get that extra Yang spot. But Spider will definitely take that fight, considering he had won his first one. For Polaris, for AS, or by Ascension Form, still kiting around here, each to one another. They have to keep emotion about each other. To minimum. Syra versus Justina is one to the other for ultimate cast for the Spear Well, because once it comes down to it, AS, he might have the precedence. He can try to fight out, players can try to fight it out with the fan, but with the throwing knives, that's only a certain amount of time before we get caught by the R&B and then get caught to neutrals. We're going to see a Palm Thunder, double Palm Thunder for T225. That Juggernaut that still has to be yet to be
Tweaker,
stacked.
Volume E, okay.
Bolt as his main
My
primary
E-Drive.
Jades.
Would you like to open a guide to help you set up the configuring of...
he has Yang Pass.
Okay, actually, okay, no.
Yang, but if not, it's going to be
I don't think anything changed from this.
Oh, it's the first Rami Yang, Spider versus GG Shaw.
You need to know which version you want to use. Give me JP.
Sean Spider.
Install JP. Please note there's a torrent available.
Decent trade
that will
from
download and
Musket.
install the
Spider
game faster
trying
than
to
the
get a
patching
little
through
bit of plate
Sega's
damage before
server.
they dive on in yet again on the staff
Faster
here.
than patching
Wants
through
to try
Sega's
to play this
server.
a
There's a
little bit more
torrent.
deliberately. Doesn't want to overinvest, trying to get in versus somebody on flying knives this early. Legendary staff though could do a lot of damage.
Folder
once they do
called
find access.
Phantasy Star
Shot
Online 2
going up around the
JP
far
will be
side
created
corner.
inside the
Spider
folder
trying to
you
find an
choose.
initiation, closes the distance, dumping in some damage. Shaw almost losing the entirety of their armor bar. There
Wait.
we go, and now with the follow
Normal
through,
folder like
Spider
C
just
Phantasy Star
CODs
Online
the
2.
man, puts him in the Shadow Realm, and from there will be able to pick up a massive boost.
Do I have that
to his
on one of my
material advantage
drives?
that's already gotten to the point where he's looking
Phantasy
like the top
Star
contender.
Online 2 NA Steam. Wait,
building
this reminds me. There was a
He
method
gets
of
caught out here by Wufang. RMBs
using
can be
your-
connected, and obviously having a chance here for the parry. Clean pickup for that pole sword. This actually means that TT5
There was a method of
is
using
one
your
RMB from depth.
Steam
There is a
install
distraction right there. F1 comes out, but I'm pretty sure Wufang going for
to run JP.
because he's doing it over and over
But
again.
I feel like
And
that
that's where we're
method
gonna
was
have
kind of
that.
like
For
super
Wufang, that's gonna be
convoluted,
his
and it
value.
wasn't like
For the
as
build,
straightforward
have
as
an armor pierce
they
picked up, golden
made it
onions,
seem
and a
to be.
scatter shot alongside of a purple dagger. That's going to be what he's mainlining right now, most likely considering how strong the Nunnies can be on Liam, but also in general as a rule of thumb. But outside Roman Yang, fights are had over towards the tower northeast of the Twilight's Pass, and all the players here are just looking for those Roman Yang completionists and seeing where they might end up.
Spider deep inside of the shadow right now. Happy to just purchase things at the Rift Dealer. Get up to the absolute best build that he can get on the Justina here. Now, dipping into this Quicksilver River, looking for a new angle. Knows there's somebody nearby. Saw them. I actually didn't get the name tag over there on the corner. It's TT25. Gonna
Wait, do I have
reform.
two
Spider
installs of
already on the
fucking
prowl.
NGS?
Oh, that's poor Lonnie.
No, I have PSO2
man.
NA Steam
Oh,
here.
man. LMB at 10 coming in from Spider, but CG5 not going to be the focus because GG Shaw's right behind.
Oh, Lord.
Osibus is right there.
Option to launch
And once his
JP
Lonnie's
or
has the
global.
influence because
Yeah.
Spider catches him off on a hit. Stancher Skyfiller is also
But
picking
I
up
have
Spider.
two-
So obviously right now for the Ane Ultimate, this could be a chance
Don't
right
tell
now
me
to
I have
capture
two
her
separate
after her
PSO2
dashes are done.
installs.
Now, of course, we still have to think about the
I
goalie
swear, if I
stance.
have two separate
65
installs,
getting
I'm
close
actually gonna be
on her
pissed.
tempo, but there is not a lot of room here.
I have a 53. I have an NA Steam install on one of my
Once he exits, players are going to
on one of my other drives, but then I also have this one
Spider just
on my
continuing to
Steam.
give chase, good accuracy, utilizing that musket to create more difficult situations where you
Steam
can't invest
apps,
into any specific
common.
movement tech.
Okay, I don't think it's
around the
here.
corner, realizing that they are feeling the pressure, gonna trade up
G
against
drive.
Shaw, looking for distance, looking for space. TT5 gonna have to deal with the drain
Steam
coming from the
apps,
shadow as well.
common.
Tough
Okay, there's
scenario for
nothing in
everybody
G
involved.
drive.
Shaw wanted to continue to give chase back on the flying knives yet again.
F
TT5,
drive.
good job getting across the river, getting to safety.
Okay, there's nothing
Drain
here.
still applying pressure
Wait,
to them.
why the
Will
fuck
be
am I
able to,
doing this?
once
Why
the
don't I
berries
just
get a bit of heal? But now this is in final
right
stand
click on this
territory,
and I
trying to
do
trade off the chucks. There we go, dying to the storm.
installed files? It's
Wait,
on
Shaw
it's on
was
the
not in
G
storm as
drive.
G. That means
What
he
the
gets the solo.
fuck?
That means he's good.
Wait, why didn't I see anything?
Yeah, he's good. He's good. He's good.
143 gigabytes on G drive.
Anybody is waiting for him, and he's got one vitality to his name.
Well, there's
Spider is actually going through here. I almost got caught in the forced perspective for the zone there. I thought he was good. He might not be
Oh,
good.
no.
That's going to be the case right now. RMBs are made. 1 HP in Dream. All he needs is a burn. He doesn't have a solid cylinder, but Spider can definitely just go ahead for a parry into the anticipation for the animation.
144
for another blue
gigs.
focus. Jump LMB, go for the stagger. A stanchion Sky Pillar move could be the way right now. Spider burns Combo Breaker to force shot in a clink situation where he is at
And then
face value
53 gigs.
near to death's completion. Spider having the
I
option
have
right now
two
the clink again.
PSO2 installs.
Right now, that's going to be that store for
Why do I
G-Shot.
have
And once he gets killed,
one is 53 gigabytes, the other one is 144.
Plus 5 so far for Spider, but now he's looking over to AS for plus 6.
Spider absolutely playing at the peak of his abilities, living up to that.
I think this is the one that I tried to use for
for
JP.
Had to go deep to take gambles. He is now very much a monster in this position. 5 kills in, nobody coming close. Lipo there at the very bottom at 3, wanting to catapult up the standings from the 16th place he currently finds himself in. This is the opportunity to do so, but he will have to knock down one of the top contenders in the entirety of the NBPL, who
You can
himself
install
had
NGS
pulled
only
himself
30
from the
gigabytes or
brink, was
NGS
down
and
to 18th
PSO2
for a
Classic.
while,
What
is
about
now
just
past
PSO2
that
Classic
milestone
and not
necessary
and,
to make
okay,
it to the
fucking
bi-weekly finals.
Yeah,
Fuck.
and he's going crazy here right now. If he can
Let's
go
need to
for a
download the
9-kill
rest.
game, that'll be
Okay,
best case
well, how
scenario
about
for
I
him
just
to
fucking
multiplier if he gets first place as
delete
well,
this?
which means he's in a nifty spot. But of course, that's only his first day of playing. We still have to see day 3. Jade selection's coming
That
out
way
here.
I
Ready
have
for AS, a blistering edge, a
space.
sky punch, a
Clear 53
full
gigabytes.
palm lightning, Tai Chi fan, and a sack.
This
Jade.
might
That's
fuck
all
up my
AS is
audio
doing
and it
right
might
now
fuck
with
up the
one
stream.
elimination. All he has to do is keep himself notoriety, to be at a minimum so the lobby doesn't look at his way. Star with that Vajra script is on standby. 2 purple weapons for melee for the nunnies into the halberds. Plethora of blue weapons between the fan. Like I said, I have a dagger short handle weapon on standby for the scare rushes.
Now
And
install
the
the
fine
necessary
knives, just
files
because
to
of
create the
how
folders.
versatile that weapon is. And then
Get the
having
game
2
ready to
range
download.
weapons on standby
Click
too.
OK to start.
For Star as well, having the cannon as well as towards it. Oh, there's that stance I was talking about from Verse. He's bringing it out here, as well as having himself a Tempest Kick for attack Jade, Advance Heal for an HP Jade, mitigation bring out his Sky Punch into a twin shot, as well as a Bar Bolt. But man, if he gets this stance off, I will go.
I hope there's
ballistic
no
solos.
Steam
Of course,
or
though,
stream
he will
issues.
have to make it known. He's making it known to the lobby, so that way they can expect it. And if he can use it as a mix-up tool, I'll be okay with that as well. He's just showing what he's got in his back pocket. And if they still take the bait in terms of knowing that he has it on hand, then going ahead and locking it in, that'll be just, we're debating each other.
Yep, absolutely. AS currently just trying to carve out a little bit of a space here. This is the first time we've had a traditional move towards the final circle in a while, and even then, we only got what 6 people.
You need
still
to
in the lobby,
download
ready to
22.
go.
Okay, yeah, let's
If I
just
can
do
have it
that,
at any
and
point in time. Nobody wants to touch Spider, so Spider's able to just kind of
then after we'll do the tweaker update.
towards the spirit well that Wufong currently has control of. Spider gonna hand off, trying to get it in there as well. Here comes the approach on all sides. Pole sword going to be utilized by Spider, who's going to get hit there by a few projectiles. Flying knives also going to be something that gets the knockdown. Spider therefore going to have to F early in this one and pass off control of the spirit well.
Obviously, Spider looks towards the
it's typically recommended that you update as soon as this window appears before doing anything in the program. What about fucking
at 70% right now, 75
not having the game installed
beforehand? But the players are trying to see if he wants to invest his ultimate to try to deny it. And while in the south side of Ascension Forum, AS looking not so hot, but he still has that advance heal, so he can just go ahead, pop a heal, go right back in the zone, even with the weakest escalation. But Versus up against Spider, burns his combo breaker, and now the Testament of Time comes out. He finds a nice imprint into a nice blistering edge, which means this is going to be death's door for Verse very shortly soon. If he gets another freeze, this is going to be the guarantee. The pounds comes out, a little bit of sustain necessary, but a lot of chip from the lobby, and that's going to be where Verse goes down.
Yep, Spider. Tough position, just gonna have to get out of dodge for the time being.
Go Frost.
Not the gamble that he wanted to take, unfortunately.
This is where we're currently at right now.
On the back foot here.
That's not what I'm looking at. Okay,
this
is where we're currently at right now.
That could provide an opportunity for some of these other
3.5k out of 221,000 files. But the stream has not been affected yet, so we're W on that.
On the sideline, doesn't want to get in on AS just yet by fear of getting hit by the laser beam, and now Lipo is caught up in Pokeball. Tossed over to the side. AS also can be sent sprawling.
Why didn't he just throw him into the Bane?
As well.
Like, what? Nobody's playing Liam properly, except for like a few people.
One spear shot more than I was expecting there. Doesn't matter. At the end of the day, Wufong also forging.
That would have been the freest kill.
Very solid position
with little effort.
In this lobby doesn't seem to matter. Has the gold armor, gold weapon. Now just trying to find a few more kills.
Now, obviously, for Wufong, this Moonbane would have worked in his favor if he had ultimate, but he had just used it preemptive. For Spider, though, forcing him out into the corner of that pillar, having the RMBs for the spear, doing a lot of chip damage. If he gets that RMB off, it's over, right? The armor is gone, but these guys both have gold armor. For Spider, Justina ultimate had already been preoccupied previously, so for anybody that's trying to look at the Justina right now, Wufong is making it very apparent how the Justina might be out of a resource such as an ultimate. But for Wufong, switches on directionals, looks
I would definitely say that, like,
side, on
on JP Classic, I definitely have way more progress
location of being on the ground level. That way,
on made on that
not
game
to be
compared to
any targets.
NA Global.
Syra is one of the players that
Or
have no ultimate.
the fuck
He finds
Global.
her, and he focusing like Polaris like no tomorrow.
Classic and
He dazzles
NGS
avoided
combined.
Wufong, and it buys players a little bit more time, but you know how heavy Wufong takes this. Look, the range shots coming out here, it's micro decision making, and if for Polaris to try to back off here, the lobby is not going to allow it. Frost is also taking notion about the Syra. 3 eliminations for Polaris is great, especially coming out from the points that he's earned so far for his first day of playing. Then again, it's coming down towards the last minutes if whether or not he can save the foes off for long.
Absolutely. Lipo just trying to play that waiting game for as long as possible. Wufong has fully
You
restored
think he was
himself.
gonna let
Update his
him
position
heal
here,
next to him, bro?
as we have Spider still
Also,
in a very solid state
let me move
on
this
this
off the
Justina,
screen.
looking to make it to the end of the lobby. Lipo now going to be the target of everyone. Cannon shots from afar. Star doing a great job of whittling down his foe.
He has advanced heal.
5-2-1. Lipo crossing the
All right,
corner.
we're chilling.
Wufong going to hand off on aggro. Lipo with decent dodges actually gets out for the time being, and maybe we'll be able to pass off some of the aggro as Spider drops down onto their position.
Now, towards his rage bar right now, he's at 71%. Take a little bit of chip damage here or there would be something to note, but Lipo's making Pole Sword move left and right. He's making the store forms active and then backing away from them flawlessly for a moment. But Polaris has 87 now for his rage bar. Looking at that parry, Spider will take full benefit of that with a gold Pole Sword, and now having ultimate back up in case everyone wants to push and pile in onto the Syra. All he needs to do is get one proc to a second proc for that advanced heal that's
He got both
slowly
heals
turning
off.
away for the HP. He looks
Okay,
for
no,
a
I
second
think he
one,
just
but
got only one
Wufong's
heal
going to
off.
drop down bait out for the Pole Sword and giving players a little bit more reposition towards the group of enemies in the northwest.
Lipo's just continuing to play this pattern, taking some damage, gets caught out, maybe becomes the target of the lobby.
He
but then
just
still has
finds
the
somewhere
resources
to, like,
heal back up.
He
And
needs to just
everybody
like
else is
hold his
willing to
ground
continue
somewhere
to
that's
play
away
this
from all
waiting
these
game
people.
because of that. Lipo yet again in the scramble situation after being knocked into the shadow. And a lot
He
of
keeps
trouble.
on
Gonna
not,
have to
like-
ult early into this one. Now everybody will scatter back.
He's moving. He
Lipo
keeps
gonna
on
use this time
running
to try to
towards
heal back up
people.
as
Like,
much
what
as
is? I don't know what
possible,
he's doing
knowing
here.
that they are going to be heavily pressured as soon as they descend back out of
They
Cyber.
like there's a point in
Yeah,
time
and then obviously
in which
the
he's
north,
not
in
even
the
being like really
northeast, you're gonna see
pressured. All he has to
Spider,
do is just keep on like
Star,
focus
just holding
attacking
out
away
each
from
other's,
them, so
you know,
that he just
positions of
negates the
just waiting
cannon
out the end
damage.
game
But he
circle.
keeps
Finally,
on
an end game circle with multiple players
putting
today,
himself in a position
into
to
round
like
4 for
actually
Midoriya.
get
But of
hit.
course, this only comes down to a notion. If all the players have this line of sight for the Justinas, they know that Justina can just get into the
Like
sky.
literally,
and
he
start
should just
avoiding it.
stand
Same
right
thing with
here and just
Lonnie,
like
except Lonnie can bring the pressure
spam
on a group of
focus
enemies
attack.
because of that enhanced bounce. And then obviously with Wufong having a Liam ultimate, he can throw someone out in the zone with the terrain advantage that he has. He can make that verticality a difficult position. But for Polaris not having a Syra ultimate, all he needs to do is just try to survive out here for Kingdom Come. For Star,
Like,
though, it's going to be
literally,
just throwing out these flying
Wufong
knives.
hasn't done it.
Frostus has
Oh
that
my
Shio. He goes for
god.
the stance. He actually releases it. We miss it. We barely missed it, but it happened. And Spider looks to proc ultimate here and looking
All right,
for
now
a
this is
single
where
heal in the
Wufong
lobby.
should
Looks
like
to try to give it to him.
stop
Polaris
Spider
looks
from,
towards the
or not
south.
Wufong.
He's
This is
not
where
going to want to
Polaris
get
should
that
stop
aggression
Spider
against
from
Justina,
getting the heals.
especially in a close pocketed position like that.
I love the fact that we're just getting the multi-cannon fire, creating a no man's land center screen. Nobody wanted to have to run into open fields and take the splash damage, try to find an aggressive point against one of these players just yet. Frostus along the periphery here, gonna get
Oh my God,
buffeted
Frostus is
twice
kinda-
now. Half health on that armor. Wufong
kinda
below
troll.
them, looking for something. Frostus just gonna scale rush over to the far side of this one. Linking up with Star, trying to stay healthy. They are going to be able to restore a little bit of their armor off of this one. Lipo's yet
How
again
is
in a
Polaris
desperate
this
scenario,
low?
and this could be the end of the line for them. Lasted for so long, trying to find the heal. No
Nice
ultimate
parry.
available, no F either.
He
And
doesn't
they're
have
just gonna
sap.
be juggled one way, then
Troll.
the other. Launched it to the shadow. Wufong will pick it up.
And he's getting a heal back because he didn't hit the ground. And now for Frostus, he is trying so many. He hurt him, bro. He's got the Shy ult active now. Obviously, the Lonnie ult is coming out, so he needs to make sure he is stagger immune. The orb does not confirm, and Wufong isn't going to be the threat of this lobby. It's really going to be Spider here. He still has Justina coming out here. Nice double hits. The proximity damage is going to be making its way throughout. And for Frostus right now, he's throwing the last shield. He's got himself to avoid that palm lightning. And of course, with Spider getting the reset, boom, man, there's going to be Star getting one elimination against Wufong. Star getting eliminated, and now for Frostus to avoid that Spider. I think he has more HP than Spider, which
It's a tie.
gives Frostus the necessary tied position, and now going to give the first and second place to second place, no multiplier. Spider comes out here on top with the kills, though, definitely, and getting that MVP.
Spider yet again showing dominance
okay.
here. And I love that this is the case. This SR representative has been absolutely perfect when he gets momentum early. It's just a question of getting there. This time around, he was able to ride the high of multiple victories across Realm of Yang, and then you transition.
I need to
that
remember my
into
fucking PSO2 account.
Mid-late game where he's just knocking people back into the shadows, forcing scramble situations, and then feasting like a king upon it all.
Yeah, my man was able to get the early eliminations, getting all the kills, forcing a weird position for some of the players, especially off of an individual fight basis, but also taking into consideration about where his ultimates really laid it out for the players, and knowing that if he is able to continuously And I mean this in a wholehearted sense. When he had the spear, all he needs is really just one freeze, a good freeze, and then that's a kill potential. Even with the spear RMB, without it in mind, even with the staff, once he's able to pick up the staff, he has a better time in getting that. And we saw how much Spider is actually mainlining the staff this day. Considering that we've seen it in the past fights in his Rummy Yanks and even outside of it, he's taken a really good notion on that staff uppercut and having that extra air time for the targets to then, to dish out the damage with a grapple bump combo with a grapple bump blue vertical. And then after that, if he decides to go into the spear, he can decide upon using that. He's got to make sure he swaps it off his inventory unless he scroll swaps. Otherwise, then he would be able to catch a generic unintentionally. Then again, for the spear versus staff, that conversation always comes up. After the spear changes, we thought we were going to get more chances of seeing the spear being the main usage, whereas staff might have just been a jade weapon at that point. If you enable jabbing, you were going to start using the staff. Otherwise, spear was going to be your way. But once that uppercut opportunity came through for the patches, that's when the staff just came back into the spotlight as being one of the more predominant weapons.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into the equation making that really makes some of these very late situations in these games quite fraught. I'm happy that we are getting a texture of a map where you have a lot more people lasting until the very end, Servario. And this time around in game number 4, I think what we bore witness to there is people playing the early game the way that we've been seeing throughout the course of the first 3 games of the day, where you're still scrambling, you're still just trying to find an advantageous weapon to use that for good exchanges, either flying knives or something of higher rarity. But once you hit mid game, people are really beginning to lock in on standoffs. You're almost getting, in a lot of cases, those very big, very heavily consolidated last circle scenarios, but just around big landmarks on the map without necessarily the shadow closing in. It's just 5-6 people, none of them who want to pull the trigger, all trying to stabilize against one another. And the dynamic that comes from that is that if you got kills early, you will come out ahead. Spider proving that here. 6 kills on the board. I think that's actually the most you've seen from a single player all day, and they're going to translate that into the win of the lobby as a whole. Wufong, the only person trying to hang on against them.
It's just
3
Songbird?
kills, coming in second place.
Songbird always was fucked up. I don't know if there's like multiple.
That early game aggression gets you though.
If you follow like you follow like the Naraka optimizations from like
not only
servers like Masters of Heaven stuff,
bi-weekly final, but maybe the very
the PC optimization guide, the IPE server, stuff like that. Most of that should like tackle the
into that in moments, especially.
Oh no, I had the webpage one. Well, I feel like even the webpage, I feel like even the PC optimization
right now in terms of the standings really
should tackle the issue with like stuttering.
You know, the defeat.
I don't quite remember what it was specifically that was like the issue with stuttering.
18 pace.
I'm trying to remember. It's like right there.
Star with 7.5 and 17th, and then players at 521 with 8.5. Now it's up to them to try to pass up against the day one players who are playing it up. But for Tishang, 14.5 for his first day of playing, and Wufong at 15.5, 12 to 11th respectively. Spider at 16 and 10th place, and Gigi Shaw at 17 for his second day of playing, 22.3 for CDY.
Only song stuttering, so I got 0 clue.
Looking at AES,
that is interesting indeed.
5th place. Frost was at 29.1, having a better second day than his first day.
Yes, 29.1. Frost is
to go throughout this day.
Frost is gonna.
And then with the players
I mean, let's hope he doesn't get 2 donuts. Because if he doesn't get 2 donuts, then he's looking pretty good for.
Like I said, the value of the
average is guaranteed.
To top 12. Definitely going to be going up higher and higher as long as this day goes on further, and then afterwards it's all up to those day 3 gamers to make it happen. But of course, that only comes down if they can, muster that courage, just like how we saw. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Laris made his approach in the early game. He got points. There's more points in this game so far today than anything. Now it's just going to be position. We're gonna go some clips and highlights. WBG's verse off that first rip fight. With it, Spider going off this fight against Wufong.
Yep, Wufong. Hard knockdown and unfortunately unable to find any action outside of that one. Moving into this fight, Spider happy to venture inside of Temiol. Will be able to get the knockdown off of it, and it's just going to be a cavalcade of highlights for this guy. Lipo going to be the next one up here to try to trade back. Unfortunately, the tech chase off the spear is just so solid. Spider able to get the counter hit on top of it all. Preps one big bonk, grabs it, and we got another Spider clip here as well.
Spider-Man, man, you make him look at this easy. Look at this. Got ball into the R&B, into the corner, to the jump LMB. That's all he needed. He didn't even need to do it. He just procced over just because. Wu Fong, though, up against AES, finds him in the corner. And I like how Wu Fong dodged his second R&B. But
Bro
then
really
he just gets
is
blasted
fucking
right there. And
China's
now
one and
all
only
it's needed,
Spider-Man.
Wu Fong was there onto the endgame circle as well. While Spider, like I said, just seeing the endgame circle, very difficult force. F2 to use to push back any target. So for a clink, and then activation of the ultimate gives a deletion towards Star. And with Frost was having more HP than than not, that's where
That flower
Spider
actually saved him.
just with just his HP bar with that tying it outside for a second. Now, if he had a multiplier, that 6 points would have been strategically the biggest that he would have ever gotten for the day, as well as anyone else.
You gotta fix
But
this
Steve
bug
comes out
on
as MVP, and with that, we got our MVP
on her
for, I believe,
fucking
what,
legs.
15th time for Spider, 13th time for Spider. It's gonna climb up very
MVP
soon.
already on new
Nearly
patch. They're on the
30K
429
damage.
patch, but I don't think they're playing with the hot
15K
fix.
healing, 25, with a
With
limited
Palm
spraying out
Lightning.
here to 5.
Not that it would make that
25,000
much of a
melee.
difference, but
Spear was his main weapon, secondary to staff and to pulse sword.
they are
At that
indeed
stage,
playing
Sky
on the
Pillar coming
429
through,
patch.
Storm Stride as well, and then seeing Blistering Edge, Ripple Step, and a Sky Punch to be brought out for the games. That's just something that he's been able to pocket, worst case scenario, but more so for the
Did someone play
mitigation.
Tarka? A lot of
He was
people have
rocking
played
himself
Tarka.
up with the HP
They have
Jades, and
all
only
not won a
having
game,
2 or 3 mitigation Jays to be
and
booted.
all
Having that
barely
Blistering
make it
Edge really
to
worked
end
out,
circle.
especially,
If
just
they
because
do,
of the
they
full sword.
typically tend to be
You
the
have
first one
options on
out.
the table between looking for single hit weapons like the spear or the full sword. Between the
There's some
LMB,
questionable
the R&B,
decision
the full sword,
making.
right? If you go for the blue focus vertical, that's a
But right now, it's pretty much play V1
As long as
Tarka.
that person doesn't have a combo
The only
breaker,
way that you
you
can
go for the
actually
max
make
amount of damage
ground
possible.
is
That's the most
early
right?
game
That's the most
if you
optimal
third
option.
party
If you go
and
for the spear,
fireball
if you go
someone,
for
and
the
like
R&B,
fireball
this
has
is one hit.
gotten
If
pretty
he goes
decent
for
value.
R&B for the pulse ward, it's just one hit. Now,
I
when
think
he
AS
upgrades
was
to
the
a
only
Blistering
person
Edge,
that really
also
played
applies that
Tarka
burn. He was taking
in the most like
utilization off
macro
that against, I
way
believe, Verse
possible,
over by that
which
spear
was
wheel that we
literally
saw where
just
he was able to
not
connect
going
and
in
then push him
Yang,
off of that. So things really just came out to Spider
not
to his advantage
taking
the whole day. And
1v1s,
which
just
it was
playing the
crazy 'cause I was
third
about to
party
talk- I was not
entirely
gonna say what I was about to
and
say.
using his
Which
fireball to
player
try and
chose
steal
Aqua
kills.
2 in game 4? AWBG's verse, B,
And he ended up getting second
Spider,
in that game.
Wufang. Twitch chat, you guys know what to do. Make sure you spam out in the chat. But for YouTube, make sure you go to Twitch chat to get those rewards. That's the only way you're gonna be able to go ahead and be selected for that process.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure that you guys manage to get those answers in time. Serverio, you're going too deep. You're reading too fast. You're answering the questions before they even come up. Got to be careful, my man. You just got to tread carefully.
Obviously, yeah. I can say it now because everyone's gonna be spamming it. But I was mentioning how Verse was playing out the Akos game. He had a really good, strong stance there, trying to contest the Spirit Well. And the same thing mentality goes for trios, where Spirit Wells, they can get contested. You can try to clear it out, but the moment that someone's in the
Like
vicinity
he's
of looking at
Tarka's
that
strong
Spirit
early
progress bar,
game,
if you decide to preempt,
especially on
ultimate, it's
Firefly
only
maps,
yourself. In
obviously.
trios, you have different
Then you
players,
also
different
have him
teammates
like
to
being
depend on and just
stronger in
conserve your
Yang,
ults
but
to defend in case of
he
anything.
only really
But in
like
solos, it's just
I said
yourself.
he
And
only
the value
really
is
has
high
a
risk,
chance
high reward.
against
You just attempt to play out the Spear Well. If other players don't, then that works well for you. But when there's at least 2 players
Sheol
around and
and
they can wait for the Spear Well shield
Liam.
to go down, then they'll start range shotting you. And then even if you're at 75 to
more so
80%,
Liam than
it's
Sheol.
not 100%. You're dead last in terms of
Lonnie is still like his hardest
Yeah,
matchup.
right now, what I'm really looking forward to, Serverio, coming into game number 5 on the day, is another dynamic that really is building upon what we've seen so far. It feels like people are evolving right before our very eyes. That was the first time we actually got a stack up of multiple people just trying to forge space for themselves coming into the final circle. I'd like to see that again, as I think it's representative of people getting a read on how to and when to feather back on aggression. And so far, that dynamic, I think, has been what's defining who's coming out with MVPs versus not. If you're pulling the trigger too early, if you're engaging in fights that you just simply are 50-50ing for the hope of getting the snowball rolling in your favor.
Yo,
but doing so
Nyarko is a
uncritically,
goated
those are
caster.
the things that I think could really cost someone in a situation like that. We've seen it a few times already.
Like,
Where, hey, people are
as
going
a
on to
new
Spider
new
thinking,
caster,
hey, I
bro.
got the health advantage, and look
Bro-
what happens
bro
coming out
got
the
his
other side of
homework
it, right? I
done,
really do think that we
did
need
his research,
refocusing
and
upon
he's
the
bringing that
games,
energy.
trying to win those as the way that you leverage yourself to victory.
Yeah, and also it can include, right? We talk about where that early game comes through and what you can attempt to get done. EPX
Is
Star.
the guy actually? Is he from
Bullpen
NA?
Texans.
I'm
He's been looking
pretty.
to
I
get
don't
Bullpen
really
Texans
understand. I
as
don't
many
know
times as he can.
where
The
he's
thing is
from.
that his early game really suffered from it. He spent a lot of time into that zone. Now, obviously, if that area was a gold focus area or gold rarity area, which means there's more trophy frequency, he would have had a little bit of loot to earn out there.
We are
Since it
okay. We're
wasn't,
not
all he's
halfway
been doing
through, but
was
we're
looking
almost.
to utilize his blue armor, blue weapon, and
We're
getting a Volpines, which
41
saves him
gigabytes
the
through the
notion in
download.
terms of being able to have that for later on. But then once you saw his fight against PB's Frostfist, we saw that he no longer had a Volpine's essence because it was burned out due to his lack of gear to be built up in the early game. Now, switching on over to this clips and highlight though, for a replay highlight, Spider looked at A Xiao with no fear, and he looked at him with the RMBs. Even with it, the F1 comes out, Spider has a change up to go through and backing off here. Now, the upgrades to Tumult is that he can pass through the barrier and he doesn't force the cooldown for his F ability, and that's one of the strengths he's had. But then looking at how this opportunity came through, Spider had combo ring ready to go, and A Shot was looking for the scare rush. One cannon shot was all needed, one musket shot really. The whisk comes out, and Spider double rolls forward. He looks at jump LMB, and he magnetizes towards his target. A Shot knew the spacing that he had against his opponent was really something that he should have taken into consideration, considering a jump LMB from the staff or spear, or really specifically with the spear in that moment, it can really close that gap without him realizing it before it's too late.
Moving into game 5, our players are back in position. Servario looking to end this day with a bang. We got 2 more on the docket, and this is someone I'm looking out for. A Zhao, I think, has been making misstep after misstep today. He needs to reverse the momentum.
Oh, big time, man. Big time. And this is the thing I'm talking about Spider, right? When he's at his down, he just starts skyrocketing past. And he's still at the top right now with this overall kills and the average ranking points at number 2. And having average damage to be number 3. I think second is Mike, and first is T225 still. But obviously for Xiao, he and his coach are just gonna have to look at the momentum of just making it happen. I think one thing is for certain though for JLZS as well, is that he's also looking to try to catch it. He did get MVPs last day for day 1. Now it's up to him to keep the average points at a high moniker of amount. Now the minimum is looking to be around 27 to upwards of 30. So for right now, he's got to make this day count for the next 2 rounds, for rounds 5 and 6, where we're entering into Hollow Rock Dusk next. And then even for Bowdis Chusheng. Chusheng had some opportunity to come through here. He still hasn't, the points to earn through day 2, but once it's done, and then it's going to LCQs. For Chusheng, that's not where he wants to be. But then again, he could have a better time because we know that certain LCQ players are players that won't be in LCQ are the ones at the top of the leaderboard doing their best this season.
Yeah, absolutely something to watch out for here. That dynamic that I said before, where it feels like as the season's going on, more and more people are feeling the pressure earlier in each bi-weekly, I think means that this is another reason why we're getting such wild games. Coming into game number 5 here, looking to see this be the same. And I've already drawn the line for people like A Zhao. I want them to make the most out of this first round selection that they're going to have alongside Chusheng, therefore Bauda. I do think that A Zhao has the potential to take home an entire lobby. He just needs to figure out when to feather back on the gas pedal, when to really fire off, win a Realm of Gang, and I think that could be the thing that puts him over the edge. Spider going to have second round selection here, so he's going to be somebody with high priority on a pick that could bring him to another victory. Also looking out for Frostivus there in the 4th pick spot. This is somebody who's gotten himself an MVP on the day. I'd like for him to get to.
Yeah, definitely. I know Roman Yang fights. If you get the first Roman Yang win, that's gold weapon off rip. But now we're into Hollow Rock, which means the Salvation Podium could also be an off rip choice for players to try to get that gold weapon off the puzzle. Double Lonnie pick coming up from A-Shao and Chusheng, double Liam from Spider and Light players. Now for this 3rd phase, Xiao's on the table. Could be a split options right now between now and then. Xiao for Verse, Xiao for AS.
So they should know that Spider is on Liam this game.
Potentially do that. I'm thinking of a number from 1 through 10. Justina, that's right, and that's going to be his chance. He's going to have the Fireflies to his advantage here as well, so we got to keep that in mind. CDY playing out the
3 Justinas potentially.
I know players are like, "Yo, where's the target?" We saw that in the early half. Now we're not seeing it at all so far. I'm curious to see if the players want to take a stance in phases 5 through 6. These Wufong, DG Shaw are having that opportunity right now to choose up the target. Syra is still available though. Justina's still available for a triple pick right here, for a double pick I should say. Akos is now locked down for that ban, and now it's up to Star T5 to decide the factor of the last phase.
This is T225. Okay,
right,
double Tarka pick last.
The double Temi, or excuse me, the double Tarka pick here to finish us off. So we're back on double Tarka for the lobby.
So back.
We're
so
gonna define
back.
anything.
Time for the
I
Tarka
do want to see this
teamers.
character pop off. I just kind of agree with the read that he's still not quite there in terms of being able to really blow up a lobby.
Absolutely, yeah. Like the lobby can, he can get lobbied. He can focus on one target, then after that, he can't really, he's gonna have to cancel ult if he wants to conserve that rage. There's just no really value for him to just have it on active standby.
Now, what if they use V2 though?
If he decides to use V2, that's a different story because he can start building up rage when he's dealing out damage, and it's a lump sum game. But like I said, there's not a combo breaker with V2 besides the initial cast of the ultimate. So not having
why the
that,
fuck is it so loud?
Healing it out. But of course, Fireball. I want to look at the skills. That's why I'm still here. I want to see what the skills are because the Tarkas on V2 or V1, they still are. I believe both of them are. Yeah, V2, F2. That's what we're seeing. That's what we're getting at. And then looking at CDY, F2, V2 for the Akos as well as with Shiji Shaw. Skills for the Shiols are V1, F1. Looking at the Lonnie's V2, F1. Looking at the Stina for Frost was V1, F2. Syra's V1, F1. And that's just going to be the notion with the Liam's with F1, V2 as well. Now, Liam builds into this pretty well, I think, in Hollow Rock, just because then if they
everyone's builds are like locked in,
region,
except for that one time where.
But very few players take that med top drop very seriously, meaning that they decide to take that drop. They are confident in their skills.
Someone used V1 Liam.
Way too many levels to that place,
and so they dodged the ball, thinking it was V2, and then they got hit with the follow up and ended up dying because of that. I'm just like, ooh, this is a nice mix up.
Now that common armor is now on default, players have that neutrality to make the gear not so much of a separation. But this is going to be where we're seeing the Asaf drop a slew of spawns here in America.
Yeah, nothing on Metop. Guess what my least favorite drop in the game is actually SP. But yeah, a lot of people center stage. We got a lot right off to the west of the palace. This is going to be a wild one. I feel it in my bones. Could be going down to another 2-person lobby at the very end here. But I also said this is something I don't want to see. I want to see conversion back to people just consolidating their strengths and then trying to play from there. Not by virtue of me not liking action, but by virtue of, I think, it showing a little bit of a better read as to when you want to go all in. Overall, though, we got an exciting one ahead of us for sure. This BBE and WBG topped up in that corner, that western corner over there, kind of alone away from everybody else, looking for the good loot before moving down south.
Yeah, and now it's going to be going into Game 5. My name is Severio alongside Nyarko. The off drop for Firefly is their had, and TT5 was not able to pick up a single one. Unfortunate. But of course, he still has a weapon on hand, which is going to be a Hong Sword, and has nunnies, and he's chasing out Shang. Shang found a Firefly, and he's at 70-some percentage points. A lot of starting rage builds coming out here. JL's AS and Jicha over by Feather Lake are looking to try to make this fight happen, but of course, with JL's AS having fifth place notion, Jicha has the stagger made. Parry was had. There's going to be the connection, and that might be the first elimination of the game period. Oh my goodness, great for the terrain.
Oh my
looking for the
God.
R&B though. It looks like Jicha has no issue of occurrence. He gets elimination number 1.
Fast start to this one, of course. Yet again, we're seeing that early aggression, that confidence that's being instilled in people by getting that common armor early. Wufong may have some company here. CDY is at least looking to loot up, if not fully go in. Would be a dicey 50-50 on the low ground between these two. But with that rare armor, though, could be that invitation to dive into the action. Frostivus going to trade with the Verse. Initially getting the onslaught going means that Frostivus wants to give chase. Verse with the old round the corner combo actually now going to be the one applying pressure. Frostivus able to get the armor swap off. Verse said sprawling, losing their weapon here. Having to hop over the far side. Ajiao looking for the third party as well. First, trying to know who's in the area. Fires off, getting the bell. Now, looking to restore as much health as possible. Going to be sent sprawling once again. We'll be able to get armor swap down to a common armor and almost immediately gets it deleted off their body by Frostivus. Playing with flying knives yet again. First on the chase down. In a lot of trouble. Just going to get frozen. Frostivus with the hook shot. Not going to get in on them, though. First, yet again, able to restore back up to near full. And this fight may not be over.
Yeah, and Verse finding a lot of armor swaps here, man. He got lucky with the RNG, I'll be honest. But then again, having the opportunity of finding those is also a skill of its own. We know that Verse is going to be caught throughout the Flying Knives animation. Almost catches that parry, honestly. He finds it on the second blue focus. Fox has been spamming those, but he still has Justina ultimate active on standby. Now for Verse, having Shayo ultimate back through. still has his combo breaker. He can take this fight against Justina. He goes for the Clink, and Foster looks for the R&B, and an armor swap with Blue Raider means that Verse can take the fight away. He goes back to the common armor. He knows that Frostbus is looking to try to hunt them down. He's looking to aggress with the pistol shots.
Oh my
R&B's
god, that
connected off this.
fucking
Verse will be
bonk.
looking to get it ahead of the curve, but of course, A Shao already there looking for the scare rush off of that Lonnie build, and with
Nice
it,
parry.
R&B's next. Nice parry, nice R&B swap out for the spear. Looks to the blue armor, knows it is empty, and then another R&B. This time though, it comes out here. The R&B from A Shao almost kills off Frostbus, but the chase is not done. A Shao gets elimination regardless, and now it's 3v2.
Verse in a lot of trouble. Asia similarly in a tough position here. Half health, gonna get the ball, trying to interfere with the Verse's approach and maybe bait in a third or fourth party. And Verse getting completely bobbled, juggled. Asia will be able to get that started, giving him a little bit more time to try to restore something here. But now it's AS waiting for him to try to escape out of the hut. AS continuing to give chase as Asia does find the scale rush, trying to get up the tree. AS follows through, has the hook shot available, as now Asia is going to be aggressed upon not only by AS but also shot as well. Flying Knives does a little bit more damage, and then AS lands the killing blow, as now they are going to have to try to turn around and maybe face off against Shaw.
This is a great starting off here for AS. He's got the money now to go for a purple armor, so making the option there is going to be a must. For Wufang into CDY, though, over by the IC Forest, this is going to be a spotlight right now. Akos versus Syra. F2 is about to come up for CDY. He can use this attack chase. LMB to R&B, a very ambitious choice. Goes for the catch here if he could, but the R&Bs are going to be the only thing he can do here. Avoids the horizontal blue focus, and now finds a parry. Eliminates Wufang here for his first life. First elimination for CDY, who was on his second life, so the ambitiousness was definitely there, and having that to be his first elimination will come to fruition. 67 Dark Tide coins for him to stack out towards. Now, I saw earlier that Xu Sheng found a kill with a roller against FPX Star. I'm kind of curious and seeing if we get a replay on that, because considering he has gold Hongsword from that Salvation Podium, he also has a katana on standby. So this also means that he could theoretically go for the stance like we saw last round with the Congeneric with the katana Hong. That's going to be the single edge stance where they can just wait out for an attack and then go on a flurry of blue focuses against an opponent before they can least expect it.
Spider gonna lose a little bit at a range trade. Gonna be able to restore in time though to deter any further action from coming their way. As it currently stands, things are looking to basically be divided on the big map between these two realms. Those up north,
5 gigabytes.
those already in a side
We're
of
at
Castle itself.
109,000
The Dead
downloaded
Man's
files.
land in this setter here. I do wonder what the call is going to be. Who is going to have control over which of these realm yangs? It looks like Verse is already edging towards one to try to establish dominance early.
Yeah, and now it's going to be whether or not the players want to distinguish themselves as being fully stacked or playing the the trump card of just being able to say, I have this in my back pocket. For this, Spider doesn't have any of the notion. The only thing he's got is a purple armor and flying knives, which is kind of enough, especially coming off as a Liam. But for Polaris, AS is finding the hunt to be in his field of play. For this, Polaris really needs to just look for another armor in case right now, because common rarity at half health is going to be a certain amount of time. A Shao finds his approach here though with the Shiels. This could be a lot of consideration right now for AS to pick up his third elimination. Otherwise, if Alliance takes it, will AS look to go against Alliance? Now, that's going to be where A Shao has his Lonnie ultimate to be on 60%, so he's not going to have it immediately ready. But for Polaris, he's at 75. He's only a quarter of that bar left before he's able to get his ultimate off in order to turn things around if worst case scenario, he is forced in the deficit of a position.
Lipo definitely needs somebody else here to try to third party. Asia wants this kill. We've seen how aggressive he's been time and time again, and that is not going to change up here at all. Lipo, good maneuvering up this tower, is actually going to buy a bit of space for himself, but still is going to feel that pressure. Asia definitely not going to give up just because of that little bit of space created. Meanwhile, we got Xu Zheng over here having the Realm of Yang pass. Nobody around him to really try to contest this, as Spider did take some damage at range earlier, and Xu Zheng seems pretty happy to just stand here knowing that they only got a few seconds left. They will just press the E, get on in there, and actually be facing off against Verse in this Realm of Yang.
Yeah, and this is going to be a spotlight right now. This is going to be where Verse really puts himself into a position for it. I know that there's going to be a chance right now for the blue weapon rarities, but Shang is stacked, and he also has Palm Lightning. If he finds himself to find that Flying Knives build up, he's going to be going through with it, but the rarity of the weaponry is going to be what he's going to be using, prioritizing it at least. Now for Shang, going for the Hong Sword, going for the R&Bs, 1-2s, making sure he can go for a parry here. Nice stance coming out here from the F1 counter. I told you it's going to blow up because if I see it, there's an LMB, there's a natural, there's going to be the R&B. This actually might be a kill spot, but the R&B catches, and that's just Shang making it happen with the stance. I can't believe it, but we had the second Romeo. We got to continue this one. The onslaught, GG Shaw versus JLSAS, Shayo versus Akos, and he catches him off with that pounce.
Yeah, Shaw in really good position here, able to buy a little bit more space with that very dicey Akos movement that's hard to track. AS trying to do the best they can to dig their heels in and stabilize in this position, working through the strikes as they can. Currently, both sides without much in the way of health available. Shaw gonna get the pounce though, and AS needs to fall back in this position. One more trade, 50-50, blue focus, going to go the way of AS. Shaw now staggered, in trouble, trying to buy space, will just get knocked down from their high horse. Good stuff there.
Man, yes, third elimination. He's on his come up. Golden Nunny's picked up here alongside, if I'm not mistaken, this might be a Velocity Untold. Yes, it is. So he's able to get Golden Nunny's Velocity after first round. Crazy. Obviously, that's going to be his big weapon selection to increase his odds of winning, especially with the gear. Now, Frostmas off his Realm Yang loss means that he has to start hunting down. He's looking over to GG Shaw. GG Shaw losing his Realm Yang comes through. But I believe with Frostmas against an Akos here, it's gonna be a hard mark to hit. I mean, he is Justina, so it's gonna be him catching Akos with this, lack of a better term, pants down. But of course, there's gonna be RMBs. The extensions comes out for the crouch LMBs, the 1-2s. Gonna be with the LMB. That's gonna be the moment he's been looking for. Akazo comes out, the pounce is a catch. He catches the reset here, and that's gonna be the blue focus right there, confirming it. One chance to the musket shot.
Oh my god!
He looks at the RMBs and he eliminates
Let's go,
shot
Frost.
for his 5th round. This is Frostmas is coming back into the game. He's got a soul bloom. That means the realm completion is run out. That means he's like, okay, and now he only has 11,000 Tarkite coins. He can work himself around this corner with that Firefly in case he needs to reposition back here. Otherwise, we're at Pinnacle Town, and I'm seeing 3 players in the vicinity.
Oh, Shaw, not like this. Desperate times called for desperate measures, but Frostivus knew not to overinvest. CDY also in a desperate situation here. First, happy to just backdash, find the opening off of an overinvestment and pick up another kill.
And the Vermilions goes out here. We're going to see him try to kite away, maybe from CDY. We'll have to see. AS Stowe is the next target on the block right now. Purple Fist plays for Verse, having Shayo ultimate ready to go. 8 grapples to his name, and AS has 15, so he can take his time over here at Pinnacle Town. One horizontal could be held out here for the players. He doesn't want to reveal it left yet, I should say, considering that he doesn't want to reveal that he has such a strong Jade on hand. But, of course, there's going to be the combo breaker coming out from this. The holds R&Bs comes out, obviously, for AS. The R&Bs are definitely going to be his main weapon selection. 40 seconds left for the Vermilion Birds Might as Shang is trying to kite away from his opponents.
Shang gonna have their hook shot interrupted, and they're just dead in an instant. That is what happens if you get dogpiled in a situation like that. Once again,
Damn, that kick did a lot of
any
damage.
amount of distance, you got to take the risk in that situation. It makes sense, but that is going to be them falling, as AS similarly is just caught out with too many people surrounding them.
Man, I wonder if Star's going to get out of this one, man. There's a little bit of a pickle. The only other target in the game right now. And the TT25 as well, man. TT25 has his target to be made. And we're looking at seeing that Verse in the active Shayol. And for this, the lobby can take care of it right now. Once his last block comes out, they know that there's nothing left. For Verse, he finds a nice blue armor swap, though, so that changes things a little bit around. But, of course, once the targets start in the Scare Rush, can't capture them. He gets vision on everybody in the vicinity, but for Shang right now, F1 to be invested out of this Star, looking to try to get the elimination, the first one in the game. Double tap dodge coming out for Shang, looking for a Scare Rush. He can get out of there, making it light work, of course, but if anyone looks into that building with a cannon shot, they could have killed him, and Shang finds it. Of course, Star, menace to society. Looking at the
They're not going to let him get the heal off.
Doesn't get it, and of course, Shang is going to get right back into the building and break those
Oh
angles.
my. Drop down focus.
Wufong has something else to say about it. In the meanwhile, it feels like FEX Star is going to find himself at the death sentence with the
Spider has 5
leading
kills.
Ball, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, Spider, while he didn't have participation in that first Realm of Yang,
Pendaman is at 24.8. Wait, he could actually kind of be safe if he makes it to like 31 points.
Becoming a real menace, searching for even more. Now, this time around, he's going to dive into another Realm of Yang. He really wants to try to knock this pass off. Wufong, who currently is in control of it. Spider going to lose that first trade of the exchange. However, getting right back into it, he will find enough damage to bring Wufong into a scramble situation. Passes off the Realm of Yang Pass, and so Spider now in a good position is just going to lock down up here, play at range with the pistol.
Now it's going to be a chance right now. Tempest get whole omnidirectionals into purple focus. We love to see it. But Frostmas was also something to keep in motion. If he goes for that parry on the fist blades, then he can pick it up and then start doing shenanigans. We'll have to see. Spider, though, up against A-Shot. 1 LMB, 1 RMB. Nice crouch LMB. We're looking for the tep stick right now. 1, 2, making it happen. 1, 2, backing off. Okay, well, he's still going to hold on to the Yang Pass. Of course, going to be the objective here. He finds a tep stick. There it is. F1 comes out here for A-Shot to then back off. And it looks like Polaris is looking to try to find the weaker link here. He's thinking that, you know, A-Shot is a weak link, but problem is, Alani, man, you don't even have ultimate. Players has to be very mindful about that as Liam. And then the Rami Yang entries come through. Spider repairing everything he can beforehand. He's up against CDY, who is going to be playing out the Octos against Liam. So now it's going to be up between these two fellas. And then for CDY, he has an engraving and a Shaolin staff. If we see that long sword swap, the engraving. If we see the Shaolin staff, that's because he's looking for the catcher, Spider, and an infinite. We'll have to see the fight engages Nyarko.
Spider, good dodges to get in to attack range, and that is how you fight against staff users right there. CDY now have to go on the run. We'll just have a clink to try to stabilize, but Spider giving barely any breathing room. Scale rushes forward, trying to get around the corner of this pillar. CDY gonna get caught by another flurry, gonna have to pop this ultimate early. Spider happy to just blue focus, buy more space, charge up for any kind of pounce in. Takes a little bit of damage here from the Akos, but it doesn't really matter. He's got Pokeball. That's going to be enough to land the killing blow. And that shows the power of Liam. That guaranteed damage proc at the very end means if you're ahead, it's so dangerous, even with someone ulting to try to get on you.
Yeah, now Spider picks himself up a Prize Fall as well as a Phantom Step to be burnt up. And then we're switching on over. Verse up against TE's Wufang. 2 eliminations so far for Wufang, but Verse is looking a little bit too much worse for the wear. Having to look to invest his ultimate pretty early on. Hasn't been able to get a proc off of it. Frost, on the other hand, is also hunting that one down. And for Verse, as Shayo comes out, it's going to be only a matter of time before Frostmas catches it. He, of course, burns his combo breaker. Verse has now active ult for another 10 seconds. And for the 3 blocks yet to be consumed, this is all going to be the case for just burning out for time for the ultimate to end. And for it, he cancels ult preemptive. For Verse, though, he looking towards the Spirit Well. Wufang finds him as he finds the grapple, but not going to commit towards it. And then for this motion for 10 grapple, I mean, Verse, he has no Rami aim depletion. Should he stick by the Spirit Well? Absolutely. Is it going to be his best option? You know, considerably. We have to see. TG5, though, finds elimination against JL's AS in the background, and that's going to be where AS actually goes down in the lobby, if I'm not mistaken, in that Roma Yang. So for right now, that's going to be where he's going to have to probably go over towards the Plume Castle, and he could find an opportunity to come back into here. Otherwise, there are 4 targets inside of the Roma, inside of this area, with 9 players left on the board.
Wufang continues to fight up against Verse. Going to be sent sprawling by ground pound here. Wufang in this position being sent to low ground, therefore just has to try to buy space yet again. Spider gonna hand off on the rush down. Wufang in trouble, will armor swap, but still in a rough position. Big damage coming through means that they're left at just half health yet again. Scale rush to try to get away. Breaks grapple, gets around the corner here. Buying more time, more space. That being said, TT25 and everybody else is on the rundown, knowing that Wufang is their access point to more value. Legendary weapon still available for whoever can come and take it. Wufang in trouble. Stagger trying to get up the cliffside, and that means that Spider will now find contact on top of them. Fireball going to send Wufang far enough away from Spider.
Good for him.
Now he's
GG.
going to have to deal with Frostivus, who's trying to cut off the
Oh
escape
my
path.
god,
Counter
let's go
hit,
Frost.
And there you go. Frostivus helping to initiate a brilliant beatdown. Now,
Okay, I think Frost is
make out
safe
like a
now.
bandit. Get away from the situation.
Yeah, and he's gone. He's got himself 21,000 Dark coins. He could be looking to save it up. Otherwise, AS taking a fight against A-Shout, still with the Roman Yang depletion. And for A-Shout, double tap. No, A-Shout been catching stat dodge, so I'm not gonna lie. But this is gonna be that grapple cancel we know notion about with the plays. Of course, horizontal hold check comes out. It releases. AS takes all that damage to his face. And for A-Shout still having a Lani ultimate, he is just waiting for the opportunity here. Block Extreme comes out, catches the LMB. F1 again, this time from A-Shout to make sure he can break away from potential TOD for the RMB with the grapple on blue. Now for A-Shao, he finds ultimate to be used preemptively, and now the Shayo ult is up. So then it gives A-Shao a chance to escape. For A-Shao right now, looking to try to look. I'm not sure he wants to use the goalie stance, but he doesn't, and now it gives him a chance here to throw the ball again in the sky. There he goes. dashes away, breaks line of sight, maybe even teleporting. Yes, he will. He got an immediate 200 heal, and he get another 200 heal by throwing the ball. And then for it, he still has another F available for him to throw it back at AS.
If you're getting cooked this siren, there's no hope. Entire lobby wants you dead anyways.
For it. If he can get the stagger off of that grapple, that would be all that's needed. The combo breaker is still available for A-Shao here. Finds a nice R&B post Shio ultimate and looking for the LB. He catches it. The combo breaker is met, and now it's only gonna be only a few moments before the lobby takes a look at this Lonnie.
AS with another counter hit. That's the overinvestment each time assigned. See, with people getting too comfortable on the knives. That being said, they aren't out of the situation just yet, as Frostivus is yet again found another brilliant third party. That's gonna be the Lonnie dead. AS may be soon to follow though. Frostivus gonna use this opportunity to grab Soul Bloom.
Flower.
AS trying to restabilize on pistol. Gonna try to dive in here, actually restoring a bit of armor. Frostivus could find this to be a 50-50 that they don't want to take when there's others in the wings. Justina gonna have to fire off the F to start things off. And somehow AS has come out on top of these repeated trades. It just kills him out of nowhere.
Oh man, yeah, I'm telling you, that Soul Bloom, that sustain from the Soul Bloom gave AS a second chance into that fight, and that's 1,000 heal pretty much. So with AS coming back against Frostivus, that jump LMB, so much damage, and Frostivus goes down because of it. For the elimination, that's 4 eliminations right now for AS. We're seeing a little bit of split up here for the players over by Ignis Mountain. 6 eliminations for Spider, that's kill leader in the lobby, and CUI still having to get rid of the Rummy completion. He's not having a fun time. He has no ultimate to contest any of these players. TG5 at 1 elimination on the Tarka, wearing himself out here for it. CUI will force himself into engagement at face value with the other Tarka, no less. And looking at this Shio active ult again for AS right now, and looking to try to get 1 reset off of CUI. Like I said, 30 seconds left on the clock. He's gonna have to look for it after that Shio ultimate's done. Otherwise, another player has approached, and it's gonna be Spider.
Oh my god.
Any respite here.
Holy fucking shit.
Fireball into the gold ball. Spider landing another kill.
Throwing it over and over. It's getting all the sustain. Listen, this is gonna be it for Spider's ult, but no one's gonna
that was crazy.
Gold Hong sword? Nah, can't do that. Can't do that. But for Spider, Mortal Defiance has been purchased from the shop, so he's able to find that. He's got 55,000 Dark-Tide coins. What are we looking to purchase out here? Because he's gonna have to drop something preemptive. He looks to make his purchase for weapons. I think he wants to get something for the prize ball. He wants a dagger. He hasn't even found a fan yet. And if he finds a fan, that's all he needs to convert it over to the, to the fan to the dagger, or the dagger to the fan, because he also has Tai Chi fan. So if he goes off of that Jade, he can go for that true uppercut after that crouch LMB or crouch horizontal. Now for Verse, 1 elimination, the only Shio field theoretically in the match right now for the players to think about. And then, of course, having to think about the Tarka as well. Nice chance here for TT5 to catch this blue focus, and doesn't get the parry.
160 out of 221,000
is at that store. Finds a nice armor swap. He gives him enough time to he reset, and all of a sudden the Tarka's the focus of the lobby. I know Duncan's mad right now.
But Frost had a full like
trying to break this one up, doesn't want to take any more damage as AS is now going to hand off.
Frost had a really consistent day.
The corner on fan.
We're at end circle with Tarka, 1 kill again.
AS though trying to follow through,
not V2, so
TG5 first one up onto the
nothing to really make of this.
Takes a lot of burns for the troubles,
if Tarkas were running V2, he'd be able to like
cover here inside of the storm.
Now he's gonna find that
to keep this fight going. His ult would still be up right here.
Fireball, oof, shield throw does take precedence over it. DD5 might be looking for a parry, but he uses the blue focus. Oh, he's dead. He got Liam orbed, and that is it.
Holy bro, V1 is ass. I'm not gonna lie.
No more Tarka in the gameplay, and he actually
they really got to stop using V1.
He actually throws him out to the zone with a damage. The musket shot. White Tiger's prowess still stacking up 9 eliminations right now. We're at that point right where Spider is just gonna be the most stacked person in the lobby, and he still has Mortal Defiance in his back pocket.
How does he keep doing this? Spider at 9 kills in this lobby right now. Unbelievable stuff. And he's just gonna continue his reign of terror here. Nobody wants to touch him. It's that weaving in and out of tough situations, knowing exactly what
and he has Palm Lightning. Okay.
Smelling blood in the water. AS trying to fight off against Lipo. Spider wants the lion's share of this one though. Lipo still on the low ground for the time being. AS.
Dude, we need that MBPL cap. I'm not gonna lie. That should look so clean.
Spider right back on the action. getting the counter hit. AS half health on their golden armor for the time being, and that could be enough for Lipo to feel like they also want to pull the trigger. Spider
Wow.
gonna get the worst part of that exchange, though. Also go drop a little bit of the defenses here as Lipo is trying to edge around the far side of this one, looking for an access point but not wanting to go too deep. AS dropping down. Spider also now the one on the run, but AS takes a lot of damage. Flying knives. AS hit on either side, has to pop ultimate early.
If
and that
he
is a
grabs
heartbreaking
Spider, he's
scenario.
dead here.
Spider just needs one more shot to take another kill here as AS with shield still up will try to find access onto Spider. Needs to get the repeated lockdowns that Shales are known for, but it doesn't look like they're gonna have the opportunity to do so. Spider just wraps around the
10
corner,
kills,
uses
and
the
Polaris
shadow
is
to their
fucking dead.
advantage,
11
finds
kill
another
win. He
kill.
killed everybody in the lobby.
10. Wait a second. Wait, this is going to be the highest kill game we got this season so far for Spring Split. This is great. This is going to be a historic moment right now. And Spider, he's up against Polaris, and Polaris...
Oh, Lightning got
I
nerfed
can't
and it's
say
still
anything. He's
ridiculous?
less
Yeah, it
geared.
is.
He's got no more to the fines.
I haven't used it after, but I was like, I know for a fact that whenever they make hotfix nerfs or whatever, like it's not generally enough.
Still has MVP in the back pocket right now. And this is going to come down towards where Spider can just work off and kite around. He's got 53 percentage points. Polaris is going to play this out like a ranked match. He's going to make sure he can W key this. Playing it out here for the LMBs. Look at the combo breaker. He's the best to ever do this. Where's my Kachan? Obviously, there's a horizontal coming out here. We're looking for another one. We're looking for another horizontal throw. We're going to be trying to get this back and forth. Look at this catches. Doesn't catch it, but he doesn't, regardless, he doesn't care. He's going for the chip damage. That's all he needs. F1 a knockback. He must get shot. If he had that, that would have been it. But he looks for the R&B. He gets caught. He's looking for the neutral hits off again, again, and again. And there's going to be the OPROC. There's going to be no insurance for 5-2-1's life bars. That's going to be
11 kill win.
Elimination set bracket for this season. Spider sets the record this season. He knows it. He's happy, and he's getting the MVP.
An unbelievable showing from Spider. Yet again, emerging victorious here. Day number 2 of week number 4 of our bi-weeklies. Unbelievable stuff coming from a player who started off the day with a big old goose egg on the scoreline.
Yep. Oh, man. 20%. He's like, all right, now lock in. We're getting this. We're making it happen. And obviously, it comes down to the startup right now for when that round started to where he ends up. To try to like see about what round 1 vibes are feeling like, cold engine start, and then into round 2, round 3, and etc. Polaris actually being able to place out in terms of placing out in second does give him the placement points that he needs, right? Just the 2 points. That's just like inches to the great goal of the foot, but he ends up going for this, and that's a metric system, by the way. Shout out to my European people out there. We do have to keep that in mind about where Spider places himself up here, which is definitely the mountain high for all the players to keep in mind about. Since he's done it before once and more, this is going to be just a notion that we've expected out of him eventually, considering his performance in the past.
Stacking up as a group, I mean, really, what can else
Kinda
be
wild,
said
not gonna
for
lie.
Spider, who is really representing
Okay,
this
we
brand of players,
are
veterans of the game, still
almost
able to
40,000
come out on
files
top
left.
regardless of the meta. I talked about how much things have shaken up from this
Making
bi-weekly to the
progress.
last one that we were in Severio. Yet again, it just kind of seems like the players who are consistent are those who can remain consistent throughout
And
so
also
many
one more
of these different games. And yes, when you take it on aggregate, you are seeing Spider starting to rise back up through the ranks. Maybe not his best season overall, but truly, when you look at what he's up against here, he could be forging himself front runner for this
That
bi-weekly number 4.
PSO2.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think he takes around, I'm gonna say 16
downloading
points for that game, which
the
is a
JP
lot,
version of the game
considering that he's able
because
to
I
catch
wanted to
actually
show
all
my
the most
symbol
fire
arts
points alongside the placement. He's gonna be doing a
from
lot
such
of
a
good work
long
right there
time
for that
ago.
number. And then for the points earned in that one game is higher than most
But
players can
unfortunately, the ones that I
actually
wanted to show were
end up
not
going through
on
for
the
a whole day.
global
So this is
version,
actually
so
something that he takes.
I had to download the JP version. And when using the tweaker last,
he can test things out and seeing how
there was
things can
some
end up in solos, but usually
method
it's
that
kinda
people have
stagnant
found in
with
which
meta
you
to
could
make
just
sure that he can just keep his
use
rounds 1 through 6
JP.
selections
You
at
could
a,
use, you could,
even pace.
you
We
know,
do
log
have
onto
that question,
JP with
which
only
players still
using
got is just Shanghai
the
files, A, WG's
what's it
first,
called?
C, B,
You could
YZG's
access
T5, C, SR
JP
Spider, or DT's
from only
default.
using
Only in Twitch chat,
the
folks, of
global
YouTube
install,
gamers. I see you guys
which
out there. But
I don't know
is
if you could
inside
still
of
do
Twitch
that,
chat, so make
but
sure
if you
guys
could,
message
it
that one
was
out there, and we'll have you to get those rewards.
very,
UID handy,
it was
please,
not
so that
really
way
that simple.
Rocket Point can get that out to you ASAP. But yeah, like I mentioned, and it's also kind of a
But
deficit of seeing
in doing
about
that
when the
method,
game
you
can
could
start
only
snowballing out early
you
on,
could
that you'll have
access
that
both
early
global
on,
and JP with only one
crazy,
game installed instead of
fun
installing the
endings
game
on it. That's gonna be our
twice.
point right there. Yarko 16.2 for Spider in first place.
Hey, read it like a book. Spider 60.2 points on a single game. It's one of those scores that you just get staggered by. You look at it and you say, hey, some of these people aren't getting that in a whole day of competition. Heck,
Bro killed the whole
2
lobby,
days of the
basically.
bi-weekly, you know? So we're going to see what Spider is going to do from here. We got one more game on the day. I can see him going for the 3P.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%. 100%. And I think one thing is making out to Spider right now, 14th MVP so far in the series for this season, and now coming out for this game. I mean, this is a lot. It's a lot of points. And now it comes into game 6, right? What's going to happen in more nighttime? He could choose out Tarka, and I will be like, cool, you know, we see that finally. I just want to see a variation change for Tarkas because that's what everyone's looking for as well. I see you guys in chat. The thing is that V2 versus V1 is making this conversational point. We'll go back into it later. We do want to talk about these standings because this is going to be that breaking point right now to see what day 1 standings could end up going through for the play style, for A-Shao, for Star, for Light, Polaris, and then this comes out to seeing where they could end up for day 2 for playing, which is day 3 overall. Just Shang, 16.5 so far first day. 1 to playing, doing phenomenal work. Gigi Shaw, though, day 2 is 18 points. Wu Fong's at 18 points for just a single day of playing as well. So
Pendaman needs to get like a 7-point game here.
The waves can come through for Gigi
safe.
Shaw because right now 1 round is left and he hasn't made a bi-weekly final just yet. While you see CDY 25.3, slowly creeping up that threshold I was mentioning at 27 to
Shaw needs to win the next game. Shaw literally needs
we'll have to see what the
a
set
12-point game
is after the next game. Our top
to
6
be safe.
Hard determination if these guys can't make it, but Spider's at 32.2 already higher than YZG TT25 throughout his first day of play.
He needs a 14-point game because 30 points isn't safe.
Still has his last game, and
sure
if he has
30
fuel
points
in
is
the
not
tank,
safe.
if he surpasses that 41+ point day, he could break 2 records in 1 sitting in this week.
Absolutely. TT25 still at the very top of the podium here, but Spider jumping from below the cutoff point to number 5, hot on the trail of TT25 here. 1 game still left on the day, yet we have the highest score in a day established here, breaking past Mike's record from OUG that was set in day number 1 of competition.
Man, I'm still surprised how heavy he got that. Like in terms of the flow, right? This is going to be a match that has to be studied. I think for a lot of players, they're looking to try to get some, investment of time, just looking at what was the benefit. But we are going to get some clips and highlights brought to you by China Unicom. Gamers Unite. I wasn't going to bring it up here. Spider going for the triple double LBs against Gigi Shaw. Insult to injury, though, against CDY. Look at this. Even after he realized he couldn't get the R&B drop down, he decides with the Tarka, it is time, my friend. And we are going to get this.
Bro just got fucking womboed so hard.
What happened with these orbs back and forth. White Tiger's prowess involved. And even against Verse, Verse was throwing the shield. I'm like, wait a second, brother, you still have to worry about the orb, and there's the zone. And that was a ticket to the Shadow Realm right then and there. Platform 9 3/4 was closed off before you realize it. Now it's going to be AS waking his motion with the V1 and then looking to see about what the next motion is, and that's another orb. And this is the cycling of the soul blooms that Spider was able to get back and forth, 30% over the course of time, and he earned himself out that victory wholeheartedly. Seeing how the Liam and how to get that early game lead, that's what needs to be studied, that's what needs to be looked at, that's what needs to be reviewed for all the players, as this amount of performance is none worse to the wear. It is at its peak so far.
And Spider coming through yet again. I need to see the stats. How many MVPs is he on right now?
14.
Well, there you go. 14 MVPs coming through
No
on the
parries
Liam.
this game.
And I really do think that this is the perfect character for Spider, given the situation. He's popped off on others before, of course, but I think that Liam's ability to get that guaranteed damage at the end there, the fact that you're able to remove someone temporarily from a situation with Pokeball, means that someone like Spider, who's already just so skilled at navigating those dicey multi-man fights, gets that extra boost up the rankings, and it makes total sense that he gets MVP here in one of the most dominant games we've seen all season.
Do I have, dude, which
he's
MVPL
on his
event
rating arc right now,
do we even know what MVPL event gives the cap yet?
And if he gets a 15th MVP, he surpasses that as well. I mean, listen, this comes out to where Spider really has his strengths to be made for Liam. If he can play aggressiveness, he showcases what his aggressiveness looks like. Even if he knows there's targets nearby, he is still going for a grapple bump loop, which is a really risky play against when there's multiple players around. And the thing is that the option there would have been using for a sheet swap, and even then, he decided to take a notion, right? And then we can actually talk about that. Everything kind of came out in that small time frame where he went for the grapple bump against the Akkas, where everyone was around him, and then he knew that he lost his win time window because of the terrain. Closing that down, he decided to go for the extension of the RMB. Backs off, knowing that whether or not someone's going to be wanting to snag in there, he was making sure and seeing if that was happening. Fireball comes out. That's knock up. That's knock
Dark
back.
and
He
darker
procs
mobile.
over
I
the
forgot
knock up
about
as
that.
well, and then into the immediate ball, which then concisely throws out the orb, fusion core aside, and then just
It
got
just
the
said
elimination.
MBPL Japan
Same thing
event
with
in
Shio.
game.
He knows that Shio is locked down by 2 animations.
They
Shield
better
throw
not have
and
that
shield
be a
bash, her
fucking
F1 ability. She throws a shield, she
exclusive
would be locked in animation, orb is free. She
shit
combo
that you
breaks,
can't
she's free
wear
as well.
or you
So
can't
a
get
lot tighter
otherwise.
window,
I want
and he
that
took
fucking
to his
cap,
full
bro.
advantage. We are going to see ourselves throwing ourselves to a
I
break,
need that
though. We
fucking
got
cap.
round 6 to think about. We got Moore's Isle Night to go through. We'll be back after this few minutes, and then we're going to go make this one a big one.
This is so unbelievably loud. Oh my god. My music stopped playing. No, it didn't stop playing. I fucking canceled it because I was playing PSO2. I forgot to turn it back on. No wonder I was fucking falling asleep, bro. I was just like, why do I feel so tired? My Liam needs to have for sure. Future Ash Ketchum face someone makes, bro. Dude, I like the way that it looked on that the Lonnie. Actually brought drip to the fucking default Lonnie outfit. It even made her look like one of those casual fucking like it feels like it turned her outfit from like the martial artist type outfit to like a someone that like is look it made it look like more of like a street martial artist. And she does have like she is like a street performer, right? But you know who it reminded me of? It reminded me of Wang Ye from the Hidden Ones. Summer outfit? Oh yeah. It is about that time of year. Who will be getting summer outfits? I mean, surely everybody already got their swimsuits and no one is going to be getting reruns. If anything, maybe Lonnie will be maybe Lonnie's summer outfit will be shipped with some other. I mean, Syra doesn't have a summer fit, right? So Syra, Lonnie, and then whoever else. Maybe they give some guys some shit. I don't know, bro. 10,000 more files. But yeah, Palm Lightning, dude, Palm Lightning is just a Jade where right now it literally stands to be one of those Jades where I don't think there's been a Jade that has stood out so much in Naraka's history in comp. Like except for Merciless. Like everyone knows how like good Velocity and like Trigger is. Like Velocity is only really good for like 1v1s, but like Palm Lightning is good in both 1v1 and like third party potential. And it's not a utility Jade like Phantom Step. So Palm Lightning is literally just like I think the most insane showing of it was two not one but two people had Palm Lightning in the beginning of game 3. And that shit was so stupid. I was like, these two people for sure are gonna make it to end circle because having Palm Lightning is just like the most guaranteed I'm gonna probably win this game Jade. Yeah. 5,000 more files. Is it that good? Yet to see it? You haven't seen Palm Lightning yet? Oh my god, that Jade is like, bruh. Okay, you don't even need to see it from there. I'll literally like show it. Actually,
Picks can get pickpocketed. Long, in the close pocketed position, being the biggest stack threat in the lobby, having one of the more potent Jades in the game, back and forth, but still has. I like seeing how the Yakuza's had
look at it.
boy, but
having so much of
Fucking look at it.
people
Where is it?
could be a scary
or maybe some armor.
continue. And now he's outer. See the deal, the impact that he's been having on. Do so, you know, entering into this, you don't want to be there
Bro,
behind
look.
the bar in terms of getting to finals. You know that you don't want to be here. But unfortunately, that aggression not necessarily paying off for the time being, as we are going to get clustering around this Roma Yang. T225 might actually have to drop this. He's getting aggressive upon people.
Actually, it didn't happen to T225. Happened to fucking AS.
Yeah, T225 was in a false sense of security there, getting caught through, thinking the aggression was going to switch off of him. Last couple of
Was
seconds,
it AS?
did not having yet said he was ready to go. Can't get that TOD, but he got it done.
Bro, look at the cap. Oh my god, it's so fucking good,
A
dude.
little bit of risky outcome.
Nah, we need that cap, bro.
And
But the blue chalk that I've touted out brings so many people to victory.
What just happened to my audio?
Here sort of doesn't
it's gonna be the case. We agree because of purple armor. He's got, as mentioned,
Am I too far back?
I like
Was that the very beginning?
about the armor.
shot off. What's that exchange initiating?
First, Frost and Severia alongside you are having a purple. Say having that is
That immediately just that
Oh, where is it?
CD would all that switching over to the first, needed
Ah,
to make sure
here
to
we
catch the
go.
stagger and then double dash towards the blue armor, and he got a 900 health reset. Switching over to the pool of cleansing though, Cloud is just shaying up against JL's AS, having an opportunity to see a Syra versus a Shayo fight, and then Shayo hold checks coming out from the flying eyes. Shishang throws a shotgun to the ground, throws a mind game here, and AS is gonna have to fight up against the Shayo ultimate, but of course another target's in the mid.
Look at him.
Palm Lightning
They
coming
both
out
have
here
this
from
shit.
T's Wufong, and he's not letting this to be an easy fight.
Oh, not at all. Wufong gonna descend back into lake here. Chu Zhang has managed to get the soul bloom for the reset.
Like, there's nothing that you can really do against this. It's so
What I see
insanely OP.
today was that the Roma Yang fights, especially have it where even with this.
Would you like to install the latest classic fan patch translation update? Yes, it's only 11 megabytes. What is that, bro? A mistake. Would you like to install it? Yes, bro. Wait, I should really be saying no. I'm not even gonna fucking play NGS on... Bruh. Bro. It's even worse here. Look, they both have it. What do you do
Caleb
against this,
first
bro?
Able to heal up for the time being, taking a lot of damage though, and just pummeled by both sides now. Down to just a sliver, will not be able to.
There's nothing you can do against that. You're
You know,
just hard
after that,
stun
that's it.
locked
You got nothing to
by
your table.
two
And
people.
that's down to the same thing with any more characters. If they're able to pop.
Damn, that was a big ass yawn. Don't ask me for another patch, please. Let me just update the tweaker so I can get on the get on this shit and then remember my password or my account. Oh my god, all done, system ready, time to update the tweaker. The tweaker will download / use an open source application created by to get your login token. This means you'll be able to switch characters without needing to enter your username and password. Yes, please, and enable token login. Enter your Sega ID username. Fuck. What is my Sega ID username? Sega ID register. 2017? Was it really that? Yes. Okay. Enter your Sega ID password. Alright, bro. Wait. Okay. Let's not use this real quick. Let me fucking save this shit and start the game first and then attempt to log in. And then we'll fucking see if this shit works like this. Yo, why is my game in a box? Why is my game not full screen? Oh my god, it reset my fucking audio because it's not, oh my god, dude, this is so loud. What the fuck is MVPL? Dude, I fucking forgot my I forgot my shit.
Goes in the third round. I don't think he knows Kyoko's going to be chosen
Alright,
in the third round. And
while
if
this
it's the
is
case,
playing,
that's where he's going to be able to choose
I'll
out.
I'll remember. I'll try to figure out my shit.
Suspect, and this could be the Xiao if he had it. Justina looks to be the play here. Asia and Chishang still have a spotlight right now for something to be out of pocket. I mean, Justina's aside, I don't know if Asia can actually choose her for a double pick. But for Chishang, I know for certain that he's gonna have to pick someone else.
Oh my god.
Oh, I lied. Never mind. He triple picked it. I thought he was gonna go for a target, you know what I'm saying? But he's not gonna do that. He's gonna be going off of that Justina. But Takeda makes his okay. Now that we're bringing out Takeda, now I gotta talk about, you know, the potential for Takeda with the flying knives. And then how strong it can end up going. Kylan actually is a surprise. We haven't seen Kylan a lot this past patch. Was actually kind of interesting. But then again, this is like, if T225 plays Takeda with flying knives, that's a detriment to the lobby. Tarka spitting out here for Wufong, GG shot for the Xiao, Takeda for T225, and the Kylan for FPX Star. Very interesting last round phases, to be honest. Wasn't expecting
extract
that.
this image, extract this text from this image. Thank you.
Yeah, not at all. But a lot of unexpected things that happened today. We're going to see whether or not someone unexpected will be able to claim victory here, an MVP in game number 6. Or if it is, in fact, going to be one of our front runners looking to repeat one more time. Everybody is in. Everybody is ready to go for this final game of day number 2 of this bye-week.
What if I forgot my fucking password?
Number 4.
I need to look at the skills right now. I know Takeda's going to be rocking the F2, F3 into V1, 100% for T225. I need to look at the Tarka. That's what I really want to see. I want to see the Tarka. But I know it's going to be the same, V2, V1, F2. But of course, let's take a look at the scene. It's going to be V1, yeah, F2, yeah, there it is. But I'm looking around and seeing the Kylan's on V1 as well for Stars, so he's not going to deplete HP. V1, F3 for T225, F2, V2 for Spiders, Akos, Polaris onto the V1, F2, as well as Chishang and A Shao. Seeing about the Liam with the V2 for CDY, V1 for Shiol for GG Shot, and then obviously Frost was with the V2 for the Liam. So that's going to be where we're going to be having that standpoint. Now, with Takeda being brought out here, there was a buff to him in the patch prior to the 429 patch, the 417 patch, where he was able to get a lot more sustain off of his blow up in terms of the Furin detonation, which is a long time since I said that phrase, where detonation for Furin, for his V1 ultimate ones, when the Demon Furin is out and he's catching someone in midair, whether from a stagger, whether from his own uppercut, he will be able to dish out a massive amount of damage. And that detonation comes out to where he gets a lot of damage coming out, but a little bit of heal coming back towards him. And now there's more healing to come in general. So I want to see if T225 wants to figure Takeda out in his meta, because that's going to be a dangerous game to play, because we got a lot of things to talk about, and these spawns are going to be one of those things, Nyarko.
Yep, as it currently stands, we're getting dense drops yet again to start us off on Morris Isles. Multiple groups pushing up against one another. Spider all the way off kind of by himself in the northeast quadrant of what is available here in the Morris Isles. Interesting to see JL taking the southwest in kind.
Yeah, it looks like in terms of Frostivus, Stars, and Chishang's location, they are taking a stride towards this winery and maybe even going towards those fireflies. Trifid Junction specifically, though, for Frostivus, he's making his loot gain, his loot pathing right now for those boxes, as well as those Grove Troves. Pool of Cleansing for Chishang and Star against Light Polaris, and then GG Shaw wants to make this approach. He's got blue armor, blue dagger, and he's looking to try to hunt down this Justina by herself. Obviously, though, with Chishang having to loot up this one path here, he's going to find a nice common armor. One drop down blue focus would be enough to kind of deter him to try to stay here for much longer, but he is looking to get that kiting path done so. And if anything comes after Chishang, right, GG Shaw having the moniker of action, finds a nice parry post the combo breaker coming up for Chishang. He finds it. The knockback might not be enough, and the elimination goes to GG Shaw. He finds it, but not the Soul Bloom, and that's going to be where we're going to see Frostbus. He also was able to pick up a pair, which means that attack bonus might work in his favor in the early game due to not having a lot of mitigation here in Nyarko.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Shaw already losing out on that armor, needs to try to get to safety here, buys enough space with which to do so. CDY finds that rare armor, says, hey, time to immediately force some fights here. Sees first as the first victim is going to attempt to initiate upon. Space going to be bought by the Lonnie F. First sent down. Unable to get much in the way of distance between them and CDY. So that's going to be a quick one. Incredibly clean showing here from this Liam. Gonna be looking for more out of him now that he's got the ball rolling, as Spider actually is in the worst position we've seen out of him so far in an early game since game number 1, losing that initial fight. On the Akos here, gonna have to try to stabilize, but Wufong is giving him a hard time with which to do so. Not a lot in the way of places to try to juke out this member of TE. So Spider having to go on the hop and run, get away from them, trying to dive down now into Village. Wufong gonna follow up, clinks a few times. Spider manages to armor swap, could try to find the turnaround yet again. Wufong one touch, Spider still with the armor. Wufong manages to bring it back though.
I can't believe we just got all told not to use Fireball. Behave, as the great Lalabambo says. Because Tarka Fireball off an uppercut is definitely a true option. And now it's going to be the case. We see another fight, though. TG5, Takeda gameplay coming out with the V1. Finding CDY an active Liam ultimate and the Justina now. Obviously, F3 isn't going to come out in time. We get orbed, we get launched, we get hit back. TT5 still has the F3. He wants to confirm it. And the blue focus hold would be a way to catch that. For TT25, though, he's got himself to worry about the Justina. The Justina doesn't care about him. They wanted to lock down that low health Liam, and that's going to be that last orb that's still not going to be thrown out here. A-Shao, though, finds himself. The dash comes out. It is missed. We have one more dash left. The kill potential right now. Pistol shot. Can we land it? Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, my. We got it. There we go. We find the scatter rush. LMB comes out here. The knockback coming out from that fireball. TT5 looking for that blue focus. He gets caught. This actually might be a grapple bump RMB into jump LMB. Oh my goodness, he caught it. A-Shot find elimination in the back line. And Wufong's still working out that Tarka play. I'm still curious in seeing how it's going to end up going through. He's still at 1 elimination.
Wufong on the dash through, has the speed to try to find chase down onto A-Shao, who currently is in armor advantage, but doesn't seem to want to take this fight to start things off. Dash over to the far side. A-Shao still managed to play avoidant for the time being. Wufong, therefore, going to use this opportunity to heal back on up. Going to have the interrupt there as a hook shot comes in. A-Shao on the chase. Blue focus rush in. Wufong actually going to win on this exchange to start things off. A-Shao staggered. Oh, God, it's happening again here, SV.
Yeah, this is going to be tough right now. 1, 2.
Oh, no.
Oh, do it again. Oh, wait a second.
Okay.
Turn around. RMBs. Oh, nice uppercut. Wait a second. RMB 1, 2. Hold 3.
GTA 6
He
delay.
got caught. And the burn is actually going to take away from A-Shao's HP.
Takeda game? Wait, someone's playing Takeda.
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
shit.
Heal 100% for any armor pattern and vitality.
Where is the
He
GTA 6 delay?
He goes for a sheath swap. Crazy Wufong. We're going to get caught to the drop on the RMB, and that's going to be where we see the target go down for the first life. A-Shao, second elimination.
I don't think either of them deserve to win that fight. I'm not going to lie here, SV.
Yes, let's fucking go.
No, Wufong wanted
Dude,
more,
this is
gets
good.
punished massively for doing so.
That
Good
means
on
Expedition
A-Shao
33 gets
to
Game of
fight
the Year.
better of that scramble situation.
There's actually a W for
situation,
gaming.
We are several miles into the shadow right now with Spider prowling, looking for TT25.
This is tough. This was on a
Dude,
reset too.
If fucking GTA 6 released in a few months, that would be fucking insane, okay? For one, that would be crazy. 2, if GTA 6 gets delayed until May of next year,
means that this is gonna be a chance right now. TT5
who knows, maybe they can release that shit with online on launch. I would hope that.
With it. Now it forces this zone fight. We have a lot of meters to gain back into the zone. But if TT5 catches this, he could find it. LMB's hold check. Oh, the F2 catches it, and TG5 is dead because of this. One jump LMB to the next jump LMB, and then the Takeda Fury catches it. Gets a little bit of sustain.
My cloud just announced higher for everything. Hear me out. It'll be another reason for them to want to up the price. True.
Wait.
Anyone know when TMNT is coming in Naraka?
This is old school Mike. This is blonde.
That's a great question.
Mike.
Ew, look at Mike. What the fuck?
Looking at him like that, but my man was first one to go through the highest. Okay, so actually, this is a great stat line. Let's talk about this. So this is the history for the eliminations in the past for the top kill leader in the lobby. Now, Mike used to be when there used to be 16 players in the lobby, so 12 eliminations there is one thing, but then we switch on over to a 12-player lobby, and 11 eliminations becomes a lot more rare because of
I got that. Yeah, bro. What the heck
Spider
is
takes
that?
it now. He's now one of the few players to make it through. If Spider catches himself out
AOW
for 12
Mike.
eliminations, then he's the second slot to go through. If we get a future moment where there's 13 eliminations, unheard of, by the way. But if it happens in this lower bracket of the number of players, that'd be just insane action coming up from the players.
Spider on the trade here. Good swap to try to continue the combo. Frostivus down his armor. but still trying to hold on doggedly to that Realm of Yang pass. It is going to fade out as he has to get past the border. Spider actually not even going to be the one to initiate upon Realm of Yang. Instead just wants to get this kill. Air Blast. Frostmas down to barely any health now. Dropping down to the ground. Spider going to follow through. Tries to go for the pounce on the Akos.
No,
Gets the
Frost
kill and
is
blow,
dead.
and will find himself into the Realm of Yang on top of it.
And that's actually going to knock out Frostmas for this round. And you look at the overall, because last round of playing, second day of playing, we do have our chance of seeing this,
He's
this
at
engraving for
32.6.
Spider with the
I hope it's
longsword,
enough.
So that's going to be what he's having in his back pockets. Or not engraving, a jabbing, I should say. Star, though, on the other side, blue armor, Liam, or Kylan, B1, F1. Spider goes for the Skybound, looking for the bow shot, looking for the R&B drop down. If you can catch it, that would be huge. But he gets caught into the reciprocating end. Nice F1 coming out here for the combo breaker for Star, looking for the lethal jab. Nice uppercut attempt coming through here. It's guaranteed damage. And this might be a Kylan multiple, and it definitely will be Nyarko.
Yep, absolutely the case. Spider, half health, no armor to speak of, doesn't have the time with the Kylan ultimate rushing him down to try to find a stabilizing force. And that was the quickest elimination of Spider out of a Realm of Yang that I've ever seen.
Yeah, that actually went down crazy. And the scaling might be made towards it, but we have another fight. Justina, Aisha, both Justinas. Oh, could get a freeze midair right now. Might be catching for the stagger right here. And Justina on the other end, Aisha, he still has himself a soul boom picked up from Frostmas's body, though. Spider was able to cleanse that Realm of Yang depletion like a blink of an eye. And now it's going to be a chance here for the nunchuck. Aisha finds the combo breaker usage from Jashang, still finding uppercuts, still trying to attempt for TOD. He finds one R&B. He goes for a meter dump, actually, and confirms the uppercut, goes for the R&B. The new uppercut from the Nunnies is nasty work. A-Shell capitalizing on it. Frame one, the moment they came out, and I'm glad because he's at 3 eliminations, and he's able to pick up a gold dagger, getting himself an assassin's lunge as well, mind you. So he really just found the combination that he needed in order to snowball out, just like how we saw Velocity earlier on in earlier rounds, in round 5 specifically.
Oh, absolutely. Asia, decent shape to start things off here. Purple armor already available. Now inside the loot room. This could be an opportunity. 3 kills on the board, most in the lobby, to try to make a mark here. I said that this was his burden on the day. Looks like he could finally get there. That being said, you can see he's definitely in a struggle position right now. Low on the overarching rankings. Needs to be able to accelerate himself a little bit further forward. A victory would do a lot for him here. As I'm going to fight over Spirit Well, CDY, trying to just clink with AS. Blue focus, unfortunately, at a little bit too far of range here. CDY going to try to chase back. AS following through, not wanting to leave the Spirit Well too deeply, especially as the chance for someone else to swoop in and take it right here, right now. CDY in a lot of trouble, going to lose armor for this trade. Manages to get to ball out of Lonnie. But now AS is deciding, hey, we're abandoning this. We're going all in on getting this elimination here and now. As Spider also wants a piece of the action. Rushing down CDY. Tech chase up against the polearm. This is a tough position to be in. CDY trying to do the best they can to ring around. Unfortunately, they're just going to die to ball explosion. And now Spider wants to access AS.
Yeah, 2 eliminations so far. Looking at AS here for number 3. Finds a nice change up to the halberds for the scare rush right there for LMB as well. He's looking to try to chase this one out here for the R&B drop down. He finds one stacker. He goes back and forth with these pouncing scare rushes, and he is doing it quick. AS looking for a blue vertical. Finds a nice tap dodge, and of course, having an opportunity to chip around the armor. Now Spider only has only a matter of time against Jail's AS here for a catch. But having these halberds now means that if he catches a single scare rush into LMB, all he's got to do is wait out for the combo breaker, and he can continuously aggressing here. 1-2 hold check, gets caught in the blue focus vertical. F2 to guarantee that combo breaker from AS's side, like I mentioned, and he finds a nice blue focus. This could be a notion for the hold checks, and there's that LMB, there's that grapple bump, there's the blue focus release. That's Spider's 3rd elimination on board.
Yeah, Spider, all of a sudden, bringing it back, you know, lost that Realm of Yang and going to be able to cleanse himself of depletion. As that was Asia out, just getting melted there as we're moving in onto another one of these big group fights I've been seeing all day. Chuzheng still on rare armor, but sees an opportunity to try to knock down Shaw Peg from here. With multiple people coalescing upon that location, they're going to decide, hey, get it back off around the corner. I know that I'm not in the best and most healthy position right now. I'm just going to look to loot the battlefield and see what kind of marks I can make afterwards. As now we focus upon Star, picking up legendary weapons here in the form of these dual halberds. Chuzheng's continuing to go on the run, and now Star wants to find them. Here we go, back inside of Realm of Yang. This is what we saw before. AS versus CDY. Already AS sent sprawling down to about half their armor, was able to get a good trade on Rise versus CDY. CDY just gonna charge up with blue focus, that RMB blue focus. Now double clink. AS in a little bit of trouble as they're going to drop out of their armor here and therefore pull ultimate first. Looking for a bit more damage as now CDY goes on the run. Nice job deflecting the approach once it takes to the air. Here we go deeper into the fight now. It's CDY in a lot of trouble. AS going to be repelled for the time being. Still with a decent chance of making it happen here. Just needs one more shot with which to do so. Scale rush from CDY, gonna try to open up AS just a little bit, gets a bit more damage. Here's another drop down into a stagger. AS losing all their advantage and now in a one-touch scenario. CDY gets the victory by the hair of their chin.
That was great. That was great. Even with Blue Rarity and after the HP, it was really the determination of the secondary R&B to come out. Luckily, CDY valued it so heavily and earned it out now for Jishang. Nice armor swap, my friend. But Zocco's looking for you, bro. Nice ultimate, okay, for the knockback. Imprint guaranteed. LMB, oh, can't do it. Can't do it, bro. That's going to be where he can get the V2 for free. And now Spider looking for the bow shot as well. As the Yang pass has been agreed towards his Versus direction. But this pushback forces the combo breaker from Verse. He has ultimate, and he actually might lose all his HP here. Not to death, but the ultimate from the Lania was up just in time, and now it's just only about spacing out. The Yang pass still going to be available in about 5 seconds to enter the realm of Yang. When it hits, and that might be it. He finds it, dodges it. Can he get back in? He loses Yang pass. No, he doesn't. He F1's into it. My man's out there, la vida loca. He's good to go. He's free from any harm, and he's going to be getting that realm of Yang for free.
Yeah, very happy with this situation. Spider using this time to recover a little bit of armor. You can see Chu Zhang all the way over there on the other side of the meadow in a rough position. Definitely plays bow shot from Spider. It's going to make this position even worse for the Baodao representative. Spider able to leap forward. Chu Zhang armors up, but doesn't have a whole lot to work with here. Will need to make the most of the situation. Notably, Spider doesn't have F nor V available. Chu Zhang, though, just going to have to burn freeze early in this one.
Uppercuts crew. Then there's gonna be the R&B. Oh wow, she's okay, my friend. We got the swap into Howard. He didn't really want to use the staff there for it, which I guess is understandable considering that he would just get it for immediate.
God, finally, I got the capture, bro.
Down, gold halberds. Winning out the first Romy Yang, the only kill in his stead.
Using the fucking Japanese characters, bro.
1-2s and release the missile attack, obviously, for A Xiao. One horizontal is kind of what the case. He has Assassin's Lens, we mentioned that. He's looking to try to release his horizontal if he can. Be very cautious about it, throws it, makes it happen, where he baits out, and then that's Star's combo breaker. That's huge. That means that we have an Assassin's Lens should be revealed and then thrown in the other direction because Star was anticipating it for a 1.0 release. Now Star, he's got an ultimate here. He's got to be very emotional, motion sickness, the scare rushes, but he's keeping it, calm and collected. And for one LMP, that's theoretically all he needs for a grapple on blue, and which comes out. And A Xiao is in a position of not using ultimate, but Star definitely will be.
All right, Star continuing to keep their advantage going. A Xiao in a lot of trouble. Caught out mid-air, gets frozen up, but it isn't enough.
Sorry, this just blows my mind how he was able to get that off of the single dash.
Oh, yeah.
Big damage, too, man. That was a big scaling anywhere.
Yeah, hyper efficient. A Xiao didn't know what was coming. That being said, CDY needs to try to bring a little bit of that efficiency to his own realm of Yang fight. Won't be able to do
What
so.
the hell?
First,
This is not
easily
working.
winning that one.
Let's see what he gets. I mean, what day we get? What day we get? We got a thunderstorm. Okay. The longsword though is impeccable. And the
Why
Starfall
is
as well.
this-
We never seen a Starfall. Well, we actually know we did see Starfall. I wasn't casting that day, but I saw it. I would have lost my mind. Seeing no one use Starfall is kind of the notion. Trios, some teams are trying to use it, but in solos especially. Mortal Defiance still picked up for Spider. Has a jabbing, has a Palm Lightning, has Cyan Fang, as well as a Overlord, as well as looking at the quick charge Thundercall that he's able to stack up nicely to a Thundercall. Now forward to Sunwing Dress. A bounty scroll is available for A Xiao. 4.5 minutes left on towards the Rummy Yang depletion. Verse and Star next to one another at the shop because they want to make the purchases. A Xiao sees that. He's like, I'm out of there. I'm not going to take any chances. CDY at Islet Crater could be looting this up, but for Spider, this is only going to be a matter of time situation because considering that CDY has, the Rummy Yang depletion, this is going to be a problem right now if he doesn't get this kill as soon as possible, even with Spider at 5 eliminations.
What we're currently seeing here is Spider just trying to get up to the high ground, use that opportunity to gaze out, see what they can find here as an access point for a ensuing fight. Currently, as it stands, Spider at 5 kills has yet again racked up a massive advantage inside of this lobby, kind of coming from nowhere on this one as well. Put into that tough situation where they weren't able to access value out of the first Realm of Yang. I really didn't think that he'd be able to get at this position yet again. He's not only finding good fights, he's finding kills off of them.
Yeah, and especially taking, capitalizing on anything that he sees or hears in the distance. I think one thing is the range of the R&B from the halberds. Definitely to keep motion. If he's got it, he can make it happen. And especially for the whole check of the blue focuses. But there's going to be Spider burning his F2. Doesn't have ultimate ready to go just yet before the kiting that he's doing. He's going in an oval shaped fashion, going right up and then circling right back down nearly where he came from, just in the different side of it, of the circle. But for Spider right now in a zone, the chase is on right now. WBG's verse can take this chase for as long as he wants, considering he is on that Lonnie, and he's also, to passively pick up, which seemed to be, if he's able to kind of get off of with it, with the heal over the time. Now, obviously for Spider, Octo Soul is ready to go here. If he needs to use it in defensive manner, there's going to be the case, and that Lonnie ult comes out. Not going to take that V2 for nothing. He's going to launch it and probably look for the chip damage, and he definitely will force out Verse into the zone.
Yep, Spider in a good position to recover from this. As this currently stands, he is going to have to make it out of the way of the Shadow Drain and could be caught out, He himself was profiting from that kind of situation before. Oh no, and he got caught, he got spotted there. Rough situation, gonna have to go on the run. Has Healberry still available, but now there's gonna be multiple people encroaching upon his position. Asia, the first one to take the deep pincher into the darkness. And I think that this could just be enough for him to be knocked out. Down to just a sliver of health, one touch. Oh, and the gamble will not pay off this time as Asia will claim the kill.
And he gets an R&B, he doesn't get the staff. Wait, CDY, slap central, one R&B, the imprint. I can't believe it. He actually got the double piece like that. 5 eliminations for A-Shao. What he needs. Literally what he needs. He's at 12.5 overall right now. He's still got 3 other targets in the lobby. Picks out CDY, picks out Spider. All the J's on those bodies, man. The jabbing, especially with the gold staff that he got from CDY, that's the combination. That's a combination platter. $5.99. He got the 2-piece with the fries. And now it's up to him to survive in the zone. He better not drop that drink when he came down to exiting the door, because right now Star is looking right at him with Pebble.
Oh, absolutely. Heading forward, Asia in a little bit of trouble. Going to be sent sprawling here. Star on top of him. And for all that he did to get the double piece inside of the storm, it could all be over in an instant. Asia almost brought this to an end here. Didn't quite find it at the very end, and that's going to be Star picking up the kill.
Yeah, has himself the drop. Looking at the pick up any sort of loot on that. Still the Thunderstorm. Still has to sign the Stamina Strike and the Overlord, as well as the Alchemy. But then again, there's no other defensive shades on that body that's left to be worthwhile for the effort. Blair still has himself with a that is a Dragon War, isn't it? Yeah, he's able to kind of have that one going standby. He's also got a Phantom Step of Palm Lightning, Staff Jade doubled, by the way, and an Assassin and a Advanced, I should say, to be built up. So 4-to-10 ratio for the healing berries to armor powder. He's good to go. 19 grapples as well. 1 elimination in the bracket. Planet Justina. The Moonbane is being 100% ignored, thankfully, because these players know how how it's turned out before, not to take any sort of aggression. And since Polaris has that Dragon War, he can really just conserve his Binding Fury and just trying to space out the Spear Well. This is a White Tiger's Prowess. He doesn't need to proc ult beforehand. Look at the drop down. It's Assassin's Lunge. Rocking out the combo break. I spoke too soon. Polaris is going to be focused out here from the lobby.
It's a very interesting lobby for sure. Unfortunately, Polaris is not going to be able to get down to that final decisive duel. Try to do the best they can to take the health off of Star as they can, and actually gets a far dash away. Unfortunately, caught out with the range shot. All it's going to take is one more touch. Lipo with good movement. I don't think it's enough, though. Star intercepts them mid-air, and now there are 3.
Gotta think about that Kylan slash, man. That thing goes crazy right now. Even with the nerf 0.2 multiplier, we have to see. We do note that with Verse, with his longsword, all he needs is just one R&B, one good R&B. He gets this TLD. Obviously, though, for his Star, no parry motion to come through here. Looking for the combo breaker to come out. Nice chip damage and attempts to come right back into the zone. This is going to be a Kaido around the corner. No nice 1-2s. No 3-piece can get it. And then into the windowsill he goes. And then with Verse, he's looking to try to capture him. He chases him with a Scare Rush, looking to try to get that point of view off the hits. And if Star gets his ultimate again, it's going to be a Kingdom Come moment. If he can, Star could just go ahead and just get himself a nice heal, because Verse is losing track of him by the minute, but he catches up before I even notice it.
This is such a tight scenario. Star able to propel himself to the top of the hut. Still unable to find a heal. And no, the hit on top of it all. Star gonna take so much damage in the scramble scenario, gets one more shot at life, but while this is happening, the Bane's breath is being fired off. It's a tough situation either side. Star taking a massive risk in this situation, needs to try to get out of dodge. May not have the opportunity to do so. Swaps over the dagger, get as fast scale rushes, get as much maneuverability as possible, trying to scale up the side of this tree. First to follow through. Star keeping it viable for as long as they possibly can, but without anybody else in the lobby, and these two being the last ones left, I don't think that Star's going to have much in the way of ability to heal back up. He's got to play with the cards he's being dealt. First, trying to come on in, going to lose that initial trade. Star still on dagger, trying to stabilize, back down to the ground. First, going to try to follow through with the tech chase. Dual blades activated, gonna lose their armor for their efforts. Star may try to find the reversal here. Ultimate still available for the Lonnie alongside the F. Same thing for this member of FPX as Bruce tries to dive on in. Ball thrown from below. We see Star dodge out of the way. Staying alive will use this opportunity to restore health. Verse will do the same and handshake away. We're back in stalemate.
Oh, we are so back. We have the Kylan ult to still be on standby for Star, getting a full reset for the white health, and he gets that last slash for it, but he's V1, right? He doesn't burn any type of health, so that means he can infinite slash. The Keelan guard is now burned out, and this is going to be now the hand-to-hand combat verse. Ooh, almost getting caught by that scale rush off the blue focus. Gets caught to the pitter-patter. We're looking for the double tap dodge, and that's exactly what we're anticipating from Star to look for. He gets a nice grapple bump. Not going to be the case. He goes for the slashes. He looks for the LMB. The upset right now is going to be impeccable, and the extensions off the F1 to get right back into the zone. Gets caught by the 1-2s. The tech was nice for the RMBs. The F1 to try to push back was ambitious. I'll be honest, the whole check those are necessary. Let's take a look and see if he can get this jump LMB into the LMBs. Of course, the scale rushing isn't going to be had from Verse. Too close for comfort like that parry, and that's going to be Star getting the elimination, getting 5 points to be earned out.
What a chase at the end there. Thought the reversal would come through, and Star manages to live through it all. A lot of pressure on all sides, but yet again, another accelerated game where we didn't get a true final circle. That aggression being answered perfectly. Star was able to come out on top and deservedly claims MVP.
Yeah, Star's gonna have this chance right now to have that catch up. Obviously, as I mentioned, you know, look how locked in. My man used to smile day in, day out. He's not smiling, bro. He's locked in. He's locked away, which is necessary, of course, because now it comes down in terms of this. For his first day of playing, still has to make the day 3, makes the second day of playing worthwhile for the effort. The case is he brought the Kylan out and he wasn't messing around. The Kylan value that
I'm trying to like fix my
kind of made it happen. I mean, look, he went up against Spider, he went up against Alani, he went up specifically Spider with an Octos, as an Octos. He was able to catch out those slashes off of some target that was trying to space away, and he gets the immediate slash. He notices it. He notices that it comes down towards, you know, where the lineup is, of noticing that J curve from the tap dodge from one side down to the C side of the triangle, and then all of a sudden he just slashes in that direction. He knew that was going to be the anticipation for it. And then for Verse, later down the road, in terms of getting the bow shot, he almost cut the elimination that we, you know, were hoping to see against Polaris. It didn't happen, but then that 1v1 situation came out, and noticing he had time to reset, and they took that, right, that handshake agreement. The handshake agreement really comes down to both sides. If we saw Star go in there with his V1 Kylan without getting an armor reset, then we notice that it's going to be a case where he's going to be investing all the dashes, and by the time that he goes all 5 dashes with the blue bar, then he goes into Keelan guard, and for 4 seconds, yeah, he's unlimited dashes mode, but we still have Alani ultimate to worry about. Then they come right back in, and it's just a testament of the will. I want to see from the point of view, though, that swap off of the uppercut that Star was able to get. I want to see that, because that uppercut in that area, like what he did, I need to see what he had accomplished with the halberd swap into R&B and then into blue focus, because that was just way too clean.
Yeah, absolutely. So many small decisions and little technical plays had to be made there at the very end. And that's really the beauty of the NBPL, SV. And that's what I've been really enjoying throughout my time casting this season. All 4 of our bi-weeklies have led to so many fantastic plays across both solos and trios. And so I'm going to take this time and say, hey, if you guys enjoy what you saw here today, this overwhelming aggression, well, we got more of that coming down the pipeline for sure. So we've got multiple days of broadcasts still coming this week. We're following it on up with some incredible progress within bi-weekly 4 come the next one.
Yeah, exactly. And this is also to be included not only to CN, but also the global. They announced it. we got our pyramid to be made. And if anyone wants to look at that into the chat, I'm going to make sure that link gets dropped down below, and we can have a look and see about that later on to see how our NA, EU, AS, and SEA regions are going to try to compete for J-Cup later this year. This type of action really comes at the peak of the gameplay aspect, right? You know, the players have been studying other players, specifically from the CN's MVPL scene, and then taking that into their gameplay style. And even players are not even playing a CN for the MVPL, but being the top players in CN in general, top 3 players on the board to be studied out, such as last year when we saw with other players making it to Koi Cup. But this is going to be the peak of what is coming by. We know that off of the top of this leaderboard for week 4, LCQs lead us into pre-finals, and after pre-finals we get into grand finals at the end of May into the beginning of June, literally the 31st into the 1st, and then afterwards we actually end up going off in that break period, and that's when we can see everything coming into light. And it's kind of a good motion of seeing about the players, looking at what they do during the off season and what the kind of performance we can expect to come out from summer, and hoping to see that come back into play.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot on the horizon here, but we're going to look at what happened in this final game for today, at least. Down there at the bottom is Frostivus. Once again, a testament. Another winner getting stuck with the goose egg on the day. This is the most volatile day in competition I've seen so far. And there's Asia at the top, number 2, right behind Star. Able to rack up 5 kills, lasted for quite a while, but that's a big jump also. 9 points versus 6.5 for the second place.
Yeah, it's a good notion. I'm glad my boy was able to get that 6.5 points going through here for it. But a lot of 5-kill elimination squads coming out here, especially with Spider being there. But he got eliminated in the zone is unfortunate. We do see that 13.5 days so far for A-Shao, so a good temperamental backdrop, I guess you could say, in terms of points. Considering that he needs to at least get like 14 plus for day 3. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. For bottom 6 though, the double players such as with Polaris, he's gonna still need to work out to his day 3, and then off of that we still have 13.5 for Arano to see about getting out of the bottom of the clutches.
Wait,
but our middle 6 has Wu Fong with the 19 points in his first day of playing, 20.5 for GG Shaw. Star having a 17.5 day means that he still has a little bit more comfort room, but still has a lot of work to work ahead for day 3. And see why this is his second day of playing.
Oh my god, don't tell me that they
Unfortunately, I'm looking at GG Shaw,
do
and
this
his
shit
point
in a
threshold
different
doesn't really
way.
make it seem that he can't qualify out for finals for
Calendar
the
month
finals,
day.
which means the next time we'll see him is in the LCQs the following week. But then again,
Okay.
top 6, Mike's still working it out here in top end with 31 points.
That's a
32.6,
contact customer
finalizing
support
Frostburst
for
after he had
this because I
that Romy Yang.
sent the password
32.6
reset
looks
from
to be
my
the good cutoff
Sega
point as
ID,
well, just being right above that 26 place,
and
or
I
above
even
that 12
logged
place
into
with,
NGS,
32.6 points. Otherwise,
and it's
though,
telling me that I have to like start
having the
over.
overall standings at 47.9 is able to surpass that. Spider at 30.
To select game start to start the game, or select change
user.
user information to change email address and so on.
First, they're at the very top.
But then when I get prompted to ask, like when I get prompted
but I gotta say, Spider
the email address that I want to use, it's
38.2
like
on a single day is pretty scary.
change the email and just brings me to the Sega ID, and I don't feel like doing this fucking captcha over and over again. The thing that I hate right now is the fact that I can't get into the actual game without starting over.
Deep inside of the shadow here versus Team 5. Getting the relentless rush down. Spider taking a little bit of damage here, and I think that that's enough for Den, him to die on the reapproach back away from the storm, if I remember properly.
Yeah. And the storm kind of worked through. And the black? No, bro. That's crazy.
Actually, let me try
That's
something.
unfortunate, really. This is gonna be the other fight though. A-Shot finding out Spider in the zone, and then CDY wanted to take a piece of the cake. Forgot the cake's been out there for 4 days, bro. It's over, and that's gonna be where CDY gets himself caught out.
Okay.
The imprint, the knockback, and then obviously just the 1-2s to confirm it. Yeah, I felt that. I felt that into the core in my soul. But this is that play I want to see. Look at that. Oh my god, he had enough terrain to go right back into the blue focus. I can't believe it. And then it just came into
Is this
mind.
correct or
He
incorrect?
tried using the F1 offensively to catch the R&Bs. Later on, they'll find the parry after the haymaker blue focus from first. And Star comes out, MVP Kylan coming out for this round 6 into the MVPL.
Yeah, not something you see every day. The Kylan, though, is going to be taking this one home. Like to see that, some of these picks that are on that aggressive side that aren't necessarily the most popular are still able to walk away with not only full pickups for victories, but also first MVP for Star. So congratulations to him for the season.
Yeah, exactly.
Network
And I think one
connection
thing is for
error.
certain is that into this MVP, just to kind of come through with this. Still, it just means that he gets more points to be earned his way, considering he was at the top of his leaderboard in that round, and that's really what it comes down to for him right now. But we do still have a chance here looking at one of the players later on once we have our interview going into play. We do have to take a notion of seeing what they have to say, maybe in terms of the gameplay. I, for one, would like to see if whether or not we can get Star onto the interview, because we got a Verse last time, and I was talking to you about it before, how I really would like to see what Verse was kind of up to, and we got him. So I'm kind of like throwing it in the universe and hoping that it comes back to me for Star to take it through. But obviously, in this case scenario, a lot of players have been making that mention about Tarka. Haven't seen him as much often prevailing into these fights. With the fireball in the first fight, that was cool. No, I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty sick. Then again, we still have F1 to be considered, and no one's using it at all whatsoever. But in solos, that things could change. If someone finds a usage off of the V1 with the F1, then they'll use it. If they want to continue using F2 to extend out, we'll have to see about it. But we do want to look at this interview, and we'll be right back afterwards to conclude. And then our show, guys, be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and I'm standing here with AS and our old friend, long time no see, and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧 ，AS 也是老朋友，好久不见了，先跟我们的观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AS。
欢迎 AS 来到我们的赛后采访。哇，你知道吗？距离上一次，我印象当中，距离上一次我采访 AS 已经是印象之中很久以前的事情。不过再次见到你也是非常的高兴。Welcome to the post-game interview again. Welcome, welcome. And first, I would like to know, so for this season, because it's the first time to our interview, and I would like to know how you comment on yourself so far. 那先问一下，那也是我们其实这个赛季终于也是在我们的赛后采访见到了 AS， 特别想问一下，那 AS 目前对于自己的这个状态怎么评价呢？
一般吧。
这么简单 ，just I think just so. And I would like to know, because like in a lot of matches we don't have like too much view about you, and like we can see you in the beginning of the game, but it's hard to see you in the final circle. And I would like to know, what is this strategy? Why is this strategy? 我这边也想问一下，其实这个赛季很有意思的是，我们从数据上看，其实 AS 的数据还算可以，但是呢，我们在前期啊，就是可以说前期基本上还能看到你，但决赛圈真的很少见到 AS。我特别想问一下，这是一个怎么样的打游戏的这个方针策略呢？
就是疯狗模式，见到人就打。
我觉得我很喜欢你的这个取名字。I think I would like to this strategy I would like to give him a name is that Crazy Dog. It's like when I'm in the just beginning of the game, and when I just met one player and I just want to fight with him. If I can win, and then I can continue, and if doesn't, so just whatever. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，我们来看一下今天我们要给大家的题目是什么。The question is, which hero did
Oh my god, I found my fucking password. I just did the one. I did the token, and I just kept on spamming different fucking passwords until I found the actual password, bro.
And I also, you have another like nickname for our new soldier, which is the Plumber Thunder.
Old ass fucking password too.
Wheelchair soldier. I would like to know why. Can explain with us for us. 那这边我们也刚才讲到了，我说 AS， 我觉得你是个取名天才啊。说完了刚才这个疯狗模式，其实自己也有刚才我们聊到，就是说给我们的新魂域掌心雷取了一个叫做轮椅魂域，能不能具体展开给我们讲讲这个轮椅魂域到底是什么意思？
就是不需要怎么操作，就续好了就放就好了。
I think why I just give him this name is because I think this soldiers, if you have it, you just use the blue charge and everything. You don't need to like think too much. And I would like to know, because if you use too much blue charge, you will be parried. So how to deal with this problem? 那毕竟你这个是猛续猛出，还是有被震的风险。如果被震了该怎么办？
被震了就掉手机啊，没有手机下一把。
Is JP offline right now?
打得过就行，打不过就算是吧。
I'm so fucking confused.
Just if I can win and then like I continue, just like what I said, crazy dog. Okay, that's very very funny, and I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 那 AS 应该准备就绪了，那接下来就让我们一起进入倒计时，英文的3, 2, 1。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请 AS 跟我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪个。
B.
Yes, the correct answer is B, and congratulations. And also, at last, I would like to know because we said at the beginning of the interview, we long time no see, and we know that you had an honor, which is the championship for the grand final. It seems like really a long time, and we have a lot of like grand final championship or bi-weekly final championship. So I would like to know for you. So, how you think that championship meaning for you, and what's your plan for the NBPR？那我这边想问一下，就其实我们也说过，AS 其实也是曾经在我们的 NBPR 当中拿下过至高的荣誉的。当然，在这个荣誉之后，我们又诞生了很多很多的，哎呀，春决冠军啊，这个捷杯冠军啊，然后包括现在有很多很多的周冠。对于这条路上来说，我特别想知道 AS 目前自己你在回忆自己曾经的这个荣耀的时候，这个荣耀会不会在比赛当中给你带来什么帮助，对你意味着什么，以及接下来自己在 NBPR 的一个打算是怎么样
的？没有意义，都直接拿，就是怎么说呢，运气好拿的嘛，没有意义。
但是我觉得你这心态真的非常好，拿过了就拿过了，没拿到也没拿到，反正生活就是面对当下，对不对？我很喜欢你的心态。I really like his strategy, like his like psychology, and he told me just no meaning for him. It's like it's just one in the like past time, and just a championship, honor for the past himself, but now it's now. OK, enjoy yourself. 那我这边只要说，其实每个时候都是在专注在自己的当下就好，我觉得这心态非常的好。那也希望 AS 接下来可以发挥更好的一个状态和表现。Thank you， 再次感谢来到我们赛会大阪。Thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Well, guys, thank you so much for tuning on in for a fantastic interview, getting us some insight there. But we are bringing it to a close on the day. SV, it's been an honor as always casting with you, my man.
Oh yeah, man. I think it's hype train, bro. It's hype train, 100%. And the thing that makes it a lot more of a notion is just getting an introduction to the league for you. You mentioned how the MPL and being able to take time into the season, especially coming into nearly to its close, and especially considering that we have a lot to showcase, considering that we still have next week to look at. We still have the further weeks with last chance qualifiers with the pre-finals to get into notion and grand finals, so how the players can operate on the final stage, the final moments, the risk at its highest point. Now, for these players, though, it comes down to what AES was saying, crazy dog tech. I don't know, what it came down in the interview, but he said anything happens at the end of the game circle. He's like, the wins are wins, but, the championship is the championship. Our standings, though, just give you guys a quick refresher course out here. 4th to 18th place, Edward with 12 points, 12.5 for DRG Fong. Polars with 13, Rhinos with 13.5 as well.
Oh, hell no.
Battles to Shang at 13th place with 17 points.
Okay.
Shingon over here to 12th place.
That's why. PSO2 JP now blocks access to people outside of Japan as of the NGS release update.
Number 9th place with
6-9.
Number 8 with Wolves PXT
So,
at 24.5, 28.3 for SS1C.
Have access to the email linked to the account. Your account may be asked to verify a new location once. Go to plugin settings and get this proxy.
4th place with 36 points, 38.2. Third place so far for SR Spider.
And optionally, item translations.
47.3 and 47.9 for
save.
the Beaches for second day of playing. Overall, here having a chance to see the top 6. It's going to be a kind of a testament to see
my reshade. Oh my god.
By far.
I don't even feel like getting that
again,
shit back right now.
Those day 1 players are playing into their day 1 of playing, has still the day 3 to look towards it and making sure they can catch either just as many points as possible or just to break that red line.
Okay.
Now,
so I need this fucking proxy to be able to log into the game.
Players are getting a good gander of the usage.
Because otherwise, I was just like, why is it saying network connection error?
We have to see how Kylan turns out. We have to see how Justina turns out. Our top 3 picks is always going to be that Liam, that Shayo, as well as that Lonnie. Then we go to trios. And then that's where everything changes anyway. That's where everything just goes into shambles.
Let's see if this works.
Absolutely. Well, here we go. Schedule for tomorrow into trios. Starting off with Predoria, as always, for morning dew this time, and then ending with Predoria
Game start.
at midnight.
Yeah, and I know one thing is for certain in trios is that rotation of the map really comes into the equilibrium. One half being Fireflies, the other half being
well, I'm about to make a message and it's like, is the server down? There's nothing that says it's down for maintenance.
Douse yourself into knowledge in the trios aspect. So much chaos so much.
But it still says
violence.
status unknown.
We're seeing Tarkas being chosen in
for the
trios though.
ships.
To some avail, we've seen GG double pick it, and that's kind of one team that has succeeded in the past. It's just we haven't seen much out of them this season. The spring has been dominated by the YZG. TXJ taking the helm in that team, being able to be
So
swapped
there's a network
from Team JL.
connection error.
Now seeing in terms of seeing JL also taking a bit of strides for their team, with one Fong taking the helm
Enable
there.
the plugin
From the
loader.
OG team. You know, one thing is the organizations always swap the players
Let me
around.
check this.
Seeing one side to go to the next and propelling their team ahead makes that conversation to be had. Who is the GOAT of these teams? 100% Nyarko.
Oh.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think this is probably
This is required for any other plugin to work.
So
Okay. No
just want to
wonder.
give a few observations.
The
before we
plugin
move
loader
to
was
end
right
here.
above
What a
the
crazy time here in the NBPL
proxy that I
super happy to see how
I didn't
things have shifted
fucking
since the latest patch has dropped. Things have
enable.
gotten super aggressive.
Okay,
and
we
people
relaunched
rose
the
to
game for a
occasion.
third
You know, I was
time.
a little bit critical of some of our players and their plays today, but what comes out at the end here is each one of them rising up, showing in one of our games that they have what it takes, and you know that level of variance that we're seeing from just how volatile these early games are, I think is going to continue to peter out as
these
everybody
items
gets
are
a lock
so
on this new meta.
fucking
But it's an
painful
exciting
to
one
wear
for
for
sure.
such a short,
I
a
cannot
long
wait to be
period of
back
time.
for even
This
more
is not an
time here in
ergonomic
this
design. This
5v3.
is a fucking like
Exactly. It's gonna be an exciting
destroy
time.
your
I know that a lot of players are kind of
canal,
used to the
not
type
ear
of,
canal,
you
the
know,
outer ear
stalemate of
design.
issues of, you know, what balancing can be, but they've seen this overall changes and they take great strides in seeing that, and they rub their hands together. Just like how we're about to
There
end
we
out
go.
today. We're
What
gonna be
the
seeing
fuck
you
are
guys
these
later
ship
on. My name is
names?
Severio alongside Nyarko. Have a good one. Stay safe, and see you guys tomorrow for Trios.
What is that? Authenticating Sega ID. You must enter a mail authentication key. Please enter the mail authentication key. What the fuck? Yo, y'all are asking for too much. I just want to play the game. Damn. What the fuck? Get me in there. Holy shit. Enable tune display. Yes. Bro, close this shit. Yes, bro, put me back on ship 2. I have 2 characters on fucking ship 2. Oh my god, it just fucking, I just closed the game. Why did it just give me an error when I was trying to log into ship 2? It didn't give me that error when I tried to log into ship 1. And also, why the fuck? Oh. Every time I launch the game, it's not showing up here. Alright, bro, ship 2. Let me in. Thank you. I'm starting to have fucking second thoughts, or not second thoughts, but okay. Now I gotta make this bigger because I don't know why it's transform. But okay, stretch the screen. Thank you. Oh my god. My characters. Look at the hours. Look at the fucking playtime, bro. Oh my god. Finally, I'm able to get into JP. Okay, now is the time. What is that? No team. Okay, first off, what the fuck is wrong with my graphics? No. Display. You need... Why is there an arc sting here? Also, what the fuck is wrong with my... Oh, my game looks like it's stretched. I can't see the bottom of my screen. I'm on... Okay, first off, hold on a sec, bro. This is unplayable. Can edit on the launcher? Yeah, I'm checking this right now. Would you like to close it? Yes, let's close this shit. Tweaker settings. Settings directory? No. Wait, PSO2 settings. Here we go. Default monitor, this. Yeah, what the fuck is this? 2560 by 1080. Maximum frame rate? Fuck no, we're not putting that shit to 60. Texture quality, maximum. Texture filtering, 16x. What the fuck is simple render? Oh, quality to quality. Enable coffee brewing? What the fuck is that? Enable the tweaker's experimental remote coffee brewing beta function. Make interface invisible. No. Enable gamepad when inactive. No. Alright, we're chilling. Alright, we back in. I'm sure I can just do fit to screen instead of stretch to screen now. This isn't full screen for me.
何をしたいのかな。またいつでもどうぞ。
何か用？どのクエストにする？ 帰還を推奨します。
Completed.
可能性は修練する。相対座標は演算済みだ。可能性は修練する。真羅万象は天地へと収束する。刹那を切り開く。無駄なあがきだ。全ての解は証明された。
いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。
何をしたいのかな。またいつでもどうぞ。
どのクエストにする？
Oh wow, Nova, you're so talented.
においてダークファルスターアプレンティスの反応を確認。アークス各員は出撃の準備を。
completed.
どのクエストにする？再封印作戦を開始します。アークス各員はクエストカウンターより惑星リリーパ採掘基地へ出撃してください。
つでもおいで。どのクエストにする？よろしくね。
緊急通達だ。よく聞け。
Emergency code due.
超守備だな。
Completed.
何か来ますよ。
Emergency! Code! Attack!
やったやりましたよ。
Completed!
ミカフニーの反応あり。
Emergency! Code! Attack!
目標達成を確認。
Completed! Emergency! Code! Attack!
目標達成を確認。
Completed! Emergency! Code! Q!
緊急連絡です。
Emergency! Code! Distraction!
目標達成お疲れ様でした
Completed. PSE first. Emergency code attack. Completed. Completed. One more.
おう、よく来たな。また来いよ。
いらっしゃい。
いらっしゃいませ。またのご利用をお待ちしています。
おっす。
どうしたんじゃ。
無事終了しました。アークス各員
いらっしゃい。またいつでもどう。 またいつでもどうぞ。
何をしたいのかな。またいつでもどうぞ。
Hello? Hello, bro. What happened to my mic? Like, what the wait, could it have been? Something just happened to my mic. I was just talking and I hope my shit hasn't been muted. Did my shit get muted ever since I opened the game? And every time that I alt tabbed, it would like take a long ass time, and I feel like that's probably what fucked up my mic. I'm not gonna lie. I was looking for this hair. Oh my god. You're not on ship 1 because I don't see you? I am on ship 2. I've... Shit. Hello? Hello? Okay, my mic is still working. Yeah, I'm on ship 2. I've always been on ship 2. Like, my mic just out of nowhere just stopped fucking... I thought it was muted. Like, I was muted because I pressed F7 when I was looking at, like, the palettes. But I don't know if I was muted, like, this entire time. And if I was, then my fault, I guess. But I was literally just saying, yeah, I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna end here because it's 10:50 in the morning. I probably should have gotten off when NBPL finished. And since it's the weekend, I'm probably not going to... Probably not gonna stream. Since this was NBPO. It started in Sunday morning, so this could count as my Saturday stream, or it says Sunday morning. Started Saturday morning, can count as my Saturday stream. If I do stream, I'm not sure if I will, but if I don't stream tonight, then my next stream will be on Monday. And until then, I mean, I'm feeling like playing PSO2. I just wanted to show the shit that I had on Classic. I don't know if I will be mainly playing. I'm pretty sure I'll mainly stick to NGS and do some shit here and there. That way I can sell my shit. Because I have a lot of Oshinoko stuff that I can fucking sell. Either I hold on to it longer or I just like sell some of it now. But yeah. Thank you guys for coming out to the stream today. Appreciate you guys for stopping by. And I will see you all in the next one. Good night, everybody, or good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are, because it's probably not night unless you're over in the other side of the world. All right, peace.